Greetings there, weary traveller, and welcome back to another typical T relaxing, rambling longplay. Today, we're setting out on one of our grandest Manor Lords journeys yet, as we attempt to build our greatest mountain kingdom so far right here on the Devil's Hill map. As always, we'll be starting with nothing more than a small handful of settlers, a few tents, and a dream of something much, much bigger. From that humble beginning, we slowly grow into a proper mountain capital, carving out a home among the cliffs, the forests, and the winding paths of this rugged landscape. But it won't all be peaceful cups of tea and cozy building. Baron von Hindlebolt is waiting for us on an aggressive setting, raiders will be arriving far more often than is polite, and this time we're going to need to think very carefully about how we defend our growing mountain home. Along the way, we'll be trying a few things we've never attempted before, including building a separate fort to guard the settlement, enclosing almost the whole of Devil's Hill within walls, and, because Manor Lords likes to keep us humble, discovering a few rather interesting new bugs as well. So, whether you're here for the full journey from the very first tent, or you'd rather use a timestamp to skip ahead and settle in later on, you are very welcome here either way. If you're enjoying these relaxing long plays and want to help us reach that incredible 5,000 subscriber milestone, then please consider joining the community. Subscribing costs nothing, means everything, and I genuinely love reading your comments and chatting with my fellow travellers down below. Enough of all that though, grab yourself a cup of tea, make yourself comfortable, and relax alongside me in Manor Lords. Here we are then, at the centre of the Devil's Hill map on Devil's Hill itself. Indeed, we shall try and climb to dominance, but it won't be easy. We've got a strong source of stone, a strong source of clay, some wild animals down here, some salt and some mushrooms, but you may have noticed, oh dear, we don't have access to any iron whatsoever. That's a problem, because raiders are set to frequent and the Baron is set to aggressive. And we've turned off armaments delivery. I don't know why I'd do it to myself. Well, it's going to be hard, typical to survive here, but we'll do our best. I imagine a strong economy to buy in iron ore is going to be just about the only way we stand a chance of survival, and hopefully using the terrain to our advantage to defend ourselves from the very top of Devil's Hill itself as we look down upon all the surrounding regions, which I'm sure very soon will start to be claimed by Mr. Hindlebolt himself. How are we going to get started then? Well, the usual really. Let's take a road and come up along here, or maybe just coming off the road, the King's Road here, into the centre of our camp, because we really do need to follow the ley lines of the map here, because it's just about the only way we're going to be able to build anything whatsoever. So let's take the logging camp tool, and let's just see where it becomes too steep to build. So pretty much everything there. There's a small space here behind the settlers' tents that we can build in, and so it gets too steep by the road, but everywhere inside of the hunting grounds here is flat. So we're definitely going to have to move the wild animal camp by using the shrine tool later on, because if we don't do that, they're using up probably about 50% of the usable flat space we've got on this plateau. So we're definitely going to have to move them probably sooner rather than later, but we'll put it off for the time being. And then we can build, of course, up at the top over here as well, but it's really not a lot of space, so we're definitely going to have to try and go for a denser arrangement of burgage plots as opposed to spreading out too far, because we don't really have the option of spreading out too far. I like the idea of putting a wall around most of the settlement up here, or several stages of walls, but so we'll have to make sure we leave enough space for that. That's going to mean a bit of space at the edges we can't use as well. Yes, very concerning. Fertility-wise, not fertile up here, so we're not going to be growing anything on the mountain, and with the elevation it wouldn't make sense to do so anyway. I believe there are two fertile regions at a brief scan around, so there's this one down here, and the other, I believe, is claimed by Hindlebolt. Yes, this one over here. So we may try and claim this region, if we do claim anything, to have a bit of farmland to send barley back up to the main settlement at Teufelsberg. Now, there is a plateau down here, and people who watched the Clifftop settlement when we built a Clifftop kingdom atop this ridge here will remember there's a plateau down here, just there, and there is a road that leads down to it, I believe. Yep, King's Road here, as steep as it is, so we can potentially get a small settlement in here. Actually, probably going to be larger than the main settlement up here, but that could be a space for us to put some industrial areas, or perhaps some forestry areas as well for production, leaving most of the space up here for housing. But that's enough speculation. We need to get on. So, some things never change. We need a granary and we need a storehouse. What I might do is put these as close to the edge as I can. Having said that, nice and close to the starting supplies is also a good idea. Last. Right. Let's put a little road. We could put a road along the base of this kind of hill here. We can build the quarries on the hill. so that's not going to be affected by the terrain. So that is one positive at the very least. And let's take the granary and maybe we'll put it as close to the back here as we can. It's still nice and close to our starting supplies, but it's also trying to make best use of the terrain that we can get things on. So we'll pop this just there, and then we'll see where we can get the warehouse as well. Let's turn off snapping and see if we can't get this placed in here. We turn it round perhaps. Ooh, yeah, get a little bit further up the slope. Like that. Connect that back down to the road. Might not be the prettiest looking building, but we definitely want to actually make the best use of the space as we possibly can. We'll get down a hitching post, which apparently can be on a much greater slope. Looks a little bit bizarre. I don't want to go too extreme. Let's get it down in here. We'll order ourselves another ox and we'll relocate this hitching post next to it. Like so. And we'll set the hitching post to the highest priority because we don't want to lose that ox when it arrives. Let's set time rolling forwards. Next thing we're going to want is a logging camp. And we'll put this out at the end of the road here. As close to the edge as we possibly can. Bloop. And we'll connect that road up to that one. And already you can see we're already starting to fill up the space down here quite succinctly. What else are we going to need? Well, I haven't actually checked where there's any water. Oh, wonderful. Water running right through the centre. Just get all the way to the top. Oh, good. Sometimes it doesn't, and that leaves you a bit scuppered. So we'll get a well, and we'll pop it down just here. Like so. And we'll connect this road up here. Like that. A message. You've heard of my renown. Well, hopefully my renown keeps on going, and it will depend very much on how well we do in this start. Let's get some workers at the storehouse and granary to move our initial starting supplies safely inside. And then just as soon as the logging camp is active, we'll want to get a couple of the families working in there so we can start producing some lumber. From there, really, we're on to thinking about where we're going to put our burgages. We can fit perhaps a small market in this space here. Well, possibly we could do it on this side, actually. That might be a better solution. We'll pop that down there. We don't want you to have market stalls just yet, though. You're just gathering the supplies inside. Looks like you're done, so we'll unassign you. And how are we doing for timber? Let's get a third family working at the logging camp. And then really we need to start thinking about burgages. They're not going to be able to be massive burgages. They're going to be fairly dense, but at the same time, we do need to have space for some vegetables. Already that's too steep to build. What we might have to do is kind of try and map out where it does become too steep. We take the granary. So the granary could be built there, alongside. Different buildings do vary as to what will let you build and what will not let you build on certain terrains. So, we can't get the logging camp there, but we could get the granary. Is there another little plateau just here? Yeah, there is. Just inside of our territory as well. Fantastic. So we could get some housing down here potentially. And I'm wondering if we can get some housing going sideways here. You do get a sense of scale for this mountain, don't you, when you zoom in close. Let's bring a road that comes down off here, like this. Maybe even a little bit closer to... I don't want that to... yeah, like that. Okay, and I wonder if we can get some burgages built sideways. Sometimes when you build them sideways on uneven terrain, it does let you do it, and indeed that does look to have given us a bit of a better start. So, could we fill this out here, for example? Yep, doesn't look like it's too steep, but we don't have enough goods to do it. That's not a problem, because that's not exactly how we're going to build it anyway. Let's get a couple of small burgages in, down at the bottom here. And I think we're going to be doing a lot of building without the snap tool enabled here, because we need to get these tightly packed as closely as we possibly can, and the snap tool isn't going to let us do that as efficiently as we otherwise might. Bring that down a little bit further. Oh, too far. Tedious, I know, but potentially worthwhile in the long term. And then we'll get sand snapping back on for this one. And this is going to be a rear extension for some vegetables or some such. What I might do is trace the edge of the map here, in the hopes that we can use that as a build guideline. So put that road there. And hopefully when we build this burgage, we can build all the way out to that there. Fill out that space. Looks like we can. We'll get that one built, so that's definitely going to be a vegetable plot. And then we'll see about getting... Could we perhaps... We turn off snapping, go here. Get a couple of burgages in this space here. And then I wonder... Would we be able to get one that fills out this space here, potentially? Quite possibly. But we need a few more resources to make it happen. Let's let them build these burgages here. While we gather in more resources. We will need to, of course, start building some woodcutters' lodges, etc. as well, to get us onto the charcoal warpath, as it were. So it'll give us the ability to actually do some trading. Okay. Just want this to be big enough. 2 burgages. Come on. Being a bit too conservative there, I think. That's better. So if we build these pretty much there. Yes, thank you, saving, but getting rather in the way there. Just pause this quickly, so we might need to rebuild those if this doesn't work, but I'm hoping... Oh, yeah. It's exactly what I wanted to do. How's that for efficient use of space? Fantastic. Maybe we stand a chance after all, everyone. Well, food isn't looking great, so a hunting camp is probably the next thing on our agenda. I mean, surviving the first year might be quite difficult on this particular playthrough. We'll get this down nice and close to... Again, we'll turn off snapping. We'll get this just here for the time being. Like so. Hopefully everyone will be out of those homeless tents before too long. Logging camp is hard at work. Let's also think about getting our first woodcutter's lodge. I'm not going to put it here because I'm hoping to fill out some more burgages in there. So it looks like we can maybe get even further back here. Maybe even there. What if I were to build it? Ooh, I'm all the way down here. Can I just build onto this road? Oh, we've increased our settlement level. Wonderful. I'm going to build that there and connect it down to that bottom road that we built. And then we'll want to get down a wonderful charcoal kiln as well. This is a bit more sensitive to the gradient, so we might have to put this one up here. I'm going to put it there, just so we've got just enough space to construct a road that connects us down to the bottom here. Like so. And what are we going to pick for our first? Well, let's have a look. So obviously the Strasbourg Masons wouldn't be a bad selection at all. It's going to give us that better stonemason station, reduced castle planner cost, which would be good. We do want to do a bit of castling later. Guildsmen, increased regional wealth from burgage plots, that's nice. Reduced upgrade cost, also nice. Salt and iron ore import value reduction. 30% cheaper than it would otherwise be. That could be very important given we don't have access to iron. And we are definitely going to need to buy in to make weapons. That might be the one to go for. I mean, we can cope without having a cheaper castle. We can just mine a lot of stone. And it can just take a bit longer to make it. So we don't really need to have the Strasbourg Masons, I suppose. We don't usually struggle for capacity for throughput when it comes to a bit of stone. The better hunting hound would be good, because that's our starting source of food. It might allow us to survive a little bit longer. Increased export price at large trades might also be good. But we're not going to get much else from the increased foraged goods, because the berries are so far away. Decreased agricultural efficiency doesn't really matter either, though. It's not a bad choice. It's either going to be Guildsman or Vogtland. I mean, Vogtland is going to help us survive initially. Guildsman is going to help us survive when we come to needing to make tools. And sheep more resilient at height might also be useful. Efficient hunting camps as well. Ooh, plus 50% efficiency. Better clothing. Plus 20% on trade routes though. And we could put our sheep down at the bottom eventually. I think we're going to go for guildsmen and get that cheaper iron ore and salt. There we go. Don't often play with that particular perk, but I think that's the one we're going to go for this time. Indeed, we have done so. There's no takesy-backsies. Right, everyone is out of the tents, which is wonderful news. So we just need to crack on with a little bit of construction. We're going to need to get a trading post before too long as well. And this we might as well locate on the King's Road. Again, if we can avoid using up precious land for it, we will, but looks like pretty much any way we want to put it. It's a pretty fussy building. Alright, this will go in here. Put down just there for the time being. Charcoal kiln is up. Woodcutter's Lodge is being constructed. Let's reduce the number of workers we have at the logging camp to 1. Get a family at the Woodcutter's Lodge. Get a family at the charcoal kiln. Get a family at the hunting camp. To hopefully bring us in a little bit of food, because my goodness, we're going to struggle with just 17 animals to slaughter. Yikes, I wouldn't be surprised if we lost a few people this winter to deaths, because that wild animals hunting ground is not going to do us anything like we need the amount of food to survive the first winter, which means getting some charcoal sold is even more important. In fact, I don't think we need to be making any timber right now, except for that we are going to need to make a few planks for some rear extensions. Do we do that now? Ooh, it's hard to know. And again, I don't really want to have too many mouths to feed, but we need more people if we're going to be exporting things. Let's go ahead and establish that trade route right away. Buy it for 20. We want a desired surplus of 10 charcoal. Anything after that, we can start selling it. Right. How are we doing for charcoal production? We are starting to get somewhere at the very least. Let's build ourselves a saw pit. Where can we squeeze this in? Somewhere over here, hopefully. Yep, we can get it just here. Can we get it on this road? Oh, we can. Good. Put that down there. I feel like it's making good use of this sloped corner in here to get some industry right on the edge. I don't know if they'll go and chop trees down in another region. What is that? Brigands for hire? Whoa, it's a scary sight. 2 units as well. I take it there's a bandit camp there on their way to go and duel. We are definitely not in a position to do anything like that, are we? My goodness, that was a scary thing to have running through. I thought we were being raided already then for a second. That would not have been a pleasant start to our playthrough for sure. Up to 11 timber. We'll need to just make a small handful of planks. Come on, 85%. We'll have to send the family that is currently at the logging camp to work there. Okay, and we want just 20 planks should do us for the time being. We do want to make sure we've always got some timber. So we'll just set that to 4 for the time being. I think our... Oh dear, don't like the sound of that. Generic storage is nearly full, so we are going to need to get someone working at the storehouse before too long. We might just take the family that's currently doing construction for that, because there's no construction currently going on. And just as soon as we have those planks, 15, we'll just wait for it to tick up to 20. Any second now, I'm sure. Well, I must say, so far, not the most relaxing start to our relaxing long play, is it? Little bit nail-biting. I'm not sure, but I mean, it could very easily be a wasted start of a playthrough here if we do not survive. There we are, 20 planks. We'll get that family back at the logging camp. Actually, no, we won't. We'll get you freed up for construction. Let's build our 2 initial vegetable plots in here. Hopefully, we've got some money coming in. We've had a little bit come in already. We're going to need more than that if we stand a chance of surviving. Still just 1 month of food available. Hunting camp is not cutting it out for us. Right, let's remove the storehouse worker and get them to the granary so we can empty out the pantry. We don't want to get into the point where the pantry or the generic storage at the hunting camp is full, because at that point they'll stop hunting. We need 44 coins to start producing some beets. Let's get a second family working at the trade post to see if we can't speed that up. I know that leaves no one for construction. That's okay, because we're not currently constructing anything. And there we have our little starting settlement perched atop the edge of Devil's Hill in a devilishly perilous situation, I must say. Chances of survival at the moment, not looking great, but hopefully we'll be able to persevere. Now, that is not an ideal way for that field to cut off. I was hoping that it wouldn't take up much space into here with the little vegetable stand and all this would be farmland. It's not. That's not great, but there still looks to be a reasonable amount of usable space in it. Although I just sort of wish now that I'd just taken that straight up. That may be something we need to address later, depending on just how valuable the space ends up being. Good gracious, look at all the money! Let's buy some beets very quickly. Good grief, we can't be holding up anything like that. We should probably also, if we've got the money, buy some chickens or something. Just to make sure we do keep on top of any food source that we could possibly have. How are we doing for firewood and charcoal? Let's unassign the granary worker quickly so they can go and complete that upgrade over there. And with any luck, we'll have even more money coming in before too long. Getting that trade route established nice and early has definitely helped us out there. I do wonder if we should have spent some of that money on a horse, but I'm desperate to get some beets in the ground as soon as we possibly can, because our survival is very much going to hinge on it. I suppose anyone else is nearby with some more money. And you're going and collecting charcoal. You're off trading, but you are a very long way from home. Good grief. I suppose that's the disadvantage of being in the centre of the map. Ooh, plus 10. Not bad, not bad. I think we probably ought to save up for a horse now, though. That's the next thing we ought to be gunning for. Some more houses wouldn't be a bad idea, but we haven't really got anyone to work at the logging camp at the moment. Additional workers means we get more done, but it's another mouth to feed. Very cautious about adding any extra mouths to feed at the moment. I think we've just got to do the best with what we've got at the moment. How's the generic storage looking? Pretty full. We've built that upgrade, so let's get you back at the storehouse so you can empty out the hunting camp. Thank you kindly, sir, as you go and empty it all out. And as soon as you've dropped that off, we shall assign you an... yes, pelts. The one advantage to having a hunting camp as your starting food resource is we can sell some pelts. Why didn't I think of that? Good gracious, export. We need none for surplus, so thank you kindly. We'll wait until we can buy a horse before buying that trade route. It's all well and good having a trade route, but if we are carrying it by hand, it's not going to be the most efficient use. Let's get another worker at the logging camp, or a first family rather, while there's no construction to be done. We will want to get some animal pens on the rear of these burgages, but we don't need to do that with any sense of immediacy, because we're not going to be buying any pigs or goats for them just yet. We're into July. So far, so good, he says, with 2 months of food. Ugh. At least there seems to be enough wild animals. In winter, we'll up the hunting camp family number to 2, and we might have to adjust the wild animal herd size down to very low, possibly as low as 3, just to survive through this first winter. But hopefully, these beets see us through. I mean, you can see a fair amount has been planted already. The more, the merrier, I say. Come on. Where's the additional regional wealth? I'm ever aware that there are bandits and brigands everywhere, and we really don't have a way to defend ourselves. None whatsoever. I suppose we could be getting a stone quarry up fairly early and start selling that as well, but I don't think rough stone is worth as much to trade away as charcoal. I mean, dressed stone is 5 to sell, but we wouldn't be selling dressed stone. We'd be selling rough stone, which is 3. What is charcoal? 2. It might be worth doing, actually. We have a bit of material. Let's unassign the logging camp worker temporarily, and let's get a quarry. Pop down over here. There should be space for 4 of these. We'll just get 1 down to start with, and we'll connect it to the road here. Like that. Don't have a worker to work there at the moment, but I'm hoping next year, once we can expand a little bit, once we're not so worried about, starving to death, that we'll be able to take care of it then. Been a little while since we had any significant money come in trade-wise. Anyone on their way back? There's 2 out. Oh. Thought you were nearly back, but you are... Yeah, you're not too far away, actually. And you're not too far away, goody. How much money do you bring us back? Come on, Michael. Where are you going, Michael? What are you doing? Don't tell me you're just now leaving. Michael, I'm very disappointed in you. I I thought you were our savior. Turns out, you were not. You gonna be our savior, whoever you were? Peter? No, no money for us, Peter. Oh dear. Quarry's being built. Why don't we get a worker at the quarry for a minute? Is rough stone a major trade? It is not. Let's set up an export then on rough stone, just in case anyone swings by and is in the market. You never know. And we'll start quarrying a little bit out. How are we doing for supplies? We do with a family at the pantry. It really wants to take a woodcutter to do it. We might have to take the charcoal kiln worker because they're currently ahead of schedule on the charcoal from firewood front anyway. It doesn't take them long to empty the pantry out of the hunting camp. There we go. Wait for that to arrive inside. Splendid. And you can go back to work at the charcoal kiln. Lots of micromanaging early here in the game. Oh, we need those chickens to pull their weight above their weight, really. One egg is not going to see us through. Alright, well, I think we're basically waiting for some more charcoal to be sold. In the meantime, I'll go and grab a cup of tea. See you in a mo. Toodle-pip. Hark, money has arrived. Let's order ourselves a horse. We need to make sure we've built a stable where we can keep it. Quickly unassign our charcoal kiln worker to build a couple of stables. And that still leaves us with 77 regional wealth left over. Maybe we should get ourselves another... Oh, look! More money again! Finally! Ugh. Yes, there is another bandit camp being taken care of down there. Let's just try not to think about it too much. Right, are we done? Come on. Get the stable built. There's no time to dilly-dally. This indeed is going to be your horse once it arrives. Okay, it's one stable, but if the other one's built, we'll get them back at the charcoal kiln. I'm going to unassign the quarry worker for the moment, and I'm going to get them at the saw pit, so we can make ourselves a few more planks. Gabel Baku is being claimed by the Baron, and there's not a smidgen we can do about it. Don't have a spear to my name right now. Barely have any food to my name. We've got 4 months of supplies. The first beet harvest is coming in. I'm hoping that's going to see us through. Because we haven't massively expanded our population, it just seems a bit of a waste in terms of the initial migration value we get. But at least we'll be able to find it a little easier to survive through that first winter. Nearly there with that stable. Should have a few planks now. Good. And we'll send that saw pit worker to work at the logging camp. And we really could do with getting that charcoal kiln back active. There we go. Righty-ho. Hopefully that horse will be here sooner rather than later. And we can start to think about a few more burgages. So the next thing I'm thinking about is once again getting another veggie plot down. So what would we get out of this space here? Not fantastic utilization of space, but not terrible either. I wonder if we had another smaller burgage here. Like that. Could we then have a reasonable sized garden plot next to it? What if we built the garden plot from this side? I think that's slightly better use of space, but it's marginal, to be honest. What if the road continued on up this way, and we built the burgage like this? Looks better to me, but I'm worried how much space is going to be taken up by the little vegetable stand, as it were. That's weird. That's completely useless. I think we might just have to go with this here. We'll build that there for the time being. So a couple of additional burgage plots. Of course, we need someone to work at said burgages. And where can we spare a worker? Logging camp, I reckon. We'll spare you. We have 6 months of food, so that should just about see us through to the spring harvest. And we are still harvesting beets, so Hopefully that is the first hurdle overcome. Don't want to speak too soon, but I think the winter's going to be okay as long as we don't drastically expand too quickly. Need to empty the pantry again. We'll wait for another family to become available. Although, how are we doing? Charcoal. Yeah, the charcoal family could go and do that. There's pantry, wasn't it? Yes. Let's empty out the pantry. I think the trading posts are actually going and getting the pelts directly. So we're not having to worry about emptying those out into the storehouse, which is nice. Let's build a vegetable garden on the back here. Oh, fantastic. Most of that space is being utilised for a vegetable garden. It hasn't taken up too much space for the little hut, so that is good news. And 128 coins. Do we get another? We get another horse. That's 60. That'll be less than 60. We've got 128. Get some carrots in there. Hopefully we can get this planted before winter. And I am going to order another horse, just because we are going to live and die of how much we can get traded here. So I think that's a good use of our money. Got 39 coins left. I think maybe getting some animals would be a good idea. Let's build a couple of animal pens with our planks that we have. Had a family move in. Lovely. Let's get you working at the logging camp. It would be good as well to get an active granary. And when we have a family here, I haven't reassigned them to the charcoal kiln yet. I'm going to let them build a market stall, so we have some food availability for the winter. And who is going to work at the charcoal kiln? The logging camp family is going to work at the charcoal kiln. The next family to move in, we will have a operational storehouse, because we do need to start getting some charcoal out on the open market, as it were. Let's set our limit for how much charcoal we're willing to trade away. Be a little bit higher, maybe more like 50 as a reserve. And there's no construction going on at the moment, so we'll assign the spare family now to the storehouse, and then that next family can move in and be available for construction, as well as for burgaging. Down here, let's order ourselves a goat with some of the money we have left over to us. So we've got a chicken, a goat, 2 beet plots, and 1 carrot plot. Fantastic, that family's moved in. Hopefully, they can get that planted before the winter. It's November, I don't know if it's too late. If not, then we stand a chance at having a harvest next year. Indeed, they're moving in and ploughing up straight away. That is a good sign. I'm quite attached to our little cliffside perch here. I think having to make really efficient use of the space is quite fun, actually. And the scenery is certainly stunning. I really hope we don't get wiped out because we haven't got any iron to make spears. And our population certainly hasn't grown as fast as I would usually grow it at this stage. And I'd also normally have taken over a few bandit camps, which would give us enough money to hire some mercenaries. None of those things have happened due to the very, very tricky start that we've had here. We do have 9 months of food available, so at least we can start to worry about that a little bit less. We've got 2 active market stalls. We've got a well. We could probably do with a family working the quarry to bring in an extra export resource, but I don't want to disturb the family currently working at the carrot plot. And look at that. 100 coins has just come in. That's great news. Let's buy ourselves a pig for here. And then I think we'll get another goat in there. And we'll get a chicken in here. We have enough money left over to order ourselves an ox, but we also, if we're going to do that, need to have another hitching post. I think it makes sense to have that over here near where we have our logging camp. So we'll build that down there. We'll order in that additional ox, and as it starts to snow, this family won't be able to plant any more carrots, and they have already done so, so they can go and work on building that hitching post, which I think will upgrade to a stable pretty much straight away, provided we have the planks, which we might not. That family might have to go and work at the saw pit for a little bit before we send them back to work at the logging camp. We can upgrade that, and then we'll send them to the saw pit after that. There's no need to overhunt the wild animals so long as we do have another source of food, which at present we do. Money should keep rolling in because we've got 2 horses, which is quite unusual for me at the start of the first year. It would be nice to get a church. It would be nice to get a manor, but realistically that's not going to happen for some time, and I definitely want to build it up here. So we're not going to be able to just plonk it down anywhere. Building a wall to surround this part of the kingdom, if we do end up doing that, I imagine it's going to be quite tricky. It might be a bit too close to the edge of the map, but we'll just have to wait and see if it's possible. Perhaps we need to be a little bit more careful with building too close out to the edge in the future. We'll get the saw pit active. Nestled nicely into the side of the mountain there. I don't know why the stairs come up so high. Seems like a bit of a useless design. Oh, well, the plan said to put the stairs there. Well, yes, they did, but, you know, you're on a slope. Compensate, man, compensate. Not the smartest spark in the sparkle. What a weird sentence. You're welcome. Where are we at, then? Probably at a stage where it wouldn't hurt to have some additional living space, because food is looking okay. With that in mind, where else can we put some burgages? We could probably have some coming out this way, I imagine. So let's once again set out a road on the inside edge of the red line. We should leave enough space on the outside to put a wall if we did indeed want to do so, which will probably just take the form of a palisade. We'll follow this round probably to here for the time being, and that is definitely somewhere we can get a few more burgages ensconced. So let's finish that down there like that, so we've got a slightly better edge to finish up against, and not enough goods, but it looks like we should be able to get 2 burgages in here, even if it doesn't want to snap to the edge there very nicely. I have to come off slightly further again. Maybe from here. Seems a waste of space. Well, in any case, we obviously need to get some more logs. So let's free up the saw pit worker and send them to work at the logging camp as we slog through our first winter here. Got a bit of money, we'll buy ourselves another goat in there. Need a family for construction. Tempted to take one of the trading post workers now, but they are doing good work for us, bringing in money, which we're going to need if we're going to be able to afford to buy any of that iron. Will they finish that construction without anyone actually being unassigned for construction? Huh. Don't know how that happened. It did, though. I'm not complaining, I'm just noticing. Good. Timber's starting to come in. What if we were to build burgages this way? Is that going to make better use of the space? Is that too steep? That is too steep, so we definitely need to build them sideways. Might just delete that bit of road and then build this around on top of it and see if that does anything sorting out the snap points here. It does look like it's helped. Let's start one further over. Okay, it's not terrible, but I think we can probably make better use of the space than that. So, what if we started from there? Yeah, it's much better. Ah, at least it would be, if it weren't too steep to build. Can we come in a bit? Is that going to be fine? That's fine there. So, let's start from there then, and see if we can't make that too wide. Turn off snapping and bring the line a little further along this way. Bring this down a bit. Okay, it's 2 there. And then let's see about building the burgage alongside it. Now, I'm thinking for this one, potentially, we could get one. Can we squeeze one in here? Ooh. 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 Quite possibly. How far can I push it? Ah, it's so annoying. That's too steep to build, but that isn't. How far can we go? Is that the furthest one? I think it probably is, yeah. Alright, well, yeah, we'll build that there, because that is better use of space than nothing. And then we'll leave space for a burgage here. Come across by 2. Like that. Just come a smidging more across here on the front section of the road there. Guys, let me know in the comments below. Are you guys this pedantic when it comes to placing your burgages, or do you just slap them down all over the place? Is it just me? That's what I'm trying to find out. Is it just typical? Is typical atypical or typical? That's a reasonable rear garden space, so we'll build that one there. And then something similar, so another 2 burgages. Not enough goods. Right, well that's enough little expansion for the time being. We've got people moving in. So we can afford to get a worker back at the quarry, which is splendid. And 89 regional wealth. How can we pump that up? I wonder if we order another horse. Let's do it. Ordering another horse is going to allow us to increase the amount of trade we do, which gives us the money we need to buy in the iron ore that we're going to need really rather soon, I suspect. Getting a couple of hitching posts there, so we've got enough space to stable all the animals that we're starting to buy. And over here, focusing on the larger plots first, I'm going to make you into an orchard. And you could be an orchard as well, you know. Do we make you an orchard? Ignore the bandit camp because there's nothing we can do about it. We could, or we can make it a vegetable plot and then convert this into an orchard later on. Because that's making slightly better use of the space, and an orchard will use up this space here, so it will be better. Track the movement. The year countdown has started. The time limit has started counting down. Let's get spare family working at the saw pit for the moment. Down to 6 months of food, but we are currently going through our spring harvest. And we're starting to produce some rough stone again, so hopefully we can start exporting that as well. What is our export currently look like? We did make some money then from the rough stone, made most of it from charcoal, and a fair bit as well from the pelts, to be fair. So getting more people working at the quarry is going to be a good way to increase our exports, because as we know, it's worth 1 more coin export than the charcoal, and the charcoal is valuable to us in and of itself in a way that the rough stone is not at the moment. Of course, processing it will be even better. You get 5 per dress stone. But that's not something we really have the manpower to do right now. Let's plant you up with... We can't be wasting money at the moment. We just need food. So I think we're going to go for beets. And then we'll just put some quinces in for you here. Lovely stuff. So we've got 4 burgage spots for people to be moving into, and approval at 72% isn't actually too bad, but building a church would definitely improve things. We don't have enough logs for it, but we shall do shortly, I'm sure. We're just 1 short. The next thing is, where are we going to put a smacking great building like this when we're limited on space? It does seem like an enormous use of space, doesn't it? Can we even put it down anywhere over here? I have to go where we've got the the current hunting grounds. We might be moving those sooner than I perhaps hoped. I thought for some reason this disappeared, and I saw bandits over there. I was like, oh, I've missed a year and it's time and we're going to die. But it's fine. It just for some reason disappeared when the church is ready. Oh dear, another region being claimed. That only leaves 2 more, and the Baron will be claiming for us. I'm not sure we're going to be able to do this, guys. It's looking pretty tough, isn't it? By Jove. Right, can we please get that last timber? I'm assuming we have got people working at the logging camp. We do. That definitely would have slowed things down, had we not. Let's change the saw pit to leave us 6 timber, because I can't imagine that's helping the situation. Ooh, somewhere in here we can build it. Okay, I don't really want to use this space over here for a church, but might need to, unless we do come all the way up here to build it. It's quite the walk for everyone if they have to come all the way up here to get to church. But at the same time, I mean, it's just going to take up space up there if we build up there, isn't it? I mean, it's going to take up space wherever we put it, realistically. We're being totally honest with ourselves. Well, there is a spot down here, though. Yeah, I think we put it there. Tiny little plateau in here. Just enough for a couple of buildings, and we'll get the church popped down there. Is there a more direct route we can get with the road? It doesn't look ridiculous. Oh, they're coming down here anyway. Oh, it's fine. The bottom road actually leads straight down to that. And of course, it loops around there. Silly me. Okay, well, we'll get that built there. That seems like a good enough position for it to go. What is our other family going to do? We could leave them to help with construction for the moment. That might not be a bad idea. Having said that, as our third horse arrived, it has. I'm going to send them to go and work at the trading post because we do have plenty of charcoal that can be exported. So perhaps having another family working there will help get it exported even quicker. Hopefully a family moves in here nice and quickly. Let's get another couple of animal pens down. And then let's get an apiary down to help a little bit with pollination. So we can increase the output of our local farms and orchards as and when they start running. We can't afford to change this plot over yet, but maybe once this is fully planted up and food is less of an issue, then we'll get this plot converted over to an orchard where it can make better use of all of the available space. Now, as money does start to come in, we ought to start thinking about buying in some iron. So, we're going to set an import on that. We are going to buy a trade route, and we want at least 20 at any given time. It's going to use up quite a lot of our money for the time being, but it is what it is. Let's get ourselves then the industry we need to support that iron, which of course is going to be a bloomery. Where are we going to position this? Could go here. Yep, that looks like a good... Oh, that's not what I meant to place that. No, this looks like a good a spot as any. Turn off snapping and get it tucked nice and tight in beside the trading post there. Smithy would be useful, but if we can use a burgage for it instead, and we are going to have a blacksmith anyway, we can just rotate the blacksmith between making spears and making iron hammers, or tools rather, and that way we don't have to take up any space with a building we don't necessarily absolutely need. We are going to need a few extra people moving in as well, because some of these buildings are going to have to be converted to blacksmiths. But of course, to do that we need level 2, but the church is indeed on its way to being constructed. We'll need to make some shields as well, so that's going to mean having a reasonable supply of planks, which means probably having another family working at the logging camp to produce more logs. Maybe let's go ahead and do that now so we're prepared ahead of time. I don't want to stop quarrying, but it might be they're more useful elsewhere. Leave them there for the moment, but it's somewhere we can grab someone from if we absolutely need to. I imagine, yeah, we could do with another granary, but to be honest, we can't save the workforce at the moment. We're much better off using them to produce us other goods and resources. I'm not going to spend any money on buying in animals because we need to buy in some iron. We may indeed have already spent a bit. Yep, we're up to 10 iron ore. Getting the bloomery constructed is going to be a priority. But I would also like to get the church constructed. There's so much to do. Let's build the bloomery first, just so it's done, because we can start processing that material once we get another family moved in. Now, first orchard's being planted up there, so that's good to see. Food and fuel looks stable for the time being, so our primary concern right now is our military. We'll form a banner of spear militia, even though there's no one in it at the moment. Still just at 7% on the bloomery. Maybe another ox would be a good use of money. We'll buy one more ox for the moment, just to see if that helps speed things along at all, in terms of getting resources to where they need to be. We've got 281 days until the raiders arrive. I mean, they may not even strike us. I mean, they are definitely going to strike us. We're not playing with AI, we're playing with the Baron. They are going to come here. But wherever they come from, we should have a terrain advantage. That's about the only positive thing I have to say at the moment. I hope it's just one unit, because we're only going to be able to field a partial unit of spear. That's my current thought. Okay. Could really do with a family moving in now, really. How long until we tick over? Okay, they should be moving in shortly. We're about to tick over into June, and there we have June arriving right on time. New families moved in, so we're going to send them to work at the bloomery, and we want to have at least 50 iron slabs in reserve at any one time. That's going to mean buying in a lot of iron ore to start with, but it should calm down a bit once we've produced that stack of iron. So again, we're not going to spend any money on animals again for the minute. We're just going to keep that money set aside for some iron ore. Hopefully, we'll have some iron in no time, and then we'll need to start thinking about whom we are going to convert to a smithy. Probably going to be one of you, obviously, that we haven't already bought an animal for. Probably was no point in building your extensions, actually, but we've done it now. How are we doing for space in the storehouse? getting pretty full. Let's upgrade that to a large storehouse, so we've got space to store everything. Wooden church is very slowly but surely coming along. Could we free up a logging camp worker? Not really, because we do need the logs and the associated planks for construction. We can't really cheap out on those. We're going to keep needing them, so I'll keep that family assigned there. We'll just have to wait for the month to take over if we get an additional worker on the church. Little woodland church down here. Very secluded and out of the way. 257 days. Is that enough to make the spears and shields we need? Talking of shields, that's another reason we need a decent number of planks to make the shields. Let's go to the plank camp. Saw pit, rather. Plank camp. And tell it to make us 100 planks. We might reassign... I mean, actually, let's go to the logging camp and set a permanent livestock assignment to start with, because we have an additional... We have 4 oxen now, so I think we can afford to do that. Hopefully that will speed things up a bit. And we're already down to our timber limit here for what I'm letting them use, so I might temporarily reassign that saw pit worker to go and help at the logging camp, so we can bring in the logs we need to process into planks. Joiner, again, is a level 2 profession, so we're not going to be able to get that going until we get a couple of burgages up to that level. Just waiting on that church. Yep, we ticked over. Another family should move in shortly. There we go. We're actually out of spaces for people to move into. I'd like to build some more burgages, but there are other priorities right now. We'll get the church done. And again, I'd like to be using that timber to turn to planks, but maybe we do just get a couple of extra burgages in here. So we want space to put in another large burgage. Can we get 2 in here? Yeah, we can. We definitely want you to have a rear extension. Put those there for the cost of 4, and then we'll fill out this space here. Okay, and then we need to save the remainder of our timber to be turned into planks. Nearly there with the wooden church. The extra family made all the difference. Fantastic. And we are going to have to spend a little bit of our resources, actually, on upgrading these 2 burgish plots. We're just going to go with those 2 for the time being, because we need to save the planks and timber for our shields. And then we'll get one of them set up as a joiner, and one of them set up as a blacksmith. And hopefully we'll be well on our way to making some weapons. We're looking okay for money, actually, at the moment. We've got 10 iron slabs to start working with. We do need to bring in a bit more iron ore, though. Hopefully that is on its way. Maybe we ought to up that to 50. It takes a long time to get here, that's the problem. And we don't want to find ourselves completely run out when we're desperately trying to make weapons. A third of our countdown to when the raiders appear is gone as well, so time is of the essence. We do need these additional burgages, because with those, that gives us space for people to move in, so that we can afford to lose a few families to work on their rear extensions. I'm going to put that expansion on there. And just as soon as the construction is finished on these 2, I will assign a family back to working at the saw pit. In fact, we can do that now. We don't need 3 families working at the logging camp all the way through. We'll reassign that saw pit so we can get a few more planks made up for us. Good stuff, and hopefully these will finish nice and quickly. Now we've upped the priority for those constructions. There we go. And we're going to turn you into a blacksmith. Might need to make some tools as well. Just enough to keep us going. We'll make those first, I think. Because if we don't have tools, then things like the bloomery are going to become far less efficient, and it needs 3 a year. We'll make 10 tools, and then we'll switch back to producing some spears. How are we doing? Still only got 10 iron slabs. What's the problem? Only 30% productive. Spending a lot of time on your extensions. We might have to reassign who works there. Let's just slow things down a second. And we'll get you made into a joiner's workshop. So I'm going to unassign you. And I'm going to assign you someone who doesn't have a larger extension, so that you've got more time to work on the bloomery. And then whoever was there before can go and work at the charcoal kiln. Okay. That seems to be a viable option. Down to 2 tools for maintenance. 206 days until doom and Armageddon is upon us. We need 10 tools. We're down to 1 now. Came just in time. And you're going to make us large shields. Don't need more than 36. Need a plank reserve of, say, 12 at any given time to allow a little bit of upgrading. And we've got 3 spots for people to move into. So hopefully our population will keep ticking over. Could really do with that additional granary worker at some point too as well. Making plenty of charcoal. Money is still coming in. Really want to see... Oh, there we go. Minus 132. Hopefully that was a whole chunk of iron ore coming in. I say a whole chunk. 14 of the stuff. Iron slabs do seem to be being made faster now. Hopefully as well, we'll have tools coming out of our bottom in no time. Yeah, we've got 3 in here, so they'll be going over to the storehouse in turn. Ready to provide maintenance, and just as soon as we have those tools, we can go ahead and start making some swords. Shields are starting to stockpile up, so that is a positive, and just in the nick of time really as well. Come on, tools. How are we doing? 5 in here. Just need to move them over to storage. 6. Another bandit camp. I'm sure a ruler's army will follow that, and then probably another region being claimed. Such strong forces, and we have nothing to compete with them. And we've got 5 shields. But I don't think without the pointy sticks, they're going to be terribly useful, do you? Up to 8 tools here now. And they're not showing here. Presumably because they've yet to be collected by the storehouse. Another family moved in. Where are we going to send you to work? We're actually keeping on top of planks quite nicely. Could send you to make iron, but I don't think you're needed. We're going through all the iron ore we've got available to us. I'm going to send you to work at the quarry in the hope that you can produce more rough stone for us to sell, because we are selling all of it, I think. And we've got 31 of the stuff. Hopefully we start selling more of it. Maybe I should send you to work at the trading post, actually. But we only have 3 horses. 1 is waiting, though. Hopefully the additional family can get on top of that situation. We do have trade routes for all these things, don't we? Yeah, exporting rough stone. Ah, we didn't buy the trade route. We need 90. Okay, we're going to have to save up for that. If we can, in between buying iron. Those tools have made their way into our stockpile, so let's turn that over to spear. And we want to make 36 of these bad boys. And hopefully before too long, we'll have our first armed militia. We switch back to making tools. We've got 89 slabs, we've got 49 ore, so there is hope. There is hope indeed. Let's see if we can't put this militia together. Right then, so with our spear production hopefully well underway. There's another ruler's army is once again sighted. Very scary indeed. Got 163 days left to prepare, and hopefully we're going to be making weapons at a fairly steady rate. We've got 8 shields already. Look at that. All men of the militia are equipped. Maybe we do indeed stand a chance at defending ourselves here. So, I think we need to maximize trade. So the next time we get any money come in that we can afford... Liched. Where's Liched? That leaves just 1 region before the Baron comes for us. Ooh. So I'm starting to think we might survive the raiders near. Not entirely sure we are going to survive the Baron's wrath. We may have to do a few of those suing for peace deals. Yes. A retinue would be very handy as well, so getting the manor built actually is probably going to be quite important. Where are we at to in terms of our iron production? We have 16 of the stuff. Obviously, we're going to have to buy in a fair bit more to fuel our spear production. 18 slabs to date. I'm presuming it takes 1 iron to make a spear. I don't know where I can actually check that. Hey, it's 1 iron slab and 1 plank to make a spear. How are we doing for planks? I've got 101 of the fellows, so we should be fine for that. Now, I think we need to keep making more space for people to move into. So, what are we going to put on this extension? Do we have another farm? I think we have another farm. Pop that one down there. As for these two, we'll get in maybe another... Apiaries cost too much money. Let's get a couple of animal pens on these two for the time being. And more space to be able to move in is going to be critical, because without that, we can't increase the size of our military. So I wonder if there's some space over here to put some dwellings as well. How is our market stall doing? Very depressed. Let's get another family working at the granary, and upgrading that granary to a large one is probably going to be worthwhile doing as well. Would like to get these upgrades done, but I don't think it's the most important thing right now. Okay, so we've got the church down here. There's probably a bit of space down here we can get a few dwellings as well. How long we're going to have to move and chase around the wild animal deposit. It's now a good time, actually, because food for 11 months, we can probably get away without having the wild animals as a source of food right now. Let's do it. Right, let's have a little play around and see if we can't get this located somewhere we can't actually build. So we're making better use of the space available to us. So we'll take the shrine tool. Hop! Where'd you go? All the way over here. Hop! 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 Over there. I still want it relatively close to where we are, if it can be helped. Oh dear. So the chase begins. I don't know if there's like a preset number of places it can appear. All I know is I'm going to be deleting shrines for like 15 minutes. Presumably it can't respawn somewhere where there's already a shrine. One would presume. For a moment I thought it had left the region. How's that? That's not terrible. It's not great either, though. Right, the search continues. Ooh. I think we'll take that. Right. Where are my shrines? Luckily, you can hold tab. And see the how far they got with construction. So we can get in here and delete these before we unpause the game. And we send our workers all across the map, building shrines that we do not need. I'll just get all these done, and I'll be right back with you. There's so many. Toodle pips. Alrighty, I think that is all of the shrines deleted. Large granary being finished construction there. Wonderful. So, that gives us a whole bunch of space here that we can move some properties into. And if we take a look at the terrain, you can see it's pretty good for getting some dwellings in. So I think what we'll do is very similar to what we've already done. We'll just take some burgages across here, and then we'll build some rear extensions behind them. I think they do better when they go out to the left, is what we've discovered. So, oh no, I've got the first shrine. Let's start by relocating the hunter's camp. Do we put them near the wild animals? Or do we... Can we get them somewhere on this road? We can. There's a bit of flat land in here, is there? Interesting. Gonna make use of that. Ooh. Put them just there. And then we'll connect that back up to the road here. Like so. And we'll have to remember to get a family working there. And we very quickly need to get on and build some dwellings. So probably ought to leave maybe a little bit of space here for some more industry and for granaries, etc. perhaps. So let's start our burgages in line with this. We can always move them, put a few more in here later on if we do find the need to do so. So as per usual, let's see if we can't get a couple of houses in here. Oh, it's so very nearly perfect. Let's come a smidgen further down that road. Conservate space, people. Let's delete that road. We'll just we'll do this by eye. So from there, there maybe. How's that going to look? Close. Just needs to come a little bit further down the road. Okay, and then a little bit further up. Come on. There we are. So, 2 burgages there. And then we will take this one up behind. Little something like that there. Now, do we want to have a road behind this with curve? Let's take a road across here. And curve it back down. Oh, I really don't want to be wasting space, do we? Right, we'll take a straight road then to here. We'll bring that back down there. That'll be our defining limits, and then we'll put a road up here temporarily, and that'll give us the outline for this here burgage. I am very worried about the amount of space that we have available to us. As I know, I keep mentioning. If I turn snapping on, can I get it to fill that little bit there? It doesn't look like it. Okay. Put that down there. And then we'll take another couple of small burgages. Ooh, that's interesting. I've never seen them do that before, where by making it longer, you have an additional plot stuck behind. If I make this one longer, it doesn't happen to that one. Weird. Is it just because it's just wide enough to let it happen, is it? Not complaining. Extra population density is generally a good thing for us here on this map. And then get another burgage here. Not enough goods. Right, well, that gives us something to get on with for the time being. Let's delete that road because it's taking up valuable space. Should leave plenty of resources for the making of shields and arms. Look at that. We're up to 24. And there's still equipment missing. So how are we doing for iron slabs? We've got 20 iron slabs still. And we've got iron ore to be turned into iron. We've still got 7 tools. So we don't need to turn around straight away and get ourselves a few more tools. Just spent a whole lot of money on bringing in, I presume, more iron. Yes, it was 26. Probably could use that money to buy another horse. Let's pause iron import temporarily, because we have a fair bit of it now. I think we've got enough iron ore and iron to produce as many weapons as we can. So we'll set no trade on iron for a moment, and just see if we can't build up enough money to get ourselves another horse, which is going to be very useful indeed. And we of course do want to continue expanding our vegetable production, etc. I think we could probably start doing some upgrades now, cautiously. We are very short on timber from all the construction. We've got 5 spots we're moving in, so we can still bring more people in. 108 days till raiders appear. An entire unit of spear militia should be able to take care of them. And I think we're going to nearly be able to field that. It's the Baron, the aggressive Baron, as I keep saying, that I'm more concerned about. Hopefully we'll be able to negotiate with him. But to negotiate with him, we probably need to have a little bit of money. So for that, we're going to need a manor. And while it's mostly for aesthetic reasons, I really do want to have the manor right at the very top of this hill. And looking at the ley lines, basically it's going to be here on this little rock circle. Oh, it's nice, isn't it? So right about here, with a tower poking over the top, and then hopefully leaving space to put a wall around it. Is that too steep to build on, or do we have to move that again eventually? That's too steep to build, that's fine. And as I keep saying, it would be nice to have a central keep here and other walls that protect the settlement, but that's all to come if we survive that long. It might be, this is the other thing that really annoys me about the game at the moment, devs, you're paying attention, when we're attacked by the Baron, for example, the combat zone for winning the region, which is where you have to fight to take on the challenge, should be based on your manor and should be based on your castle, because then they actually have to come to you to attack your castle. If it's any old spot, and that's not where your castle is, and I think on this map, it's down here, or something like that, that's just no use, because we can't then use the terrain to our advantage to defend ourselves. But that's just the way things are at the moment. Maybe we can extend a bit of the manor all the way down. In fact, I wonder if you could just build a separate wall, and the Manor grounds will technically go across here. We might be able to do that, so we might even have an external fortification. Oh, so many ideas, I'm so excited. Anyway, 32 out of 36, excellent. We just need that extra bit of timber. I am going to go ahead and get that manor down, because even a small retinue is going to be more use to us than no retinue. So I think to start with, we will literally pop our manor just, maybe just in the middle. And then we can have it surrounded by other buildings. Boom, we'll put that there. And we need a bit more material to be able to build the garrison's tower. To make sure we're speeding time along. And this means, of course, we need to design a path to get up there. At the moment, I think there is a route, but it comes from this side. Road down here somewhere? Yeah, there's King's Road there. It doesn't actually extend all the way along here. And we don't want to put roads, really, where we would otherwise be able to put buildings. So let's take the log camp tool and just check the terrain for how steep it is. Obviously, we've got more mines to go here. It flattens out onto the top there. Just flatten out here. All the way around there. So, I mean, everyone's going this way. And that is too steep to build here. So I wonder if we put a zigzag path up here, and maybe we'll also put one here. Wouldn't it be too zigzag? I know it looks better if it's zigzagged, because obviously you wouldn't expect to be able to walk directly up a mountain like this. But of course it takes longer for everyone to get up it if it's too zigzagged. Let's just gently make our way up. And then we'll come round to the manor. Like that there. How's that for a road? I mean, it's still steep, don't get me wrong. But it doesn't look as steep as if you were to do this, does it? And that just looks a bit silly. You'd be climbing sections of that. Right, so we'll have a curved road going up there. Am I happy with how that looks? Looks fairly natural, doesn't it, in the way it climbs the hill? I mean, what's this one over here look like? Yeah, it meanders for much further, I suppose, but... Alternatively, we could try maybe do this. Space out a little bit further. How's that look? Let's build that. Delete the original one. So, coming up here. Back across there and back around. Yeah, I think I prefer that. Bit of a gentler snake up. That looks better. Yes. Less ziggy-zaggy. So we'll get that there. And we might as well put a small little switchback love path in there. Make that a little bit more extreme, actually. Yep. And that looks good. Down to 3 available burgages, so hopefully we get this manor up here constructed sooner rather than later. Look at all that money that's poured in. Let's quickly go and order ourselves a horse. We want to make sure that a couple of these hitching posts are upgraded to stables as well. Still looking pretty good for planks. The manor is actually nearly constructed already. We will have another road that runs down this way here. I wonder if we can get away with that one being fairly straight. Do we need to ziggy-zaggy this one as well? Hello there, fellow traveller. I hope you're enjoying the journey so far. If you are, then leaving a like, comment or subscribe really does help the channel reach more people who might enjoy these calm, relaxing long plays too. It also means a lot to me personally, so thank you as always for your support. Right then, enough from me. Top up that tea, make yourself comfortable, and let's get back to Manor Lords. Toodle pip! How's that? Might have to move it depending on where this stone pit goes, actually, but it might be okay. I think that looks okay. This is a bit odd here, but we might come and edit that when we come to actually building other things up there. Right, are we done with the manor? We are indeed. Can we afford to get a garrison tower down? We need 10 logs. I presume then we're a little way off that. We've got lots of unassigned workers though, while we've been off busy roading. Let's get a third worker at the logging camp then. And we'll get, we've got 4 people working at the trading post. That's good because we've got that many horses. Let's go ahead and get down vegetable garden in there. And is there anywhere we haven't done planting over here? How are we doing for veg? Carrots we are short of. We'll get some carrots to go in there. We'll buy some goats to go in there. How are we doing for weapons? We've got 24 spare spears, 10 shields, 7 tools. We've got 34 iron. Not going to import any more iron just yet then. We'll use the money for other purposes. So we'll get a couple more apiaries because they can help pollinate all of our lovely fields and orchards. Just 31 days now until raid is near. Let's slow things down a little bit and make sure we are taking care of everything we want to be doing. I think we need more timber production, so I'm tempted to get down a second logging camp. There's obviously lots of logging opportunities on this map. In this region we are not short of trees, so we're not going to bother planting any just yet either. I wonder if we just put it in here for the time being and then move it later on, or do we need the space for building houses? We probably do, don't we? Could have it up here. Can we put it over here somewhere? Just double up with this one. Probably want it nearer to some other trees, don't we? Put it down here, maybe, for the time being. Can we squeeze it in here, maybe? Too close to the edge of the map. Get one just there. Right, we'll put it there for the time being. To enable us to do a little bit more tree choppy, as I like to say. And we could probably do another worker at the storehouse, so we'll assign someone there. Sorber is assigned. We're doing okay for charcoal, but another woodcutter's lodge worker wouldn't be a bad shout. Buy some more carrots for that one. And then, without completely stripping ourselves of material, let's go up here. Wait, let's not build the garrison tower yet, because actually we've already got our 5 retinue and we can't afford to buy any more than that anyway. And that tower just gives us additional space as opposed to giving us anyone for free. So if we've got the material, why don't we go ahead and effect some more upgrades. Buy a pig for you. So we'll just go along and upgrade all of these to level 2 burgages to bring us in a little bit of passive income at the very least. And hopefully up approval. How are we doing for materials there? 5 timber. Right, we will upgrade another 3 then. Then we'll save up a bit of lumber and we'll do a little bit more construction work once these trees have been chopped down and moved out of the way. Because we want to, of course, get a few more burgages filling out this space over here. Build a bunch of upgrading going. 15 days till raiders are near. Got a full 36 retinue. Can we get a second retinue? Look at that. So now we assume we're recruits missing. We are indeed. So we have got some spare shields and spears. And we've got 44 troops at our beck and call. A good start. A good start. It would be nice to get some crossbowmen eventually as well. I do love my crossbows. I'm sure you all, if you've watched any of my playthroughs before, you'll know how Typical does love a good crossbow. Right, 7 timber. Just gonna let them cut down a few more of those trees. We have got 2 spaces for people to move into. Hopefully, we're going to be okay. Bandit camp was sighted. Could we take care of them? We probably could, and that would be a great way to get some initial income, but I don't know if we'll be able to beat the Baron there, and we've also got the added risk that if we come and attack this way, and then we have the raiders spawn on the other side of the map, our troops will not be near enough to home to defend it, so I think we're going to leave them where they are. We will have to leave that one to the Baron, unfortunately. Now, we're obviously quarrying, and we've got a fair bit of rough stone. We are exporting most of it by the looks. It wouldn't hurt to have some of that stone being dressed to diversify our exports. So let's see if we can't get ourselves a stonemason's station. And if there's anywhere up here we can squeeze that. Ooh, perfect. Get that just on the road there. And then maybe we'll be able to assign someone to go and work at that spot. Back with the housing. Can we get a little... There's a large burgage next, isn't it? How many trees are we going to waste by doing this? Only one way to find out.
Step right up and sample.
Okay. So we're too close to this road here, presumably. Looks like it. There we go. Oh, there they are. Let's get right in here and see where this road is. So I want to be like here. Okay, how's that? Pretty swish. We'll build that there. And then we'll get... Can we fit 2 in here? So that one there. And then can we do this? We can. Perfect use of space. Great stuff. So, where have they arrived? They're actually down by the raiders' camp. So, let's deploy our forces to the edge of the road here. Rally the men for the first time. Men, to arms! Grab your spears, grab your shields. The defense of the realm is nigh. Exciting stuff. Our first military action on this, our mountaintop playthrough. Exciting stuff indeed. Right. enough of gawking at the wonderful terrain and our own prowess. Why don't I have 2 banners? This is annoying when this happens. Right, they don't have a... Oh, there they are. Right, they've got a banner all of a sudden. So, I think we start marching down the hill. In the hopes that... I don't want to be running. In the hopes that we can take on the raiders as they come up to attack us and be tired from going up the hill. And then we can move on those brigands for an initial chance to gain a bit of influence. And also to gain a little bit of money, should we need to hire some mercenaries, which we're definitely going to need to do if the Baron decides to make a move on us, and we have to fight it out. Let's check in where they spawned. Oh, they've been spotted. Blast, there's 2 units. And they're definitely coming our way. Right. I think we defend in this little clearing here. We're going to put our retinue in the fore, and we're going to put our spears out to the sides. Each unit of spear, I want you... can't really shield. Can we shield wall in this gap here? No, so we're not going to be able to shield wall. So hopefully, our numbers will speak for themselves. Here they come. Let's just check everything's okay at the camp. We've got 1 spot for people to move in, 3 being constructed. Obviously, a lot of people are away at war at the moment. Let's get 2 families working at that logging camp. And can we order ourselves another ox? We can, we'll do that. And we'll assign that logging camp an ox to hopefully start generating even more timber, which we are very short of at the moment. Food, still looking fine. We didn't ever get anyone back at that hunting camp. Let's assign someone over there, leaving 1 family for construction, and I think that'll do us just fine. Back over here in the woods then. Where are the brigands? Just there. Let's make sure we're actually on this edge of this hill, so that we have a terrain advantage. We want them to be fighting uphill. It's hard to see in this dense forest. I would not want to be fighting in here, that's for sure. Fortunately, my men are braver than I. We've lined up with the trees surrounding us, and we're ready to take the enemy's charge. They should be just down here. There they are. Now, I'm seeing an already engaged sign there. Has the Manor? Has the Baron come to take care of these chaps? Or is there another bandit camp somewhere? No, the game's just being a little bit buggy. Never mind. Right, back under the tree layer. Let's make sure we're prepared. Keep a sharp eye out, man. There they are, approaching. It's 1 unit. I wonder where the other one is. Just behind there. We really want our retinue to take the brunt of this charge. I wonder if we can take advantage of the fact they've attacked in 2 waves and see if we can't get in with this troop to do as much damage as we can to these chaps. Right. We're in the melee now. I think set to balanced is probably a good idea. 23, we've got 45 men with which to fight, 50 including our retinue. They're losing men. I really hope we don't lose too many men in this conflict. We might have to build some corpse pits after this. Or indeed get someone working at the church to bury any of our own that we lose. So far, so good. Their effectiveness is dropping. We have lost a man of the retinue. They're kind of trying to outflank, aren't they? Make sure we keep the terrain advantage. Come on, retinue. Do your best. Gotta make sure we're not getting surrounded. Sandwich them from both sides. They're trying to maneuver around us, but I think we're doing okay. It's a deadly melee here in the forest. There we are. Good job, men. Cutting them down. Don't let them outmaneuver you. They're down to 12 there. This unit's down to 11. Hopefully they're going to be breaking before too long. I don't want to speak too soon, but we've yet to lose any of the men of the retinue that we did lose. Sorry, any of the men of the militias that we have lost a man of the retinue. One of their units is broken. We're going to reposition our retinue and our unit of spear to see if we can't help out the other unit over here. They may break them before we ever arrive. And there we have it. Victory is ours. The price was small, which I am glad to see. Now, is this bandit camp still here? It is. Let's move in on that bandit camp. We'll recuperate a little bit before we attack. We'll take them on, and we'll take our first, or second rather, victory, and our first paycheck for taking on some brigands. Well, we've survived the initial raid, which is something I was not entirely convinced we would be able to do. So, not a terrible start. Not a terrible start. Well done, everybody. Splendid stuff. So, how are we doing back here? I think everyone's pretty taken care of, isn't it, over here? I'm not going to bother with course bit because I can't afford the men to man it. So we're just going to have to take the happiness hit. If indeed they say, men need burying, because they're quite far away as well. Right, let's move in on the brigands. There's some brigands over here as well. We might go and see if we can take care of them. 2 brigand camps. Gosh, our fortunes have turned, haven't they? From a defenseless little mountaintop group of tents, we've already got a battle-hardened military. Though we are far from invincible, that's for sure. Right, has that got close enough to aggro them? Doesn't... Yes, it has, okay. Once again, and we're going to set them to be more defensive because I want them to survive. Can't afford to lose many men in the retinue. They should attack there first, and then I think we're going to push in and hope that our numbers can speak for themselves. Come on, don't lose anyone. There we go. Fantastic stuff. So we didn't lose anyone this time. Let's go and take care of that bandit camp, and then we'll go and see if we can't deal with the other one as well. Good job, man. Good job. Now, everyone remember Larry, the man of the retinue we left behind. Forever bless Larry. Belong to my treasury now. From now on, the retinue shall be known as Larry's Lads. We shall christen them this now. Right. March along the road, please. Larry's Lads and the men of the militia. I hope I don't forget that. Okay, let's send them back. There are 20 corpses that need burying. We're going to ignore that. I'm sure there is mourning going on at the manor for Larry. Yes, there is indeed. Got a spare worker. Let's not assign them to the stonemason station, actually, because, and there's a reason for this. If we're pretty much selling all of the rough stone we're making, which we are more or less, we might as well get another worker at the quarry, produce more of it. Granary and storehouse are doing okay, but we're definitely going to need more space sooner rather than later. Lose 1 man for construction. Still not really recovered on the timber front, despite having 2 operational logging camps. So hopefully that starts getting taken care of sooner rather than later. Why are they waiting?
Come on.
Do some work. Good grief. Outrageous. Ah, I see. It's because some of you are out fighting. Fair enough. You can't be chopping down trees if you're fighting. That's one of the things I do like about this game, is that if your men are away fighting, they can't be doing other jobs, so your economy does slow down while you're at war. Just kind of naturally, without any just percentage-based hits that you might get in other games. Alright, how are we doing? Getting close? I love that you're going to line up on the road, but you could have walked on the road to get here. Okay. Keep marching on. That should be enough to aggro them. Position ourselves here. And I think we'll go for the same layout. Retinue in the center. Spears on the sides. Has that aggroed them? There's no one here. I wonder if this unit was engaged by the Baron, and they no longer exist. We'll take all of our men, just in case it's a trap. And we will claim the booty for ourselves, even if we didn't have to fight the people. We have got enough influence to claim another region. I'm not going to, though, because we're not going to be able to settle it straight away. We don't have the money. And if we claim this region here, that leaves the Baron will make a 50... What it'll mean... Get your words straight, people. The Baron will make a 50-50 choice between claiming Teufelsberg and Schwarzholz. And if he claims Schwarzholz, we can basically let him have it. But if he claims Teufelsberg, we have to defend it. There's no point being left with Schwarzholz if there's nothing in it. So I'm not going to claim it. Leave it as one more that the Baron can take for himself. Okay. Let's run our men back to camp, which is going to be very exhausting, but that's fine because they don't have any combat left to do. We'll speed time along, and hopefully when the men are back, we can start chopping down some trees again, and we'll have timber for construction once more. We have 33 spears and 15 large shields. Is that the limit we've set for the number of shields we want made? Let's go and check in our joinery. No, we do want 36, but we need at least 12 planks. You should be making them. Right, thank you men for your service. You can go home to your various jobs. Please chop down some trees. We're short a few trees. Transporting. I mean, it would be useful as well to have granaries and storehouses dedicated, but I think especially in this playthrough where there's so much limited space, I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. We just have to take it wherever. And there we have it. The Baron is moving on Schwarzholz. He'll be on to us soon. I think we still just need to focus on economy and focus on our military. We have at least now got enough money that we could hire in some mercenaries, although there's only one available. So that means the Baron has hired some for himself. Let's get some taxation going. So 2% perhaps on land tax and 2% on tithe, so we can start building influence and money in our own treasury. 2 unassigned families, just 1 spot left for people to move in. Hopefully now everyone's home as well, we can get on with construction. I think everything just paused while the military was away fighting. What do we want to put here then? So we've got quite a few vegetables being produced now. So maybe we place this one here. But before you plant too much. There's quite a lot there, isn't there? We're going to do it. We're going to demolish that extension and we're going to put down an orchard, which will make better use of the space, and then we'll put down a vegetable plot here. And we put a vegetable plot here as well. Let's get an orchard in there. Try and have a mix of the two, because we are definitely going to need fruits as well. And we'll get down some apples in there because we can afford them. Get them planted up. It's spring, so they should all get in this year. Some of our fruit trees in this burgage plot as well. And we're going to put you to be an animal pen. Got a little bit of pork, got a little bit of meat, got eggs, got milk, so balance is looking okay at the minute. Let's get some beets planted in there, because we seem to be a little short on beets, really. Ooh, expansion space there. We'll get that done, so we've got somewhere else for people to be moving into. That's that little odd-shaped one, wasn't it? Yes, I do remember now. And we've got a couple more burgages we can upgrade as well, so we shall do so. Timber is starting to come in, so that's good. How are we doing on that rough stone? We do seem to be building up a small excess now. Let's go to the trading post, and we are definitely trading away everything we can. We may need to set our limit for the amount of charcoal they can use to be a bit higher as well at some point. Let's buy, while we can afford it, a trade route for dressed stone. We just need a surplus of 20, enabling us to upgrade our church. Upgrade that apiary down there, and we'll plant some quinces in there, because that's all we can afford. Let's use up all of our money for the time being. There's no tools left, so we do need to go down to our blacksmith. And we need to reassign you to make us some tools, please. We should have enough iron left over to make those. Yeah, 18 slabs, it's perfect. We don't actually need anyone at the bloomery at the moment, because there is currently no iron being purchased. Instead, we'll get you working at the stonemason station, see if we can't start dressing some of that stone. Let's get a third worker as well at the quarry. And we should have a fair amount of timber now, so we can think about a few more burgages perhaps. Although, maybe the next thing to build is another granary and storehouse. Let's see where we can fit these. So, in here's a bit close to these. Put them back here, but I think down here is going to make the most sense. Irritatingly, right where we put the camp there. Yeah, we could put them down here. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. How far up this hill can we put them? Yeah, quite a bit of space around here. And that'll accommodate for the... Ooh! Is there flat space here as well? Oh, there is some flat space over here. Fantastic. Well, in that case, yeah, we'll get them down on this road here. Ooh, lovely. We can get one in there. That's a good use of space there. So we'll get the granary down there. And then we'll see where in here we can get ourselves a storehouse. Yeah, it's right on the edge of the map, but that's fine. Let's actually rotate it around to match the church for orientation. Good. And then market stalls. I think we can put these on slopes. I don't think these are sensitive to that. Too soon to build. I was wrong. Can we get some in here at least? Yeah, we can. So we'll get a fairly sizable market stall just there. And any water down here? There is indeed. So we'll have to put this just here. Like so, we've got plenty of stone. So let's upgrade the well up here to a stone well as well. Aha, very good. And now we're just waiting on the Baron to make his move. So we just want to be as prepared as we possibly can for that eventuality. I'm pretty happy so far with our little startup here. I think we've been fairly efficient on space. We've got a good source of food coming in. We've got a little bit of everything. So yeah, pretty happy with how it's going so far. We have space here to do a bit more expansion. A little bit of space there. Space here. There's a little bit over here we've discovered as well. And that's before we start working our way up here. So a little bit of space to grow. And grow indeed we need to start doing because we are running out of accommodation space. How far... Can we build any properties here? Not quite there. What about along here? Yeah, we can along here. How far down can we get these? So that's too steep. That's too steep, but that was fine. We did have these just now, didn't we? Where exactly were they? Can we go sideways here? Too steep. There's some space, but not loads, actually. Maybe that's better off used for industrial purposes. We need to decide to build somewhere, that's for sure. Right. Maybe we put a larger property here. That could work. Okay, and then we fill up some space here. How far around this are we allowed to build before it's too steep? It's about there. Oh, we can actually do that. The lion is having a fun time with the slope there, isn't it? What if we do this here? That could make for a nice orchard. We'll build that one there. And then we'll take a road along here. And is there any chance of building some burgages here? Too steep. What if we make them smaller? Can we get one? We can get one in here before it gets too steep. In that case, can we do this? It's going to be a fairly small one. That's fine. Yeah, maybe not. Nope, so we're not building that. Can we get any on this side? Or is that going to be too steep? I imagine it's too steep. We might be able to go this way. Yeah, we can go that way. So, if we tuck one in just here, how big of a rear garden can we give you? Reasonably big. I wonder if that would be a good use of space for over here. How far can we extend that? Oh, pretty far, actually. So if we build a road coming out from this here, a little bit like that there, and then we take our burgaging tool. No, we need to go around this way. That's what we were needing to go around. That's it there. And fit a baggage into this. Wowza. Is this all really flat land here? No, I don't think we would be able to build a baggage on that, but we can have an extension on it. How far can we stretch it? That is ridiculous. think we're going to want 2 baggages. Okay, are we still going to be able to build a wall here? Don't know. I don't know. But right now, getting baggages down that we can use is more important. So we're going to build those there, and those are definitely going to need to be orchards. Definitely need to be orchards. What we could do, actually, is we could pop over to the castle planner and find out if we can build this close to the edge. Yeah, looks like we can. So we are going to be able to build around the outside, being very close to the edge, without straying into neighbouring terrain. Good, right. That's that proved. And the next thing I want to prove is if we can build a separate structure. Out here, for example. Not promising. Is it just too far away from the manor? Oh no. Aha. So we could potentially, even though it gets this weird strip up here in terms of where the manor is, like they said, there's going to be town walls later on. So it's going to be a little bit different in the future. But in theory, once we know where the battle area is, which we'll see when for the first time the Baron attacks us, we could potentially set up a separate fortification in that area that we could fight from inside of. I like that idea. We're definitely going to be trying to do that later on. We're in another drought. I think this is the second drought we've had in this playthrough already. And we've only been here, what, 2 years? Year and a half? I do love how this is developing though. We've cleared quite a bit of the trees. There's actually more space up here to build than I thought there would be originally. I thought we'd be really, really constrained for space. And don't get me wrong, we are pretty constrained for space. But there is more here in terms of this little plateau than I thought there was. I mean, when I saw there was an option to spawn here on this map, I wasn't even sure there was this. You could do that and you could spawn on Devil's Hill. I thought we might have to start at the bottom and work our way up. But we can do it, and it looks mighty fine. So, we've got 4 unassigned families. We need to build some plots in here. So you're definitely orchard material. You're definitely vegetable plot material. So we've got a few spots for people to be moving into. How are we doing for timber? We've got lots of it. We've got some dressed stone as well. Hopefully we're starting to export that. Let's take a look at our records. Not yet. We made quite a bit on our stone, actually. Let's set our limit for how much charcoal we want to trade away. We probably want to have a surplus of more like 200 these days, given our growing population size. Another worker at the woodcutter's lodge might not be a bad thing. Now, can they go and chop down trees in other regions? Don't think they can. So, do we set them up a working area? They have to kind of chop trees down here, and we can just replant these. That might be a good idea. Have they got easy road access up there? They can take this road here. Yeah, okay. Let's set them a working area of this. See if that helps them in terms of being able to cut down lots of stuffs and things. And then we are going to then build a forester's hut. Hopefully we can squeeze in on one of these hills somewhere. Oh, wonderful. We can get it just in here. So we'll build that just there, leaving hopefully enough space to people to walk there, even if we can't build a road. And their job will be to forest this area for the use of the woodcutter's lodge. We may need to get another woodcutter's lodge somewhere else eventually. But that should do for the time being. And again, you're probably all walking off to do your cutting, aren't you? So maybe let's reduce the workers there by 1 and increase them down here, because there's lots of space readily available for them. We'll upgrade this granary and storehouse down here, ready for when we do get something going down there. And I imagine that's somewhere we probably ought to assign some people. Yeah, we're going to get a 3rd worker each of our current granary and storehouse before we then move over into the new one. We'll upgrade that burgage. Ooh. Let's get some pears. Very expensive, but probably worth doing. Let's get a family working here. And your job is going to be to keep this area behind you planted. Good. Might be worth getting 2 families working there eventually. Both of these are going to be orchards, because orchard plots deal much better with long, thin plots than I found vegetable plots do. Vegetable plots tend to not work very well at that sort of scale. 3 plus 2 for people to be moving in, so we're okay for that for the moment. How's the military looking? We're getting there in terms of having a couple of full units of militia. We've got a little bit of money in our own coffers to be able to hire in mercenaries should it become necessary. I'm very concerned that there's only the Wayward Sons available. Has the Baron already employed everyone available? In which case we'll definitely need to make sure we've got a stronger homegrown militia. Talking of a strong homegrown militia, it would be helpful if they had helmets and other such things. Fortunately, we just don't have access to that much iron. We could make gambesons, but obviously for that we need linen. We don't have access to that either. But normally by now I'd be ordering some sheep, but I am pretty certain that we are too high up to have sheep. Yes. So, unfortunately, there is one spot we can keep sheep in. It's actually right down the bottom here. We can have a little settlement on this plateau, and they can breed the sheep in fields down here. And I have found in a previous playthrough that that is low enough in the valley for the sheep to survive during winter. But we're not going to be settling obviously down there for a minute. So we're just going to have to wait on that one. What we could do though is look to move into clay production as well. Uh-oh. More raiders. Where are they coming in from? Ooh, interesting. I wonder how they're going to approach. Are they going to come across the land bridge here? Or are they going to come around this side? Well, in any case, let's rally our men. And we'll rally them top of the hill. From where we can respond. Oh, we need 5? A minimum of 5, do we? I didn't know that. Right, well. 50 coins. Can't afford it. Let's go without the retinue. We need that money. We really do need that money. Right, let's see what path they take in. So they're going pretty much straight at the moment. So I don't think they're going to come across the land bridge. So we'll just pause and send our spear militias down here instead. So I think they're just going to come down the valley and up this side, and then hopefully we'll be able to face them on this steep slope here. Is that a good place? What about there? That's better, because then we've got the rocks to one side. Still can't quite shield wall up here. Right, hopefully that terrain advantage gives us everything we need. They're somewhere in this forest now. We stand ready to take them on once they arrive. It's not just the Baron we need to worry about. Frequent raiders is going to keep us very busy when it comes to the military, I am sure. Oh, here they are. About to engage our men. I'm really hopeful here. Terrain gives us a significant advantage. I'm surprised we don't just fall down the hill. Do we stand our ground? I think we just let the terrain speak for itself. Yeah, their effectiveness is next to nothing. Ours is still very high. Hopefully we don't lose any men. 29 men in each of our militias. Guard your brothers. Poke downwards. Poke downwards. Shield, thigh to chest. Thigh to chest, man. Do it for Larry. Do it for Larry's lads. Don't let them outflank you, men. What are you doing? Let's pull back up the hill. Make sure we maintain that strong position. No one has been struck down yet, which I find concerning. The AI definitely tries to work its way around the outside, doesn't it? Do we push in? Oh dear, don't let them get above us. We're basically fighting on even terrain at this point. What? Do we pull back and try and form another line? Disengaging happens much faster now, which is positive. So we'll pull back up here. Give us an advantageous position. And I think we are going to press in on these. We'll do the same with this unit. And they've definitely got on top of us, which is unfortunate. Hopefully we don't lose anyone as a result. It's not been a smooth battle so far. Our effectiveness is definitely suffering. I don't know why they're allowed to walk around the outside of that cliff. I was hoping that would keep them kind of pinned in. Definitely fighting uphill against them now. Hopefully our superior numbers and superior weaponry will make the difference though. This unit looks like it's on its way to breaking. Come on, men. Don't let anybody die. Nobody dies this day. Nobody dies this day. They're now fighting uphill, the opposite of what we want. They're down to 10. They should break once they're about 9, I think. Hopefully. Though that has previously been when we've had a retinue as well, which I think has a fear factor. Oh no, we lost a lad! So sad. Let's employ someone at the church, so he might be buried. We've broken one of the units, but at what cost? At what cost? The answer is the lives of one of our beautiful boys. They didn't learn from Larry's death, obviously. Right, disband the men. Very sad. Well, I think to recover from that emotional trauma, I'm going to make myself a lovely cup of Yorkshire tea. I suggest you do the same. One moment. Lovely couple of strawberries, and I've got here a lovely cup of Yorkshire tea. So I return to you revitalized and rejuvenated, and ready to press on. Forward, times 8 speed. So, what are we doing? Probably can't afford to buy anything for there just yet, because they're going to be quite extensive, the planting costs there. Yeah, no, we lost one of those lads, the smithy. So, that's where the chap was from. What do we want to expand or do next then? So we've got a bit of space here for burgaging, and I do think we need more burgages. Perhaps we could see how much we can get done down here. That might be a good option. And then I suppose we're into moving up. I don't know how many more spots there are peripherally. But we can go on down here. I know there's some other side of this road. And then I think it's all the way down the bottom here before you get to the next plateau. I don't think there's anything on this side. No. Ooh. Little tiny plateau there, actually. Just down from the wild animals. Then it's this spot here we've talked about. Yes. I think up is probably going to be the answer after we've fully fleshed this part out. So, keep an eye on food and on fuel. And then we want to look at doing the clay as well. We're going to need to buy in some more iron at some juncture. How are we doing for iron? 2 slabs left. Yes. Okay. I think then we do reopen trade on iron. As expensive as it is going to be. Order a goat there and an upgrade. Look at that. Buy us 110 straight away. Having said that, we are going to want to plant these up, and that's going to be very expensive. We'll get some iron in, and then we'll worry about the planting later on. They don't seem that concerned about the fact there's a load of unburied, buried bodies, do they? So, burgaging. I wonder if we get a bunch of denser plots in, or do we still want to mix these up? Mixed use. I think we go mixed use. How close can we get here? If we build a little road like so, to act as a side for these burgages. Get 2 of these in here. Make it even smaller. Nope, we were basically on the limit where we were, so we'll get those in there. And then how far can we push this out? That is too steep. That seems to work. Can we get any closer? Yep. Just keep going until it says no bueno. It's pretty close to the road, isn't it? Alright, I think we'll go with that. Then we shall repeat our process here. You, come on, get 2 baggages in there, no problem. You know you want to, game. You know you want to. Try and tease this thing out. So you would have felt there's more space there, but it doesn't seem to want to let us do it. And then it's here. Can we get this all out to there? Too steep. But that's fine. Okay. That there, and then we've got space probably for 2 next to that. Actually, don't need to go right over to that edge. We'll bring it back if we can. Yep. Probably come down a little closer this way as well. That's the ticket. Because this eventually is going to move this long camp. In fact, it's rather full at the moment, but I'm tempted to move it sooner rather than later because it's in prime Burgish territory. Maybe we do get another granary and storehouse down here. If only because we could probably do with some specialization in terms of what they hold. And maybe we want to get some specialized burgages over here. Later down the line. Especially if we are going to increase the population density over here, we're going to need more. So what I might do actually is go and find ourselves, optimistically, a tavern. Because I would like to get to that stage eventually. This is in a fairly central location. And I might actually carry this road on down here. And delete this road and rebuild it. So that it is not taking up more space here than it needs to. Then we'll get the tavern. How do you want to put the tavern? Like that. Can we fit in the granary first? At the end here. So put the granary there. And then we'll get our tavern. And pop it in just here. And a storehouse. Go down here as well. We've already got the market stall here, which does have additional spaces. How many spaces are left here? We've got 27 free in total. I know not all of them are here, but that might be okay. These two. We put that road coming back across. For the time being. For the time being, we'll continue that road across there. Right, so it's a fair bit of building being done. We'll get an upgrade on that. Ooh, we can afford apples in there, and I'll have to save it for quinces in the other ones. They'll be planted up next year. Over here, these are largely going to be, I think, for vegetables, so we'll get those in there. And what do we need in terms of artisans? What are they going to do? Because at the moment we're going to need a bower. That's what we're going to need. And an armor eventually as well. But I think a bower is probably the first port of call. So I'll wait till we can upgrade them to level 2 before I give them anything in their back garden. And we'll continue on with upgrades along here. Everyone's really happy at the moment, so we'll take advantage of that. And get all of those as far as we can upgraded. Level 2. Good shenanigans. Time for a sip of tea. Oh, yes. It's simply stellar. Now, obviously we've got our iron imported. 25 of the stuff, that's good. We're going to need to get the bloomery active once more, otherwise we are going to run out of tools at some point. And I imagine it's probably time to look at opening one of our granaries and storehouses. Like I said, I'm not going to worry about specialization just yet, because I think space is at a premium. And everything's fairly close together as well, so even if they do have to go a little bit further to get the materials for their whatever job they're doing, they're not having to go too far. If it becomes an issue with efficiency later on, then we can do a little bit of retrospective specialization. How does that sound? Well, it sounds. It's like I know what I'm talking about, which of course we know is not the case. Weaponry, 22 spears, 36 shields. We are on our way to 2 full units of militia. Now, getting up to 80% approval would be great to get us that +2 monthly migration, but unfortunately we need garments or we need beverages to do that. And as we discussed, I don't think we can do much of either here. We really don't have fertility here, and we can't farm at elevation anyway. Maybe we do need to establish an outpost for some sheep. But where is going to be low earth? I think we are going to have to basically be in the valley with those. So I suppose we could have like a little shepherd's quarter. Is this closer? Can we even get down a road here? There is a road going down there, yeah. It'll be closer once we've settled up here. Just don't know if we can do it now. The alternative, of course, is that we import some wool or something. How much is wool to import? I'm assuming it's going to be preposterous money. So flax is 11. Wow, that's expensive. And wool? Hello, wool. I presume I've scrolled past you. Wool. 11 as well. Oh my goodness, not paying 11. That's absolutely ludicrous. I suppose we could see if the sheep would survive here. I don't think they will, though. Let's build a little outpost. Let's build a little outpost. And in terms of how long it takes to get somewhere, I'm assuming the bottom of the mountain, basically here, is obviously much further away from the little plateau that is down here. So I think we will target this plateau as opposed to over here for our sheep, which is where I've done a little bit of sheepage before. So let's get our road tool and come in against the edge of the cliff here. And around this way. The curve is set quite nicely. Okay. Let me just take a road into the middle for the minute. Let's take a road into the middle for the minute. So we'll turn around that corner there. And then bring this in here. A little something like that there. And we shall get a few buildings down here. So we're going to, I think... Do we want the livestock trader down here as well? We could do. Might make sense to, because the sheep have got to come from the livestock trader, haven't they? So we'll start by having a livestock trading post. And we'll put that down just next to the King's Road here. As close as we can to the edge of the cliff, which is there. And then we'll need a sheep farm, which we'll pop down right next to it. Like so. And then a warehouse to store all the sheep-based goods. And then we'll also need a granary and a storehouse to supply the people here with food, etc. How are we going to put those? Again, right next to the King's Road, I reckon. So, storehouse and a granary, and then we'll have a market stall in here. If we can get away with how steep it is, which we can. Turn off snapping here and just see if we can get that set in. Like that. Okay, need a well. Which we can put just there. Check that's connected to the road. Nope, so we'll just carry that along there. And people do seem to be getting here. We also, though, do need to extend this road up here and connect onto the road we've got coming up to the manor. Okay. So they've got a way to get here. And we probably want to treat this basically as its own little settlement. So having their own fuel production and food production is going to be key. And we're also going to be setting up the granaries and storehouses now. We'll go back and do the ones we've already put down to have strict limits of where they can work so that they're not travelling too far away. We've got some space along this road here. So we put a woodcutter's lodge there. And then we get a charcoal kiln. Where can we get this along here? Just on the edge here. Okay, and it wouldn't hurt to have a logging camp, if we can get one of those. I think we might be a bit stuck for space to put one as we go behind here. That down there, and connect that up to the road. Like so. What else do we need down here? We don't need a forestry. Could do a saw pit, but I don't think we'll... yeah, so, well, having local materials is going to be key, isn't it? So yeah, we will put down a saw pit. Other than that, hopefully that's going to be fairly self-sufficient. We'll figure out some pasture space, which isn't going to need to be down here in between these roads, basically, because I think even here is still too high up for the sheep, but down here is fine. So they'll have to walk a little way to get to the sheep, but I don't see that being a massive issue. Back over here, let's make sure that we are getting vegetables planted. What are we doing in terms of balance? We've got lots of carrots now, so more cabbages. Looks like something we need, and beets, because that's what we can afford there. Let's upgrade you so we can make you into a bower, so we can start producing some bows sooner rather than later. And we need 147 to be able to buy you your fruit seeds. So we'll do some upgrades. 7 burgers left to move into up here, then we'll start moving people in down over the other side to sheep quarter. Let's get a couple of families working at that granary. Maybe even 3. Completely alleviate our granary supply problems, leaving 3 for construction. And whizzing back over here, which I suppose isn't really that far away, is it? In fact, over here, while we're here. So all of our granaries are storehouses. Go to advanced, unlimited work area. We're going to limit their work areas to basically where we have our settlement here already. And hopefully what that'll mean is they won't go all the way over to the granaries and storehouses in the sheep quarter that we're setting up and waste a load of time walking. Let's just finish this and then we'll deal with the fact that there are more raiders again on the map. Okay. Well, and then we've just got the 2 we put down by the church which aren't active yet. So, granary here. And the storehouse is there as an instance. Okay. So that should limit them to where they're going. And solve it. Can't limit your working area. It's fine. Oh, right. Where are these enemy units? Where are they coming from? Over here. So I imagine again it's going to be a defense on these slopes. We have more men than we did last time. And do we want to fight in the streets this time? Didn't go too well fighting on this this hill here, did it? Maybe we could come a bit further up the hill. Wonder if we go here. Are they still going to come and fight us? Are they spawned in there? Straight line. Yeah, they probably will. Let's set up at the top of the hill here and see how we get on with that. We've still got spare shields and spears, so that's all good. Construction obviously is going to take a bit of a pause while we do some conflict. Now my hope is, by being up here, yes we can shield wall up, which is going to increase our defensive capability without actually reducing their attack value, which is the disadvantage of going into the stand your ground. Ooh, do we fight aggressively while in our shield wall? Let's go with balanced. There they are. Was it 3 units or was it 2? Not sure. No, it's 3. Good gracious. Now we're up against it. I take there's no one we can hire in nearby. Still just the Wayward Sons. I'd love to hire them, but we'd have to keep them on permanently. We don't have the money for that. Because otherwise the Baron will just have them again. We do get this situation sometimes where the Baron does somehow manage to hire in all of the mercenaries and leave none for us, which is not ideal. We'll just have to make sure as we go through, we'll probably have to build more regions and get more retinues. We'll have to see how we go. Hopefully they aggro up towards us. And we can take advantage of our terrain bonus here. And our shield wall. Where are they? Check they're not just waltzing into the village to burn everything down. That would be a bad day for us. There they are. Yep, looks like they're all aggroing towards us. Ooh. What are they doing? Come on, come to me. Don't have my beautiful citizens. Here they come. 2 enemy units breaking straight forwards. Into our lines. Come on, shield wall. Bold. Well, yes, it is time for war, but ideally it wouldn't be. I don't know why you keep coming trying to raid us. We don't have much here in our mountain kingdom. Just the bare necessities for survival. But, obviously, they didn't get the memo. Okay, what is happening? Why is the... We've got a shield wall, for goodness sake. Why have they gone all the way down there? We'll push this unit in. Our shield wall's getting surrounded here. I mean, that's not how shield walls are meant to work. Some things have definitely changed with the latest updates, and that change I'm not happy about, because now they're completely surrounded. We had a perfect position here on the hill. I don't know why they would go and engage them like that. At least it's easier to pull them back out when they do that. Maybe I should set stand your ground. Maybe that would prevent them from going all over the shop. So those units are committed to the centre. They're, I'm guessing, trying to outflank a little bit. Come on, men, stick together. The shield wall should prevent them from breaking out too much as well. Alright, well, we seem to have gotten away with it, although the effectiveness of this unit is slightly hampered by that. Seem to be doing better at holding in our line now. They're definitely having to fight uphill, although they are again working their way around the outside, and look, they're just wandering off. We're going to have to take care of them so we can help this unit. I'm going to set them to stand their ground in the hopes that they can survive being pummeled from all sides while this unit pushes in and takes care of this unit, and then we can come to the aid of the other militia. I tell you what, this has not been a straightforward defense yet, has it? Each time we've had them attack us, it has been fairly dire circumstances. I mean, it's very scenic. Look at our little village popping up in the background there as we fight on the slopes. It's pretty, but unfortunately, it's also deadly. Not lost anyone. Again, we're completely on the back foot. We're downhill, despite having had the high ground to start with. Let me know, guys. Is this something you guys have experienced as well? Or is this just me being unlucky? Right, I'm going to set both units to push in now, in the hopes that we can deal with the remainder of this rabble. Even if we are having to fight uphill. Yeah, we've lost the lad. Oh dear. I mean, maybe we wouldn't have lost them if we'd set ourselves to a more defensive stance, but I don't know. I don't know. Let's reform our lines. Let's go to balanced and see if we can't take them on our terms as opposed to theirs. Shield wall up again. And hopefully that additional defense will prevent us from losing any more men. And they've left shield wall to go after them. I don't know why they would do that. Do I have to shield wall and stand your ground now? What if we did this? Give ground and shield wall. And maybe, but I mean, we don't end up pushing into them and instead slowly allow them to kind of fight us backwards. See, I guess it's sort of worked. We're not pushing into them anymore, which may enable us to keep the high ground, but it hasn't kept us in a shield wall. Very strange. Let's make sure this unit is on the flank. You would have thought with this many men we could just all run in once and just stab them and be done with. Well, they're fairly close to breaking now. Taken longer than I would have liked. But the victory is a victory, and our losses, while they haven't been nothing, have been relatively small. Well, men, not a terrible performance, but you could have done better. Lost 2 men from that. Go to your homes, think about what you've done. Think about how you could do better next time. Another upgrade there. Food and fuel looking dandy. Got some meat, got some eggs, got some milk, got some veggies. Need some fruits. So it's going to be a little while till construction is completed over here, isn't it? I think as the granaries and storehouses go up, we'll have to make sure we set the limits for their work areas as well to this local part. Having said that, though, it might be that the granaries and storehouses here do need to go back over to the main settlement to start with to gather things for sale that they actually need, because all of our food production is obviously currently over there. So where are we going to fit our burgages here? Hopefully, we can slot in a few along here, backing up against the cliff. And I'm hoping there's enough space to get some rear extensions on them as well. Let's turn that off and see if we can't get in to here. Maybe actually, let's leave a little bit of space there. Start about here. Put 2 in and see if we can't get a larger extension around the back of this one. Our own reserves are up to 210 now, which is positive, but obviously at some point the rather dastardly king is going to start taxing us as well, and it's going to be no good for us. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Going weird there. Might put a temporary road in here. That to snap against. Yes, yes, yes. Saving, very good, very good. Don't need to block my screen up though. That's no better. Nope, it's just going to be weird. Okay. Nope, don't want to do that. I could do that. Just have to go like that. Best use of space, but not the worst either. And then we'll leave a gap. And build another couple of smaller burgages. Basically repeat the same thing. You can get those to sit nicely. It's all a little bit weird with how it's set up on the hill here. I don't know how this one is going to react. Okay. Probably better than the first one, in all honesty. Ah, too steep. It's going to be a very small rear extension, this one. But we don't need to make loads of food locally, we just need to have enough, don't we? So that's sloping up quite aggressively there. So that's probably it for those burgages. We will be able to build some pointed in this direction now as well. That's probably enough for a start down here. Let's have a quick look at where we're going to put our sheeps. So I hope, if I remember correctly, this, in between these two roads here, is actually far enough down the hill to not cause us problems. So let's put in a couple of pastures between these. Now, since we've done this, obviously they have fixed the sheep pasture size. So actually we can probably make one larger field a bit bigger than that one there. So 100 is the the max space. We don't want to be going over that. So 80 in that one. One more there. 94, perfect. And we'll get a third one here. Too steep, you say? We have to start part way down on this one then? Or is it this last little bit down here that's the issue? Let's build a road across here. And see if we can build between those there. No, still too steep. There we go, halfway. Do it like that. So, go a little further here. 80 there, and then can we put one down here then? Nope. Get one there though. In which case, can we actually get a bit further down than we did with that one there? Yep, we can. I'd like it to snap along this road, really. Let's build our own on top of it, and hopefully that'll allow us to snap along it. Yep. And we'll come down as far as we can before it gets too steep, which is basically there. Let's get one in there, and then one here. Great stuff. Delete that road. And then we'll want a more direct connection from up here. It will just basically take a road. Comes all the way down here. That can be a nice, straight, and probably relatively steep track to be used by our herdsmen. It is steep, but I don't think it's too steep for herding sheep. They're basically goats, aren't they? Anyway, sheep. That's what I heard. Okay, so we've got that construction going on there. Goodness, it's a bit of a shortcut there, isn't it? Just yeeting the ox down the mountain. Well, the game will be a game, I suppose, at the end of the day. How are we doing for stone? 4 rough stone, so we're turning most of it into dressed, aren't we? And then hopefully exporting the dressed. Money's looking good. Right, let's come over here. And, oh, we're not even done with construction. Let's up the priority of this, because I'd like to get some orchards over here. Sooner rather than later. As much as I want to get construction going on the sheep sector, we also need to keep on top of things back at home. With all these various upgrades that we've actioned that are not yet be complete, we have got 6 families to work on construction. 7 now. So that should be enough to get things going, really. We are exporting everything we're making. Tempted to get a 4th family now, working at the quarry. So we can produce even more, and it would be worth as well, I think, building ourselves another quarry. Which will go just here. And then connect this road down here, we can. That's great. And then let's put a road across here as well, so we can get a direct service to Stonemason's station. Connect that up there, and then we've got space for another 2 quarries up here as well. Although, is that road we put down earlier in the way? It is, yeah. So we might end up having to move that road. We'll see. We'll see. We'll move it around the quarry. The quarry is more important than the aesthetics of that road, I have decided. I have decreed it. You hear me? I have decreed it. Grand. Look at all the cash. Good gracious. We're going to have loads of money in our coffers in no time. It does make me wonder whether we should import some more stuffs and things while we have money. But first, actually, let's go over here and spend half of it on pears. Okay, we're going to make you into a bower's workshop, and actually we're going to come back over to, we're going to spend some of this money as well on metal, and we're going to have you make us some metal parts. I probably want 30 of the things, and then I'm actually going to make this chap here make us some crossbows. We're going to skip warbows, and we're going to go straight to crossbows as our primary armament for our next units. We've got 2 full units of spear militia. We could probably do some more spears, to be honest, as well. So we are going to be spending some of this regional wealth on buying in iron once more. Here's what it is. You're going to make us crossbows. I would like at least 36 at any given time. What are you going to be? Would make you into a helmet chap, potentially. But Taylor's Workshop, probably want to put one of our new burgages over in Sheepville to be a tailor's workshop. I think for the time being, we'll make you into an apiary. And then we'll just get maybe some more chickens in these, and some goats in these. And change the bell, because why not? Upgrade those. Good, so hopefully we'll have some crossbows in no time at all. Crossbows are going to help us take out those armoured enemies like enemy retinues. So still very early on in construction over here. It's because everyone's busy doing upgrades at home. I think what we could probably do is order in another ox. More ox is more good, as we know. And that reminds me, over here we haven't actually got down any hitching posts. So let's see if we can't get a few of those seconded in here. Can I get a road to that one? Can, and I will. So we'll get 2 hitching posts in there. Maybe another one down here somewhere. Oh, no, actually we'll put it here. Because, ooh, perfect spot, because that is where the logging camp is going. First couple of burgages have been completed over here, look. Let's up the priority of the granary and the storehouse, so that we actually have something over here for these families when they settle. We should probably also up the priority of the well too, because before long we're going to be moving in down there. Trade still seems to be going pretty well, so we made a lot from charcoal, but we made a lot from rough stone as well. I don't normally export rough stone, but look at that, made a lot from the dress stone too. So more dress stone again is more good. 11 rough stone, 28 dressed. We could probably make ourselves some mortar, and we obviously want to get into the clay at some point too, so we can make ourselves some roof tiles, as well as potentially export some roof tiles. So let's have a look and get our It's too steep to put anything else on anyway, which is good. So, I want to fit 4 ideally. But we'll start with this one here on the road. 2, 3, and 4. Yep, space for 4. Actually, the clay deposit is definitely bigger than the stone. We could probably get 5 on there, but I don't think we're going to need 5. And clay gets a bit funny once you start doing deep mining as well. We'll have plenty of collapses going on. Market stalls, they're okay for the minute. So that's good to see. We've increased diversification of production. We've got crossbows. Fantastic. Let's assemble our first unit of crossbow. And we're missing equipment and recruits. So more people and more weapons is the answer to all of our problems there. Still okay for tools before we have to switch our blacksmith over to a different production. And hopefully, if we take a look at our fields, we'll see we're getting a pollination bonus of 0.08%. Isn't that lovely? So that's telling me we probably need to get a few additional apiaries, because it's 2% per each active apiary. It's 10%, so we need 5 apiaries. At the moment, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We just need 1 more apiary actually, and we should be there. I wonder if farming vegetables at elevation is less efficient as well. I don't know. Do not know. Lads are quarrying away. In a very skewiff quarry. It doesn't look too bad, does it? And which is the lodge? That's over here, isn't it? Look, our first person has moved in over here. And we are going to assign you to work at this granary. And we need... for the minute, we're not going to set the granary and storehouse here working limits, because there's no local food production. So they are going to have to go back over there to get food. Okay. Looks like most of the stuff over here has been built now, which is good to see. Let's see about getting ourselves some more burgages over here then. So I think we'll just expand on the other side of the road. And again, we just want this to be slightly wider, so we can get 2 burgages in. And then we'll get down a farm or indeed orchard next door, but I think probably farm is going to be the answer initially. Turn off snapping. And we'll probably make these a bit bigger, but to be honest, I don't know if I really want a vegetable plot much bigger than that one is there. Although we're probably not going to fit anything in behind, so maybe we do just go up to there. We'll go for that one there. And then we'll expand across a little further here. Like so. Don't need to go quite as far to the back there. Expand around this way. There's a borderline for vegetable plots. What we can do, if we find those vegetable plots are too large, and they're not being made good use of, we can do what we did earlier, and we can convert them over to producing us some fruits instead. Get 2 more in here. There is another area to defend. Oh, it's actually getting too steep there. That might be the limit. Get 1 in here. And what if we get 1 orchard? And do that. Yeah, I think we do that. Okay, so 2 vegetable plots and an orchard, and we've got space here for a couple of small vegetable plots as well. And we'll hold off on building any other upgrades or uses in these extensions until we've got a few people in operating some of the various burgage things. A few of the jobs around here. So we've got this chap here who's working at the granary. And I imagine they're having to go quite a long way to go and get stuff. Indeed they are. And then we'll need to get the next family when they move in to work at the storehouse. Ooh, we've just tipped over 80% approval. So +2 monthly migration. That's fantastic news. How have we managed that? Is our food variety just pretty good at the moment, I assume? Let's get a family working at the clay pit. And then let's go to industry and get ourselves a clay furnace. And where can we squeeze this in? Looks like we can get it in next to the clay pit, which is perfect. Okay. Put that down just there. And then we're also going to need a lime kiln, which we can squeeze in here as well by the looks. so that we can produce some lime, and then we'll be able to get a church upgrade, and hopefully that'll help us keep the approval nice and high. Got some more goats to order in here, and upgrades to effect. Good stuff. And have we had anyone move in over here that we can assign to some new jobs? Not just yet, but I'm sure we aren't far away. They have some food. Hopefully when they're producing food locally, what we'll do is we'll set up the granaries that only take and supply the immediate area, and that should be quite helpful. Okay, I'm quite happy with that. We've got our second little settlement settled, just on the edge of the cliff here. And we've done it before we moved in up to the top here, and that's because we've still got a bit of space to expand down here. And we need to get on and get some clothing, basically, and that's why we're setting up a farm region over here for sheepville. Lovely, so we're popping over into November, so hopefully we'll have a few people moving in. Indeed, sounds like we are. And you've moved in just here, sir. Welcome. You're going to go and work at the storehouse, my friend. Very exciting stuff. And hopefully we'll get a second move this month as well. We're still at just above 80% approval, so that should be fine. Let's order in an ox locally and get some hitching posts upgraded to stables. Where's the next person going to work? Possibly at the livestock trading post, so we can start importing some sheep. And then the next one after that, we'll go and work at the sheep farm. That sounds like a good idea to me. Or do we get them making fuel locally? So woodcutter's lodge and charcoal kiln. That's probably the more responsible route to go, isn't it? So we don't have to go all the way back to the starting settlement to go and get charcoal every time they need some firewood. This feels like a proper little outpost here. I really did enjoy the little region we built, little settlement built in this little plateaued area the last time we did our Clifftop Kingdom. That was good fun, so I'm glad we're getting to do that again. How's the military looking? It's 28 and 30 on spear, and we've nearly got a full unit of crossbow. We've got 13 crossbows as well. It's looking good. Let's switch back over temporarily to some tool production. We've got some spare iron parts actually at the moment. So let's make 20 tools this time. So it's going to last us a bit longer before we have to come back and make them again. Another family has moved in, so we're going to assign you to go and work at the woodcutter's lodge here. And we are going to set you up with a limited work area, which is basically going to be quite big, but this area, so you're not going all the way back over there either. Woodcutters, I have found, do have a tendency to wander far from where they should be working. And in terms of rear extensions here, I think goats are going to be a good idea because they're going to give us some lovely milk as well as meats. And you need to be assigned... Oh, you're the plywood cutter. Oh, is it you that had an assignment? That's fine. Okay, right. We'll get you an animal pen as well. Nearly up to 300 in our own treasury. Alarmingly, we can still only hire the one unit of mercenaries, so it's not going to be a mercenary-heavy playthrough, that is for sure. Simply because we're not going to be able to do it. Hopefully when they all come back, they start chopping down some bits and bobs locally. Oh, another person's moved in. Let's assign you to work at... Oh, charcoal kiln's not completed. Guess we won't assign you to work at the charcoal kiln just yet. Let's get you a vegetable garden. And we'll do the same for this one here as well. Building requires maintenance. Already? You've only just started. Yes, well, unfortunately, the storehouse are probably going to have to walk quite far to get you your tools. Hopefully they do that sooner rather than later. Maybe another family working at the storehouse wouldn't be a bad shout. Slowly but surely, getting operational over here. How are things looking over here then? Still money coming in. We're up to over 1,000 now, actually. That's good to see. Let's get a family working at the... Yep, they're local. Good. Start being careful of that now. Get a family working at the clay furnace so we can start to turn some of that clay that we're bringing out of the ground and turn it into some lovely roof tiles. And let's also get the lime kiln operational. Good, you're local too. So we can start making some mortar. A couple of hundred of that should be fine, and then we'll be able to unassign you. Costs are ramping up from buying in iron ore, but it's not too bad at the moment, actually. Looking a little low on fuel. What we might do is, now we've got a couple of things being exported, I think we are going to cease trading charcoal and see if we can't build it up a little bit. Because we are still exporting dressed stone and quarried stone, and we're also going to, hopefully before too long, start exporting some roof tiles. In fact, while we've got a bit of money, it might be worth us buying that trade route. So, we're going to export those. We want a surplus of 20. That should be fine for us. Okay. Back over the mountain. And what do you do? You're unassigned. Still not complete the charcoal kiln. They have been reassigned there, even though it's not completed. That's interesting. Has it worked? It has, okay. Well, I've upped the priority of that, so hopefully we can get it done. And then let's get some local food production. So we'll get you some cabbage seeds. We'll buy you some goats, as previously discussed. I'll hold off on the upgrades. Oh dear. Oh dear, the Baron's gone and pushed a claim against us, hasn't he? Well, we knew it would happen sooner or later, and it has happened somewhere in between those two. So, let's prepare ourselves for the Baron's first assault. Now, I'm rather hoping that we can just sue for peace. Do we hire in those chaps? I'm going to say no, because I really just want to see if we can sue for peace. Let's move those troops there, because 3 units is not going to be enough to fight him. Where's the battle going to take place? Is it where I thought it was? Yes. So it might be that later on, it's very close to here, we want to build some kind of fortification down there from which to fight the Baron within, which will hopefully help us defend ourselves much better, but we're not there yet. And he is willing to recede his claims of 500. I wonder if we can trade him down. How many units has he got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units. Yeah, we're not going to be able to fight that. Okay, let's see if we can't have a chat with him. Oh, Baron! Look, hello, old friend. I'm wondering if we can negotiate ourselves down to 100 coins. And hopefully you can leave us alone, please? Please and thank you, Mr. Baron. I've always said I'm such a big fan of yours. I think you're great. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Right, we'll disband those units. And we have, this time, avoided conflict. Lovely. I'm assuming you've accepted these. Right, so we've survived this time. Now, I do think in some ways it's cheesing the game. Now, you will actually be able to trade sue for peace by actually offering no money. I think that is a complete abuse of the system. So I do want to pay him money each time we pay him off, because it is then paying him off. But ideally, I would like to really focus on fighting him later on. What I probably should have done, actually, is put a road around that circle. I think it was about here, wasn't it? We'll check that next time, but I definitely want to put some sort of military outpost. I don't think it was there, actually. A military outpost where we can defend against him, so we can fight instead and use the fact that we might have a way of defending ourselves in terms of a fortification for us. Oh dear. Who we can't negotiate with are the brigands, 4 units of which have just appeared. I say that. No, we can't negotiate with them. Oh dear. Right, well, they're coming in from over there. So let's rally the forces that we have at our disposal, which is more than last time, but I think we're definitely going to want to be fighting from on the hill here. And this is another reason that actually probably getting a manor set up at some point with a wall that does protect this area here is that we'll be able to defend a bit more effectively. At least have a couple of choke points where we can fight the brigands when they do come for us, because with frequent raiders, they're going to be raiding us frequently, surprisingly enough, and it's going to be painful. Market stall's still looking reasonably okay. And how are we doing over here then? So, what do you do for a job, sir? You're unassigned. I'm actually going to put you to work at the storehouse. in the hopes that you can get some tools to service the woodcutter's lodge, which actually at the moment is maintained. And who else lives down here? So you're a granary worker. You're a charcoal burner. Is that building complete now? It is. So hopefully we're getting some local resources, so we're not having to walk quite so far. And you are still having to walk quite far, because obviously none of the vegetables that we made yet have popped up out of the ground. I'm going to assign you to the granary as well, and I'm going to upgrade the granary and storehouse to larger versions. And then I think we'll continue on with the theme of getting some goats in these here. So we'll put these extensions to be constructed, ready for when people are going to be moving in. And we'll get down some vegetables in these two, and some fruits in that one there. And hopefully that's enough workers that we can get on and do a little bit of sheeping. We might as well also affect these upgrades. A local church might be a good idea, so people don't have to walk so far to go and worship at the other one as well. Right. Anybody seen the brigands since they arrived? Doesn't look like it. So let's set ourselves up in 2 ranks here. And we'll put down our crossbowmen behind, hopefully to fire over the heads of our men here. Let's bunch right up to the edge of the cliff here. Oh, we're opening fire. Who are they shooting on? Oh, they've got a pretty good range actually, haven't they? Now, they don't fire as often as if we had regular archers, and the brigands are definitely not armoured. But I've still found, I mean, I've taken archers before, they get tired so quickly from firing so frequently that it's sort of pointless. They don't last the full battle. So I think I'd rather have the crossbowmen who do more damage per hit. Good, I do love to have some archers again. Or crossbowmen rather. They're a huge part of my battle tactics, as you'll know if you've watched from any of my previous playthroughs. I love a good crossbowman. Right, first unit is engaged. Hopefully we're not shooting ourselves in the back there too badly. Looks like we've still got a shot over the heads of our guys. Oh, I'm doing good damage to them. Let's make sure that we're keeping ourselves between the brigands and the... We're actually going to hold our ground. The reason I'm doing that is I'm really hoping that that stops our men from moving, which is going to be quite important when it comes to keeping them away from our archers. So far, so good. We've broken them nice and quickly. A unit of crossbow makes a huge difference to how much damage we can deal out. We're really using our spear for what they're meant for here, which is holding enemies back and just surviving, which is what their shields and spears are useful for, and then the crossbows to deal the damage. Look at that! Fantastic! I don't think we lost anyone, did we? Did we lose a couple of spear boys? No one's mourning. Well, brilliant. Well done, lads. An excellent combat there. Excellent combat. Gosh, I love crossbows. How are we doing? So we've got 20 spears, 45 shields, 24 crossbows. Shield boy, how many shields are you set up to make? Maybe you have 100 at any given time. And how are we doing for tools? We're up to the 21. Let's go back to making spears for a while to make sure we've got a reasonable surplus. And then we'll get back to making some iron parts as well to make some more crossbows, because I would like another crossbow unit. Probably a third unit of spear is the most important thing at the moment. Grand. So we've got 5 unassigned families. Don't know where all of those are, assuming some of them are over here. We just need to let them get on with a bit of construction here, really. And we will buy goats and upgrade as and when, and hopefully we'll have a few unassigned families once the construction is done, to get them working at the livestock trading post, and then at the farm, and finally we can get some sheep. Now, something else we'll need over here, obviously, if we're doing the old sheepage, is getting ourselves a weaver's workshop so we can start turning that wool into some lovely yarn. So let's just have a play around and see where we can get this. On this road down here, okay, but probably in here is better because this is our dedicated storehouse. Let's get this tucked as close as we can in here. Good, and we might get 2 from the offset. And then a couple of these smaller burgages will eventually be used for some tailors. Although we might get a few more burgages here, actually. And then we could use these as the tailors. That sounds like a good idea. Should we get 3? I think 3 tailors should be enough, shouldn't they? Looks like it's going to fit in there quite nicely. Perfect, exactly what we're after. So we'll have 3 tailors there. And then we've got the rest of the population here, which is supporting the granaries, storehouses, doing some food production, and generally supporting this outpost over here. Wonderful. I don't know why they're going all the way over here to transport. See, this is why I set them up a work area, the limited work area. They shouldn't be going all the way up there. Let's shrink it. You really should be staying over here, please. I wonder if they're transporting and doing things unrelated to their work. It's possible. Yeah, they're spending all their time on their extensions, which for some reason requires them to go really far away. Where do you live? You're here. They might be going shopping. Because if our granary and storehouse here isn't supplying everything everyone here needs, then everyone here will be going over to the main settlement to get it, which is what we want to avoid. Hopefully that'll get better over time, as we're producing things over here like meats and milks. Meats and milks. Yeah, what a phrase. What a phrase. It would be nice to get the logging camp here active at some point, but the livestock trading post is my next order of business. Tell you what, we'll wait for a bit of this construction to happen, and then we shall rejoin once we have it put together, and we can start doing a bit of sheeping. Doodle-pip. Righty, so we've had a fair number of these properties moved into. We're just upgrading a couple to level 2 now. Obviously we've bought plenty of vegetables and some apples over here for people as they move in. We've got 7 burgs left for people to move into. We've got the 3 here ready to become tailors, and we've also got someone working at the weaver's workshop. We've got this storehouse here, which we will upgrade and turn off, allow market stall setup, so that we can get someone set up to deal with all things sheep related. We've got to work at the livestock trading post, and I've set to import 20 sheep. We have 3 already. And then we've also got someone working at the sheep farm, who hopefully is going to be doing some shepherding. Allegedly, there are 3 sheep in this enclosure. I didn't see them yet. Presumably they're on their way here, and they'll be in the... Oh, there they are. It's our first sheep, Sean. How are you doing, my friend? Well, you've already provided some wool. Thank you, Sean. Absolutely fantastic. The start of our clothing empire is on the way, and with it we'll be able to crawl back up to 80% approval. Very exciting indeed. Now, we did mention about getting a local church, because people do like to go and pray. At the moment, they're going quite a long way to do it. So let's see if we can't find a spot to put one. Obviously, the downside of putting a church around here is it takes up a lot of flat space, and we don't have a lot of flat space. I don't even notice. We live on the side of a mountain. And actually, we have used up most of the space here. But it doesn't have to be right next to our little town. It just needs to be closer than the other church. If that's the closest we can get, though, then I'm not convinced it's actually any closer than that one. I suppose we could put one up here. And this seems a waste of space. Maybe we're not going to have a church locally. Can we get one up here? No. Well, no local church it is, and actually, I think that probably means we've got near the limit of what we can fit down here. Hopefully we don't need any additional families than what we've already got here, because I'm not sure we can fit anymore. But hopefully they'll be self-sufficient in the coming years. I've set up a working zone for the granary and the storehouse, however they do seem to be ignoring it to an extent. Hopefully though, as the fields here start to produce some food, we won't need to go back and forth visiting the home area quite so often on the other side of the mountain. Upgrade that, and that's the 6 remaining burgages available over here. So we will assume that this will cater for this area over here. So that would mean the next thing we want to do really is order an ox, because it's always nice to have another ox. But our sheep down here, we'll just keep an eye on this for any sheep passing away. But looks like we're okay. We'll have to check mostly during the winter though. And do we have wool coming in? We do indeed have a wool. We even have some yarn. Very exciting. So when we get people moved in here, we'll definitely want to get them up to level 2 so that we can get them set up as tailors. Back home, 21 crossbows, 41 spears. Let's switch back over to crossbow production, by which I mean let's make some more iron parts. Got a reasonable number of roof tiles. Hopefully we've started to sell those. We have indeed. It's good to see. And I think we need to look further towards expansion over here now. We're still looking good for fuel. Got 14 months of this stuff. We'll just need to make sure that we are keeping up with this work zone. There's a fair few trees left for them to get. And actually it looks like we're doing a pretty good job with planting up new ones. So, where to expand next over here? I think it's probably time we relocated this logging camp a little bit further out, and there's a little plateau over here somewhere, wasn't there? Yeah, just up here. So if we put this right in the centre of that plateau, and just put a straight road down to it for now, maybe curve it a little bit down like that, that could potentially lead up to another little area where we can set up some more housing potentially. And I kind of like the idea that we're moving the logging camps to the next area that we can do some logging in, start thinning that out, ready to do a little bit of accommodation. That frees us up a little bit of space just on the end here to get hopefully another burgage with some orchard on it. Would be a good spot there. And then we're into expanding down into this area. Let's just take a path and keep it just on the inside of the red line, because we know if we do that, we should have enough space to have a wall on the outside. That might be a bit tight, actually, around the church. In which case, what we'll do is bring a road out around the church, like this. Actually, we might take this, might make this a straight line. So, that, good, delete that road, build that there. Actually, connect it would be good, wouldn't it? And then turn a little corner here. That's great. And then we'll continue this on around the outskirts of our territory. Oh, we might as well go as far as the King's Road here, actually. Grand stuff. Not all of that's going to be buildable on, but we do have a small area around the church. Maybe smaller than I thought it was. Just this kind of bit here, but we'll have to see how we get on. Obviously, quite a few supplies here that need to be moved along. But we might actually be able to get our first burgage in here without them being relocated, because this is what we're doing, basically. That looks pretty good. Can we go any further here before it's too steep to build? Yeah, we can. I like how that's looking. So we'll build that one there. And then we may be able to get another burgage just squashed onto the end there. We've got the granary and storehouse down here, which will be ready to go at some point. We don't need to be storing dressed stone or rubble stone, or dressed or rough stone down here. We should probably try and keep that to the storehouses up here that are more local. How are we doing for market store supply? Not too bad, so we're not going to activate this storehouse just yet. What we might do actually is reduce the number of workers at this storehouse and one in here, just to make sure that we're keeping up with storage, because this one here, it's getting pretty full. Hides is something we're starting to gather a fair number of as well, so it might be a good idea for us to get down a tannery, which to this point we've not done. Ooh, lovely little spot in here potentially, or if I can get one here, that'd be perfect. Oh, what was it? White? Oh, yes. Makes me very happy. Get that tucked in just there. Go and check up how we're doing in Sheepville. Or should I call it Shawntown? Probably should call it Shawntown, shouldn't I? Still some sheep there. So hopefully none of those have died yet, which is good to see. What's the mercenary situation? Still just a wayward sons. We'll have to make sure the next time the Baron pushes onto us that we make a mark of where the battle zone is going to be and make sure it's the same place. I think it always is. It's back here, wasn't it? So we'll keep an eye on that in the future. Upgrade to be done there. Expansion to be done there. We will do that because they've got quite a large area to service and there is plenty of jobs to be done around here. And how are we doing for wool? Hopefully we've got a fair bit ticking in. 8 yarn, so it's getting there. And we've got wool as well to be working on. We haven't activated the saw pit or logging camp over here. We might do that in the fullness of time if we have enough workers over here available. For the time being, I might get a second family at the sheep farm. We'll just check that they're both local. Indeed they are, so we can leave them to it. It might also be worth us getting a forester, just because we don't want to eventually find ourselves really short on firewood, which could happen if we're around for long enough. So why don't we get one of these and pop him just on the side of the road here. Lovely. And connect that in just there. Splitting back over here. We're going to get you set up as an orchard. They've moved all those logs, so we'll see if we can't get another burgage perched on the edge here. Maybe even 2. Can we fill out the space? It's going to be too steep, isn't it? Yes. What about if we come in a little bit? I might have to turn off snapping, so we can get between those points. Doesn't say it's a problem. Oh, is it too close down here? Oh, it is. Oh, we can get 2 burgages. Doesn't seem much point in extending all the way out to the back there, but it's going to look nicer, I think, if we do that, because all the back gardens will line up. So we get 2 burgages in there. So it's a little bit more space again. And then let's see if we can't... We've upgraded that already, that's perfect. Can't get a few burgages down here then. So a bit of space right in the back corner here. Let's see if we can't get a burgage in here somehow. That is a usable burgage. I'll probably add to that. So that's too steep because we're going too far up there. That's fine. So why don't we just do a more regular mortgage? It's very close to getting 2 usable ones in. Maybe we'll do that last. Can we get any in across this way? It's too steep. How about this direction? Okay, so that works. Let's put a little road in alongside the water here. A little bit like that there. And how far would we be able to push this? So those are too steep. Too steep. Too steep. About halfway along that road. So that works. So do we get a couple of small ones in here? A little bit like that there. Oh. Oh. That's too steep as well. It's terribly saddening. So we can get one if we did it that way. Do have to kind of build along the lines here. Okay, so we can get 2 doing that. So that is probably the best solution so far. So if we turn off snapping, and we get these Liden is small. Struggling with my language there. Get these sat in just like that there. Then we'll pop a little road here. And then we'll basically do the same again. Behind. Ooh, could we extend into this space here? We turn on snapping. We could, but it wouldn't be the most efficient use of space. But if we did 2, so we had 1 burgage here. We can without being too steep, which might be a problem. Okay, so what if we just did the one in the corner here? Okay, so if we go like that, and potentially we can make that into a little orchard. I think that's probably it for what we can build over here. Anything else is going to be too steep. So let's wrap a road round these. Like that. Is there space for 1 more in here? In any kind of configurational? Don't think so. So a lot of the space that was down here taken up by that church. Not the end of the world. We have at least fitted a few burgages in, even if it's not loads. Every little bit extra helps, and it might be we can get some other buildings in and around here that are more tolerant to the slopes than, for example, the burgages are. So if we look at industrial, for example, we get any of these down here? Yeah, possibly. We don't need them at the moment, but it's nice to know we can. And that tannery built, a good idea to get someone working there. Let's just make sure that they are local. Indeed they are, so that's all fantastic news. Flip back over to the other side of the mountain. Upgrade to be done there. Perfect, we can get this upgrade done, which means we can get Taylor there, and they can start working on all that lovely yarn we've got, turning it into clothes. Now I'm hopeful. I know we've set up some working limits for all of our granaries and storehouses. I'm hoping they're still going to have access to clothes from here. If not, we might have to turn off the the working limits for the granaries and storehouses, which wouldn't be ideal, but would be necessary if we were struggling to get clothes distributed. But we'll soon know if these have access to clothes or not, because obviously their garments won't be fulfilled if they don't. We've got quite a few workers free down here at the moment. So if we get a worker at the local logging camp. Good, you are local indeed. And we get 1 at the local saw pit. You 2 are local. maybe let's go for 150 planks. I feel, though, we should probably up our timber reserve to 12. And we've got plenty of timber at the moment. 16 sheep. Fabulous. We can probably afford to import a few more. So let's maybe get a second family working at... Whoop, Raiders here again. A second family at the livestock trading post. And we'll set them to import oxen as well. So we get more like 20. And we'll upgrade to 30 sheep. Just so we can start upping our production and our capacity when it comes to oxen and sheep. So we'll get a couple more of these hitching posts in wherever they fit nicely to make sure there's enough over here. And then we probably ought to do the same over on this side. Maybe that's what we can use some of the space down here for. And we probably want to get a few next to the new logging camp, actually. And we're going to want to get some families working here. Let's make sure all these are local. They are. It's perfect. And before we speed along time too much, where are these enemy units? So, looks like 4 enemy units this time. They're marching in right from the top, so we have got people to protect here now. So we need to make sure we deploy our military forward fairly quickly. Got a full unit now. 3 full units. I wonder if we can service another unit of crossbow. Yeah, wonderful. Nearly 4 full units. So let's deploy all units to the bridge, which is this long section here that runs along here, connecting Devil's Hill to the plateau over here. And given where these guys have come in, and given that we now have a settlement situated down here in Shaun the Sheepville, the name keeps changing, I do worry that they're going to march in that direction. You know, it'd be cool if, I know each region is named, and you can rename them, but it'd be cool if you could name individual districts within those regions. Ah, so one of our units of crossbow is actually deploying from Shaunville. Interesting stuff. Sips tea. Ooh. I hope you're all enjoying your cups of tea at home. Let me know what you're up to. What are you doing while watching this rather enjoyable, mountaintop long play? Are you at work? Are you relaxing on the sofa? Let me know. I'd love to hear what you're doing and have a chat with you down in the comments below. I love doing a voice reply, so you'll get to hear me going, hello there, whatever your name is. And fascinating what you're up to. I love having a chat with some of my regulars down there. You know who I'm talking to. You know who you are. Okay, let's have a quick look here. We have apples and nothing else. Let's buy some quinces. They're cheap. Our money's looking pretty fine. In fact, we could probably afford to employ a retinueman. Could we afford to upgrade them? 26 each. I think we can. Let's give our retinue better armor. I'd rather have 5 well-armored men than 7 ill-armored. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm actually going to buy 1 more troop and upgrade him as well. We're not going to be employing any... Actually, yeah, that's a good point. We're not going to be employing any... what am I trying to say, everyone? Militia anytime soon. So we might as well spend some of our money on getting a few more troops. Can we afford to go up to 10? No, we need some money. Right, so that's going to enable us to deploy the retinue as well. So far, they're marching straight down here, so we might be able to engage them from here. Let's deploy our spear along a line here. We'll deploy our missile behind. We'll also deploy our retinue here as well. And we'll stick with the hold your ground to make use of their increased defense skills. And hopefully the enemy marches directly into our trap, wherever the dastardly fellows are. Oop, there they are. Yep, looks like they're going to come straight for us, hopefully avoiding Shaunville. Very close to getting our clothes made now. So exciting! We should also make some leather. Did we employ someone at the tannery? We did, and they were local, weren't they? They were. Although, 2 of them are off to war at the moment. Right, where are they? Let's get down close. Look them in the whites of their eyes. Our enemy. Although, with whites of their eyes, they might be fairly well disguised, given that it is very snowy. Don't see them yet. Hello? Should I get down there myself and investigate? Sounds awfully dangerous. Aha! There are the fiends appearing through the trees, all marching in a column. Let's head back uphill and check our chaps are ready. They're up here somewhere. It's very densely shrubbed, isn't it? Aha, here we are. Up at the top of the hill. So we have our shieldmen, our spears ready to receive a charge and hold the enemy back by standing their ground. On the end we have our newly equipped retinue with their brilliantly fantastic shiny armor, looking ready to take on anything. And then the real damage dealers, crossbowmen, who are loading their crossbows, ready to open fire. Indeed, they are laying waste to the enemy as they approach. Let's focus fire on that unit as they come in. What advantage does it give us being aggressive as crossbowmen? Push forward to their full force. They're not actually attacking personally, so they might as well attack with their full force. How are we doing any damage to them as they come in? But imagine so. They're certainly taking heavy fire. Yes, they've lost 8 men from that initial charge. So hopefully they won't last long. Yet, broken already. Let's focus our fire on the next unit coming in. Gosh, I love crossbowmen. Look at our men cheer. Nothing like a few missiles to tear the enemy. Don't have a great view here, do we? But the men are happy. The crossbows are firing. So as far as I'm concerned, it's all going rather well. Is that all of them? Have we lost a unit coming in? Or are they still down here? They look like they're probably running away. No! How have you let this happen? Right. You need to run away. And you need to make up for your mistakes. Actually, we'll put you here. Fall back, men! Make sure we move the retinue to protect in case any others do show up. We lose 2 men then from the crossbowmen because of that mistake. Looks like we possibly did. Right. Reform our lines here, let the crossbow do their work. Pull back for goodness sakes. Let the crossbow do their thing. There we go. Alright, I think we did lose a couple of crossbow boys there. Yes, very sad. Well, I'm very disappointed in you, spear militia. Your job was to protect the missile, and you failed. Very sad. Right, I think we have dealt with them all, so we shall disband. Yes, buildings require maintenance. I think we are going to have to turn off the limit for where these chaps are allowed to work. Clear work area. Hopefully they'll be able to bring in some tools. I'm very sad that we lost a couple of our crossbow boys there. And we've yet to be able to refill them because we are recruit short at the moment. Look at all those chaps steaming home on the road. I reckon they're singing war songs. And we did go to war and beat their bottoms. I imagine that's how, war songs go, aren't they? They're fairly clean. They don't contain any foul language. No, I can't imagine they do. Any tools? Let's do some stuffs and things. Let me get some piggies. We haven't done piggies in a while. 9 peeps. We should be making a little bit of leather. Indeed we are. We've got some yarn. Do we have any clothes yet? No, because we've not made a tailor's. So we were in the middle of doing that, weren't we, when we were so cruelly attacked. So you there. You're going to make some clothes. Congratulations. You're a tailor's workshop. I'd like to get someone working at the dedicated clothing storehouse, which earlier on I set up to only accept wool, yarn, and clothes, because I don't see them needing anything else. Do we have 2 tailors off the bat? I don't think we're going to need 2 off the bat, so we'll leave those 2 without extensions built, knowing that we are going to build some later, and we should be spending a fair bit of our money on importing oxen and importing sheep. Let's make sure the new stables we've got all set up from hitching posts, so we've got plenty of space to accommodate our new guests when they arrive. Not quite finished with those yet. Deforestation is starting over there. That's good to see. We've got the new dwellings down here as well. We've only got 4 available spaces left. What are we struggling with then? So we've got a little bit of pork. we're not got enough milk or eggs, so I think realistically we should go for goats or chickens. Why don't we get some chickens in these two? And this one here, we're going to put down an orchard, I think, behind the church. Marketplace, looking stretched. Let's see if we can't get someone working here. Good, you're local, so it's another worker at the granary. Can we get another one there? They're both local. They are. Okay, that's good. Try and alleviate the granary supply chain problems that we have. And we're just going to wait to see our first piece of clothing tick in, which is very exciting indeed. Right, we've got 245 coins in our treasury, and we've got a lot of influence. That's going pretty well. Food and fuel is looking absolutely fantabulous. Money is coming in. Smooth stone is being created. Dress stone, I should say. We probably need to start selling some rebel stone, actually. Rebel? They're not rebel stones, they're rebel stones. So we sell a rebel stone for one, and we sell a mortar for one. So there's no point turning it into mortar first. Let's export everything over 500 in terms of rebel stone. Might as well establish a trade route for it. And selling roof tiles, selling dress stone. I would like to increase the size of both of those industries. How much clay do we have? 1 clay. So we are turning all of our clay into roof tiles. So another worker at the mining pit wouldn't go amiss. Make sure you're local. You are indeed yokel. Good to see. We don't need to make that into a deep mine just yet. We've got space at the quarry. What we need then is more accommodation space as the town starts to done fill up. Technical terms only. Just checking if we can get any buildings over here, but I don't think we can. Might be able to get a few baggages in here. Sideways, maybe? No? Okay. Well, the only other area over here is the newly discovered black ground over here. And if we use our classic logging camp tool, you can see how much flat land we have. We've got space for a couple of baggages up there. Not loads, but a fair few. But we're still working on deforestation over there, and that's not going to be done imminently. So I wonder if we ought to set up in a new area. It's a shame we can't get any more down here, because that's where the industry is. But, you know what? This little plateau up here is not far away from the quarries. So maybe this is where we need to look next. Let's start then by getting ourselves a granary and a storehouse, and then we will build our road network around that, because we will put these where we can get away with it being steepest. So it looks like it doesn't matter which way around it's built, it'll still work. So we'll perch these as close to the edge basically as we can. And maybe over here. And on the side. So we'll get a granary there. And we'll get a storehouse there. Obviously, that is going to impinge, or infringe rather, on the work area we set up for this earlier. So we might need to remove their work area. And we will concentrate planting in a smaller area below where we've got those two buildings being constructed. Connect those up with a road. What else do we want up here in terms of industry? So, a well, not industrial, but we are going to want one. Let's see if we can't put that just here. That looks like a good location. We'll need to get a market stall. And we might get ourselves a tavern. So can we perch that on the edge here as well? Something like this. Get close to the edge sideways. Looks like we can. So we'll do that. Connect that up to that road as well. And what else do we want up here? Don't need a church. Don't think we're going to need anything else from industry here, unless we do malt later on. So mostly we can focus on accommodation then. So why don't we bring a road, maybe not around this side of the tavern, we'll have to then go back around. And come down, maybe a little something like this to the main road we've got going up. To kind of follow the train a little bit. And then what I might do is put a perimeter road around, leaving enough space for us to get a fortified wall to the cliffs. It gives us a clear point to build up to, and where does this become very steep? out here. So then we'll put a curve in here. And follow this back around to there. How's that look? Yeah, because it gets very steep, again, coming down this King's Road in that direction. So that kind of gives us, inside of this road here, the next area we're going to develop. So we started down here. We've filled out that as much as we can, although there's a plateau here we're working on. And there's another area here to work on. Then we've got the central part of the Devil's Inn itself. Got our extension down here, where we have our sheeps here. There is a bit of space that we could potentially build along the peninsula here, which we might do if we're really desperate for space later on. But the further we expand up here, the smaller the area that we can cover with our fortified castle later on. So we don't want to push it too far. Grand stuff. So, now we've got a granary and storehouse up here. I think it would make sense to upgrade them to the larger variants of both. We'll come in and get ourselves a market. Hopefully popped in the corner here somewhere. It's not too steep. Get 4 stalls there. It's going to look nice outside of the tavern. We'll put some more there. That's good. We are out of accommodation space. We really do want to get these houses built as soon as possible. But let's check on Seanville quickly. Are we making clothes? Ah, you know what it is. Tailor's shop is set up to make from linen, isn't it? It is indeed. Right, we can start using that yarn that we've stocked up then. 37 of the stuff. Grand. Well, so far, this little outpost out here seems to be doing us pretty proud. How are we doing for sheep? Well, 36 and a pasture down here, so hopefully they'll be breeding nicely themselves. Got a few things that need repair. Are we out of tools? Yes, we are. It should have been a warning earlier when they couldn't get any to the other side. Let's get ourselves some tools then. Let's go for 50 this time, because we're doing pretty well for the money, so we can afford to import a little bit more iron. And on that topic, are we actually importing iron? We are. Let's go for 100 stockpile. I think we can probably afford to do that, can't we? So, housing up here. We're doing pretty well for farming down here and for orchards, so I wonder if we go for a mostly dense population up here with goats and pigs, etc., which hopefully are going to be fine at this altitude. I don't think they die at altitude, because it's probably going to do better than our farms. Not that we couldn't get a few orchards, perhaps. So, how do we want to lay this all out? I think what we'll do is basically come along the outside edge and fit as many as we can in, kind of in a wedge shape towards the middle. A little bit like that there. And hopefully that'll allow us to fit in the largest number of burgages possible for the space that we have available to us. Can't quite get one there. Doesn't want to go across that. Oh, maybe. Might have been successful there. Yep, we have. And that might give us a little central area, either to get some more burgages, or perhaps put down another granary and storehouse. So a little double accommodation in here. Come a little further along the road there. Okay. I don't hate it. It's fine to go like that. And then double in here. Yep, it's turn off snapping so we get one tucked in nice and tight. Actually, what we could do is have a sort of central area for one rear extension. A little something like that there. We can get some orchards set up in there. I like the idea of that. Maybe we'll go one more small one here. And maybe one more here as well. Or 2, even. Yep, we'll go for 2. Turn off snapping, just to get that. One like that. And then what if we were to do this? Yeah, that's going to look nice. So again, we'll continue around this way. Might have to have a little gap there, which we can always put a market stall or something in. Man, is that too steep? It comes down the hill here. That's a shame. What about if we came from this direction? Looks like it would potentially work, but maybe not. What if we continue a road round? Oh, actually, how far could we get this rear extension to go? Could we just fill this space? We can. Okay. Well, if we can't use it for anything else, we might as well use it for the baggage. Pretty happy with how that looks. Can I just tuck this in a little further here, just a bit straighter? A little bit more, maybe. Yeah, I like that. In fact, what I might do is make this a little bit longer here, so we've got space for a double baggage. Great, and then we've got a lovely space for a central orchard. Fantabulous. That might not be the best use of space, but I think it's going to be a pretty use of space, which is almost as important. It's not, but maybe it is. Maybe it's not, but maybe it is. Let's try and get another granary and storehouse then. And again, I think it works for us having this on the slope, because we couldn't get a baggage there. But do I want the wall wrapping around that? So I'm imagining the wall is going to end about here. And do I want it to dip too much there? I don't think it would matter necessarily. But I also want to be able to, man the wall with a crossbowman, potentially. Especially when we get those brigands interfering. Put them here. Yeah, we'll go granary there. Storehouse here. And then in that little triangle here, we'll get ourselves a... not a granary, what am I doing? We'll get ourselves a market stall. Location, straighten this up here. Good. Let's make that a stone well. And speed up time so we can get a bit of this construction done, shall we? I do like how the stone foundations go down to the side of the cliff here. It looks really cool. What a spot to have a granary. I mean, if you lived in this house, I mean, for one, you'd be worried about storms and wind damage. But it is just a fantastic view, isn't it? Very lucky indeed, the good old peeps that live here. It looks like stables are getting pretty full. Let's make sure that all the hitching posts we've put down are being upgraded to stables, including these up here. The royal tax has begun. Expensive stuff. That's hollowing out the next area for our lovely citizens. Now, the last time I built a stone-walled manor in our previous playthrough, with Motte and Bailey, although we did manage to trap some people inside of walls with no gates, there had been a micropatch, it turned out, that I didn't realise the day before we played that one, and no one got stuck inside of the walls. So there's a chance that's actually been fixed, and if it has, we can probably build the walls here a little bit earlier than we normally would, but we'll take it steady. I think what I'd like to do really is more or less complete the Devil's Hill mountaintop kingdom and its walls before we go to war and expand. It feels like we've got a solid base then with which to project our power across the rest of the surrounding region. At the moment we're a beacon and a bastion of hope and of prosperity against the Baron's vicious rule. Any clothes? I presume we're making them, they're just being used as quickly as they're being produced. Commodities, clothes. Past 30 days, we made 11, we consumed 11. It's basically how it's gone. That's fine. I'm sure we'll make more in time. Are we making use of all of the yarn? We are not. So let's get another tailor. We have the ability to do so, so we shall. Up to 40 sheep now, are we? 28 and 12 lambs. It's good to see. And did we get to our goal of oxen? No, barely begun. Well, hopefully the livestock traders are on the case. Yep, they're all very busy importing livestock. So all is well there. Indeed. A couple of stables going together. Just as soon as the ground and storehouse here are built, we want to upgrade those, obviously. As people start moving in up here, we're going to start by assigning them to the local granary and the local storehouse, I believe. And then we need to get some extensions set up here as well. Trade is going pretty nicely. We've spent quite a lot on animals recently, but I don't think that's a problem. Do we want to have a road connecting around here, or is that going to be too steep? Could we come down in between here? We could. It would be very steep though here. Almost a shame that... oh, that would be fantastic So, this is a very niche reference, but if you've, I'm sure there are other places like this as well. If you've been to the UK, or indeed if you live in the UK, that's ridiculous, you'll probably have been to a National Trust property. And quite often in the grounds there, they have wooden sleepers to form steps. There's a very rugged way of getting up steeper sections and slopes in manor house gardens and grounds, etc. So imagine if when you did a steep path, if it was too steep in Manor Lords, it was made into sort of a tiered path or chiseled into the ground. That would look absolutely amazing. Devs, if you could make that so, it'd be wonderful. I know you've got quite a long list of things to do, building this beautiful and wonderful game that I love so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you do. But if I could have some steps in my steep sections of path, I'd be grateful. Somebody clip that and get that over to the devs, please. Thank you kindly. If there are any devs watching, let me know in the comments below. I'd be fascinated to know if any of you are watching me butcher your beautiful game. I do apologise in advance. I play the way I play. I do apologise. Let's get ourselves an orchard set up here before I get too distracted. I just start building squares again, as I am prone to do. We will look at getting some more bits and bobs. So what do we need? We've got plenty of vegetables. It seems we've got a reasonable number. And we are low on pork. And eggs and milk's still an issue. So let's go for a bunch of animal pens. And maybe we'll just get a couple of chickens as well. We'll just try and expand that side. Because to this point, we've put in quite a lot of burgages to produce us, in the future, orchards with fruits, and also lots of vegetable plots as well, as opposed to entire rows of swans. Oh gosh, we never bought you anything. Let's get you some goats. And an upgrade in the wrong order, so I have to come back and remember to do things, which I will not do. Let's upgrade the church. Why haven't we done that yet? We'll get ourselves some pears. I wonder how long you all have been screaming at the screen like, "You've got the materials, build the church, you fool." I'm sorry, I've been terribly, terribly distracted. Why give you a job? Are you local? You couldn't be much more yokel if you tried, could you? It's good to see. Nice to see some of these orchards we planted in the early game popping up now, and some of the others coming to fruition as well. How are things going down here? Ooh, got a clothes on. Got a singular clothes on the market. It's a good sign, isn't it? Don't think we lost any sheep either in the winter, so that's good. Our little sheep tactic on the edge of the Devil's Hill has gone nicely. 2 tailors working on clothing production, so we are getting through that yarn quite nicely. We might need to get an additional worker at a weaver's workshop at some juncture. Maybe we should do that in advance. You still live yokely. That is good, because we can't fit any more burgages down here if we wanted to. Apart from maybe 1 or 2. Could we fit a tavern if we needed it? To increase population density? No, so we would probably have to demolish something so that we could fit this in temporarily. Now, can we put it down here? Ooh, yes. That might just be close enough that we could get those guys upgraded if we wanted to increase population density in Seanville. Splendid. Construction going nicely up here. Just want to remember to come down here and buy that goat. There we go. See, you didn't think I'd forget, did you? How are we doing for tools? We're up to 36. I'm going to let them carry on making tools. We've still got plenty of crossbows, spears, and shields. Hopefully, yep, we're starting to get towards having 4 full units. What I would normally do is get another 2 units of crossbow, so I'd have 2 spear, 4 crossbow, and then I will fill the rest out with the retinues. I do like to make a fairly defensive military force based on damage dealing from behind the lines, as I feel that gives you best survivability. Upgrade the storehouse and granary down there. And we're closing in on our manor, really, aren't we? It'd be good to get some more upgrades down there. Got a tower on it. And we're going to have to get a lot of timber and planks, more to the point, if we're going to get to the point of building a palisade wall around everything. And I think we probably will build a palisade wall before we build a stone wall. Or will we? We have the ability to quarry. Maybe as people move in here, we'll just massively increase our quarry production. With that in mind, I think we should probably get our 3rd and 4th quarries in place, which is going to mean moving the road here. So let's kind of mimic what we've done already. Except maybe we'll take a... Do we go left before we go right? Or do we just come off this road instead? So double back here to come along. Above the line of where the quarries are. And then switch back there. Yeah, I quite like that. We'll just carry that road on to make sure that it is. It might be a separate one. Okay. Good. And let's delete this road. So, slightly more indirect mode of transport. But I think going this way is going to be a bit too steep, and we are about to get that extra quarry in here. Let's turn off snapping. Sit that in there. Connect that road down. Okay, I quite like, actually, that these quarries are set into the side of the mountain. I feel like that's where you would put a quarry if you were on a mountain. And then we've got this beautiful little path that winds around here and doesn't get too ridiculously steep at any point. I wonder if we put a little love path switch back in here. Yes. Very nice indeed, typical. Good job, man. Maybe you should put a switch back here too, typical. Love path, sorry. Love path. Keep correcting myself. Good. Oh look, we've got a stone church. Approval, 77%. Clothes coming into the market, that's going to help. Hopefully soon we'll be at that +2 monthly migration. I'm going to wait for all these extensions to be built before we buy ourselves a bunch of animals, so we can, at the time, judge how many we are doing. Market store and supplies. Can we get an additional... problem is now, because none of these have been finished, there's nowhere for anyone to move in. Let's quickly get 2 of those completed, so that somebody could move in. I shouldn't have done them all at the same time. Rookie error. We'll set the priority nice and high to get them on the way. And we'll check supplies. So, looks like, yeah, we are wool limited. So, the more sheep, the merrier. And actually, they're growing quite nicely. Do we have an extra worker to use at the sheep farm? No, we've got 2. I think 2 should probably be enough for the time being. How are we doing for oxen? Yeah, we're up to our 20 oxen. That's good to see. Great, so we've got one of those completed. Would be good actually to get the larger burgage done, because we want to get some planting done there as soon as we possibly can. Still some forest for the woodcutters to be working on. Grand stuff. I think we should probably just take a moment to appreciate what we've built it, because I don't know about you, I'm pretty proud of how it's looking. I had no idea when I started this playthrough that we could do quite so much building on Devil's Hill itself. Not something I've done before, and my goodness, has it been fun squeezing everything in between the different limitations of how tall or how flat the terrain is. Looks like our forester down here has done a reasonably good job so far of clearing out what is going to be one of our future expansion villages on Devil's Hill. The settlement down there, the expanded quarries, our lovely road network leading up to the latest addition, which is the accommodation very near to the top of Devil's Hill. We're moving on to around the manor next, and of course down here we have wonderful Seanville producing us clothing to improve our approval. What a sentence. Right, enough gawking at how pretty everything is, because we'd be here all day. And you know what? I don't have all day. I'm really keen to get a few people moved in so we can get these quarries active. And that really does mean getting up to 80%. I don't want to stop taxing ourselves though, because we need that to pay our royal annual tax and to build our manor garrison up stronger, the lovely retinue. So although we are hurting our approval by -2%, we could be at 80% if we stop taxation. I don't want to stop taxation, and as soon as we have a few more clothes available, and indeed they do appear to be starting to come onto the market, then our approval should shoot up anyway. Now, I don't know if the garments are going to be stocked down here, or whether we're going to have to turn off the limits for those workers, because at the moment, I imagine they're all in this storehouse. I don't see them though. I wonder where they've all gone then. Are they at a storehouse over here? And let's take a look. Of course, I haven't set limits up for those actually. Anyone got clothes? They're here somewhere. It's a granary. Interesting. Maybe they've not even made their way to the storehouses yet, and they're all being stored at the tailor's workshops. We'll just have to wait and see. Because there's not really a lot else we can do, is there? I don't see why they'd be in that storehouse. Definitely not there. Are they all the specialist storehouse? They are. And obviously you don't have a stall. Well, hopefully they make their way out from there eventually to the general population. We're up to 79% now, so hopefully we are starting to hit that approval elsewhere. Let's get another worker at this storehouse. You should be nice and local. You've just moved in. Good. You have indeed. And can we get another worker here that's local? Hello? No, you live down here. That's not too far away, but I got a feeling it is too far. We'll leave it though, because we're lazy. Okay, so we want to put some fruits in here. Why don't we go for quinces, because we can. Pop an extension on, and then we'll go goat, goat, goat. Turn off that accidentally pinned thing. Goat, goat. Then we'll go the rest with pigs. The other two. Okay. And then we've got some chickens at the others. So 8 spots for people to be moving into. Let's get a couple of upgrades here while we're here. See if it makes sense. And we're back up to 80% approval, so that +2 monthly migration is coming our way. Good to see. Now, obviously, our economy is largely propped up by the quarries at the moment, and soon to be by our tile production. Oh dear, Teufelsberg has been claimed. But we are going to want to start stockpiling our own dress stone at some point. To which end, we probably ought to have a dedicated storehouse for the various goods coming out of them. So, is there anywhere in here? Yeah, we can build across the road there. I think we'll do that. Let's get a storehouse in, literally opposite the quarries, maybe even 2. And we're going to use those for the storage of stone in the fullness of time. Now, we are going to fight the Baron here. When I say fight, we're going to accept the challenge. I don't really want to fight him, because I think we probably would win. Could win, but the losses would be catastrophic for us. So we are going to trade some money for peace, but what I want to do is mark out exactly where he's going to be claiming. When I say where he's claiming, of course I mean where the battleground will be. I think it'll be in the same place. It will. Right. Let's see if I can't mark out this position. So, do this bit by bit. Doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to give us an indication of where the outside of the circle is. Can't road into there, can I know? Is that fairly accurate? Yeah, okay, right. So that is the circle, so I'm hoping we can build a fortification literally here. Either with 1 or 2 walls. We could do a square fort, I suppose, doesn't have to be circular. Or we could do like a star fort. That might be quite cool. A little star fort here. Okay, right, let's see if we can't buy him off. So we're going to negotiate. We'll offer him 150. To see if we can end this little squabble. Hopefully he accepts, otherwise we're in for a world of pain. Yes, 1, 2, 3. Oh, good, yes. It would have been quite a few units coming in to slap at our backsides. That's scary, isn't it? Glad they're gone. Yes, thank you. Wonderful. I do feel rather exploited, but I don't feel dead, and that's important. I'd rather survive with a hole in my wallet than be dead with a whole one. Of course, if I'm dead, he gets my wallet anyway. I would definitely want to live here. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I mean, I'd want to live here so long as we had frequent structural checks on the surrounding area, and maybe not in heavy rainfall. Everyone wants to feel safe, after all. Right, so hopefully... Oh dear, we slipped back down below that 80% approval. Is it because clothes are not quite ubiquitous yet? I imagine that is the problem. We're certainly not getting any over to this side. One way we could address that is potentially by having a weaver's workshop over here, or even a tailor's over there. But they're not going to be very efficient tailors. All of our clothes, well, some of them are stored here. Some in this one. Yeah, some have made their way into that one. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. I mean, right, so we don't need leather here. We don't need hides. Or, you know, you can go to the other storehouses or pelts. What else don't we need? Don't need rubble stone here. Don't need roof tiles here. Don't need mortar or dress stone. Make sure we don't end up with things that should not be here. Okay. Cool. It's getting quite full with random stuff at the moment. Hopefully as more clothes are made, they will just slowly make their way out into the broader market. What I might do is take off this limited work area for this storehouse, and I hope that they can go and get some clothes for everyone. How are we doing on tools? We are up to 50, so let's temporarily reassign our blacksmith to iron parts so we can make more parts for crossbows. And then we should be pretty set militarily. 7 burgers for people to be moving into. Oh, back up to 82% approval. Fantastic. It's going to flit around a little bit, I think, as clothes go in and out of availability. But at least that means we're back up to that +2 monthly migration, which should make a huge difference in terms of getting our quarries and our clay pits fully staffed. Talking of clay pits. Yes. Royal tax increase. Very sad. Let's go ahead and see if we can't get a few more of these pits established. And sure. Go for a little funky arrangement here. Make those back up to the road. And that one there as well. Good. Don't mind there being a couple of trees in the middle there. Because we want to increase our roof tile production as well, because that'll be what we're selling while we're using our dressed stone. Where are these raiders coming in from? Down at the bottom here, so they're likely to attack up the hill this way. If we could fight in this clearing, that would be ideal, because we could use our shield walls then. So we'll deploy our troops there. And we'll keep an eye on where the brigands or the raiders come out from the sides of the map. Ah, right, there they are. Yep, this should be a good location to fight them. So we will do the usual. We'll set up here. And we'll also bring in our retinue. You know what, I'm going to keep the retinue to one side to protect our crossbow. Maybe here. And you two should be in shield wall, and we just want to spread you out as far as we can, actually, to make sure that we're not getting the crossbow outflanked as far as possible. Okay, you're here to protect the crossbow. Okay, pretty happy with that. So we have 2 long rows of spear set to be defensive. They're nearly full units, actually. I'm in one long row. Good. Our missile behind. And our retinue at the ready to defend. And here they come. Right. Speed time along and get them into range. Are they leaving? What? I'm confused. Kind of looks like they're leaving. No, I'm not standing down yet. I suspect the buggy game is to blame for that. It did look like they were leaving the map. How bizarre. Well, we'll keep our troops here for a minute just in case, but they finally hear how deadly we are and decide to run away. Like, I'm not facing 2 lines of spear, 2 full units of crossbow and a retinue. We're just going to die if we do that. We're going to leave. It looks like they maybe have. Have you guys seen that before? Let me know in the comments below. Have you seen the raiders just decide to leave? Peace out, never to be seen again? Totally bizarre. Right, well, not going to complain too hard. It's a fight we don't have to do. But neither am I going to disband our forces until I'm absolutely sure they're gone. Let's get a couple more upgrades here as people are happy. Still don't see any garments down there, but we're at 83% approval, so I'm not too bothered. At the moment, anyway. How are we doing for rough stone? Quite a few. Let's get a second worker at the stonemason station. And you're local, so that's fine. And we should probably look to get a secondary stonemason station set up as well, actually. Do that just on that side of the road. And then, as for these storehouses, you're explicitly going to deal in all things stone, which should just be. And also you're allowed to have tools, actually, because you're going to need for maintenance. That should be everything you need. Rough stone, dressed stone, and rubble stone. Let's upgrade that and turn off your market stall. And then we'll do the same rules for this one here. Great. Upgrade, turn off market stall. I think the raiders left, you know. Thank you, men. You will go back to your various jobs. I'm sure we'll see a whole stream of them coming down the road here. I do like that they properly use the roads now when they're returning. It's a bit weird, though, how they have all their workmen's tools and none of their armour. I feel like they should, if it was possible, go back to their homes, leave their weapons there, and then go back to their jobs. Perhaps I'm asking too much there. Right, so who else up here is unassigned? You're a stonemason. You're unassigned, you can go and work at a quarry. You're a warehouse worker. Unassigned, you can go and work at a quarry. Warehouse. Granary. Unassigned, you can go and work at a quarry. No one lives there. Unassigned, you can go and work granary. And then we'll get you an upgrade. Okay, so there's quite a few extra quarry workers. Bring out even more rough stone to be sold. And then we'll convert as much of that into dressed stone as we possibly can. We're looking pretty swish financially, so why don't we start stocking up a little bit more dressed stone. Let's set that to 50 as a surplus. And maybe we'll go for the same on roof tiles. And we're doing a pretty good job of exporting excess rubble stone so we don't end up with too much left over. New family's moved in. Go and work at a quarry. Then we'll get you an upgrade. We do have this granary and storehouse here we can activate at some point. Only 2 burgages left for people to move into, actually. So we should probably carry on with our burgaging. So let's get some more. Too steep. What? Surely not. Surely not. Can we get 2 here at least? We can. So let's get these popped in here. No, we haven't quite started in the right place there. There we go. 2 there. Can we get 1 on the end? No, it doesn't look like it. Would we be able to get more in here? We would. So let's pop a quick road in round there to behind them. And pop in a couple of burgages here. Might as well fill out that space. Okay. And then can we build some from this side? Yep. Can we get 3 in here? Like that. And then fill out the space where we can't put baggages anyway. Yep. So maybe another orchard can go in there. And then get another one in here potentially. Get 2 in there. What have I got? 1 here. No, that's too steep. 1 here. 1 double. And then fill out that space? No. Oh, go that way. Sure. Just absolutely cramming baggages in anywhere I can fit them. Upgrade that, and we've got some more baggages popping up just in the nick of time for more people to be moving into. Can't stop looking at how beautiful this map is. I think Devil's Hill has got to be basically my favourite map in Manor Lords. The views you get from it are just stunning. Getting distracted again, aren't I? Do apologise, everyone. How are we doing for milk, etc. now? We've got 23 milk, so the uptick in goats has obviously made a difference, and eggs as well, so chickens. So we'll keep pushing in that direction, as well as our additional fruit farms, etc. How's the military looking? Full strength on 4 units, which tells me we can get another unit of crossbow. Might even go as far as 2. Lovely, so our troops are evenly distributed across the 4-unit of crossbow and the 2-unit of spear. And from then on, we really need to work on our retinue. There's a fair bit of taxation we've taken. Hopefully we can afford to tax a little bit more at some point as well, as our approval sticks at 83%. So we've all got garments down here, but they struggle a bit for meats in that area. And I imagine over here they've got meats, but they don't have garments, which is a shame. Especially as we're starting to get a fair few clothes stocked up now. It'd be nice, in Nova Roma, you can set a... So you can basically set up an internal trade route, if that makes sense. So you can have someone with a cart whose job it is to move resources from A to location B. So from location A to B. And you can basically move resources around your empire that way to make sure that everyone's always got enough of everything. So it'd be really cool here if I could set up like an internal pack station. So the pack station can trade from here to here, set between 2 specific granaries or storehouses. That'd be a really cool little thing that I could micromanage. There's another note for the devs there. Thank you, love your game. Do you think they appreciate all my typical T suggestions, or do they find him just a dastardly annoying person? Who knows? Who knows? Right, we've had a few more people move in. How are the granaries? Storehouses looking? Storehouses are pushed, so maybe the extra people who've moved in here will send one to work at this storehouse and one to work at this storehouse. Extension-wise, we're going to get you both some chickens, I think. And then I might focus on pigs for some of these others, apart from this one here, which we said was going to be an orchard, didn't we? These two then can be for pigs. I'm not going to upgrade that one just yet, because I want a spot for someone to be able to move in while all these other upgrades are taking place. It would make sense to upgrade these taverns at some point as well, although we're not going to be distributing any ales just at this moment. It's going to be quite a long time before we do that, but with such limited space, I thought it was a good idea to get them down while we still were planning the area. Otherwise, I'm going to have to come back and delete something afterwards, and nobody wants that. Least of all, typically. So a couple of those completed, so we'll put in an animal pen there, because there are spaces for people to move into. Action upgrades as soon as they become available, because I don't see any point in holding back. We're looking good for timber and for planks. Maybe we should start upping our plank limit. Let's move that on to 300, because we're doing pretty well for logs at the moment as we're clearing out this area. Did we ever get a worker down at our forestry? We did not. Are you local? No, you're not. Okay. So we are out of local workers down here. So, might be we do need to get enough beer in or ale just to upgrade these to level 3. But we'll need to get them a better source of meat if we're doing that. Hopefully with their own goats they should be producing some of their own, but obviously not very much. Are we keeping on top of wool and yarn? We are doing both, so maybe you should become a picker. Did we ever get our 5th apiary? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I might convert one of these chickens to an apiary. Like that, because we can put extra chickens in over here. And that means we're getting our maximum pollination bonus for our fields, our vegetables. Upgrade that and start... Ooh, what are we going to put in there? Pears. Sure. Some pears to go in there. And we're going to do pigs over here, aren't we? So we'll do 3. Wait for them to be completed, then we'll move on to these other ones. Or actually, a spot there someone can move into with no extension anyway. An expansion on you. We're going rather swimmingly, I'd say. Give it a little stretched on the old supply chain. I imagine we're making a lot of rough stone now, aren't we? We've got 33 set around. Just wondering if we can get an additional worker in our new stonemason station. Where is our new stonemason station? Oh. I thought it was hiding behind our storehouse there for a second. It's just the other side. Good, we're blind. You local? You are? That's fine. Game's starting to get a little laggy for whatever reason. What population are we up to? Only 244. Good gracious. What a tiny little populace for this stage of the game. But, you know, we've been very limited on space. We've not always had people moving in, and we've not always been at the +2 monthly migration. So, hopefully those are excuses enough. Another family's moved in. Let's go and check out where they are. And assign them to the quarry. And we'll buy you some pigs. And upgrade both of you as well. Get an extension there. And I'm assigning most of the people who are moving in here to work at the quarries because they're reasonably close. I think when we start putting burgers in over here, which we might do fairly soon, it's looking fairly well thinned out. Once we start doing that, those workers can come and work at the clay mines, and we can make a proper start on getting those effective. 3.5 in the bank. 85 dressed stone. Maybe we should once again redress our export limits. So we've got maybe... Let's keep back 500. I think we can afford to do that. I'm going to get a worker here if we can. You live there, that's fine. So that you can start stockpiling all of that lovely dressed stone for us. And actually, if we're doing that now with dedicated storehouses, we can go around to the other storehouses and disallow them from having stone-related products so they don't take up too much space and time of those who should be distributing goods to the rest of the population. That's those two there. And then we'll see about the others too. So there's this one here. Yep. Done it mostly there, actually. And did we have one over here somewhere? Or was that it for those ones? We've got the new ones up here, actually, which we'll need to make sure also have the same limitations. Yep, a whole bunch stored here that we don't need to have. Now we've got dedicated storage. And finally this one here. Good, so that should send it hopefully all in the right direction. We'll just make sure that we definitely have those limits set up on this one as well. Yeah, we came into that earlier, didn't we? That's fine. Alrighty then. So that should start sending all of our stone as it indeed already is. So that's storehouse. We're going to stockpile as much as we can. Can we even get another worker at the stonemason station, I wonder? Still local, so that's fine. Just because, obviously, we are also selling the rough stone. If we look at our exports on trade, you can see, wow, we've made 3,800 from dressed, 2,200 from the rough as well. We sell nearly the same amount as the dressed. So it's going out at the same time. We could always stop selling that. The reason I want to keep selling it is obviously you export too much of something, the value goes down. I imagine that's actually already happened. It hasn't at the moment. And that's because we're selling it in two forms. We're selling it at the rough and as the dress, which obviously means we're selling half as much dressed as we otherwise might be. Right, borders are stuck on, so I think it's time for a little bit of a reload, don't you? Splendid stuff. So reload popped. And we've got a couple of animals to buy up here, don't we? So let's get a whole bunch of piggies in these rare properties. Get a lovely little animal pen on that one too. Pig there. And no one there. 7 available living spots for people to shuffle their way on into. We'll need another granary worker, I do believe, before too long. So maybe it's time for us to open up this granary here. Wood, you're nice and local. And get an upgrade on you. And I think it's probably time we addressed the Manor Garrison Tower. So let's get this one popped down just next door to the manor. So we're going to put it on that side then. That's fine. And we'll just commit to that for the time being. So we've got some additional space for our retinue. Because with 747 in the bank and no immediate prospects to expand out to other regions, I think we might as well spend a bit of that on a slightly larger retinue. Upgrade that property, and I'd also like to start thinking about moving into this area over here. So if we use the long camp and see how much space there is to where it becomes untenable for building stuff. Oh, there's a bit of flat land there as well. It's a tiny bit of a plateau there. I mean, basically up to the trees is more or less where we can build anyway. So as per usual, when we're settling in a new area, I think we're pretty happy with this road coming up here. We'll keep that. So why don't we get down a granary and storehouse? There's actually a space we can build in here as well. Yeah, just for smaller buildings. Let's get ourselves a granary and storehouse local to this area then. So we'll build our granary. Oh, there's almost anywhere. Does that mean we can get burgages along there as well? No, too steep to build those. They're all going to be built over this way. Anything we can do along here? No. Just making sure we didn't build our granary storehouse somewhere we could have put a different building. So, we've got a granary down just here. And we've got a storehouse as well. Popped in just behind, with roads connecting them up to here. I think that looks pretty cool. And then we'll get a lovely market stall built in here as well. Can we get any down there? Pretty cool if you can just get a stall outside. And a little too small. Oh, we can get one there. Can we do the same here? No. It's fine. In that case, let's fill out the space to the path. There was a way here, wasn't there, for two? Looks like we're getting just one. And then I guess we'll fill out this space here. Is there a road in the way? There is indeed. Clicked on the wrong side of it. Okay. Let's actually get rid of those. Those look a little bit ridiculous, don't they? We'll go with those two there. So hopefully those ones there will be enough market stall locations. And then local water supply would be handy, of course. Put that just there. And then start to plan out exactly where we can get these burgages. So, what might be worth doing is we'll check once again where the kind of edge falls off. So we'll make a small building almost anywhere around here. Looking at terrain level, I reckon probably about here is about the limits of where we can get burgages to. So let's build a little circular ring road around here. Might be a bit too close to the edge actually, but we'll find out shortly. And see if we can't build some burgages up along the side of that one. It's too steep that way. Back out that way. Too steep there as well. What about if we were building them this way? Too steep. Sideways. Too steep. So let's come in 2 or 3 ley lines. And it looks like it becomes possible then. So what we'll do is we'll follow this line along here instead. Just figure out exactly where we can build to without any problems. So in theory, that should be all good. What can we fit out to that point? Build them this way probably. Too steep. Don't tell me such fibs. We were fine just now. What did we come out this way a bit? Okay. Just in that corner there, I suspect, is an issue. So we'll just put a little love path in there. And see if we can't get one in here. If not, we'll just move along. And I think, again, we're going to be doing that one burgage at a time type of construction. So let's turn off snapping. And we'll make these as small as we can. Possibly then to have a larger one in the center. So, one there. 2. Double one there. Probably another double one here, I suspect. Let's turn off snapping. One further. Would very much like it to have a rear extension. There we go. And let's just follow this pattern around. And then can we fill out this space here? We've got another small burgage here. And then this one here. Perfect. Yep, we can fill out that space. Ooh. Ooh. We can fill out all that space. Lovely. Make that into a lovely little orchard. And then we get 3 in here. A smidge too steep, apparently. We are going to be moving this here logging camp. It's not going to be staying there, so we don't necessarily need to build up to that. We did have something here that was working just now, didn't we? Perhaps not. Can we get one last in here at the very least? Nope, looks like it's a smidgen too steep. What if we come back a tad here? Nope. Oh well. Still got a reasonable number of additional burgers placed in here. Let's move the logging camp onto a new location. And I think... is it anywhere down here? Yeah. We'll get it placed down here then. Moved along further again, leaving us more space hopefully for some burgaging. And we'll also move its stables down with it. Didn't realise you could just move a stable and it stays a stable. I assumed it would sort of go back to being a hitching post. Right. We've got one more pigged border. And then we'll upgrade you. Where people have moved in. And we've got lots of people unassigned at the moment. So, how are we doing on market stalls here? Still a bit stretched. Let's get 2 more families at the granary here then. And another one at the storehouse. Do we have clothes down here yet? No garments on the sample size I've selected, despite having 100 in stock. Let's continue to turn off the limits for the storehouses to see if we can't get them to go and collect clothes from elsewhere. See how we get on. Okay, oh dear. Rubble, that's no good. Still plenty of surface deposit left. Let's get then, how are we doing for dress stone? Got loads of dress stone, that's looking pretty good. And loads of money as well still. We need more rough stone. So let's see up here who doesn't currently have a job. So you're a stonemason, quarry, warehouse, quarry, warehouse, quarry, and quarry. Got a quarry there. Granary. 2 unassigned. Let's send you both to work in the quarries when you're not busy on your own extension. A couple of warehouse workers, and then we'll come in here. Granary and stonemason. Quarry. Then we'll check around these baggages here. Granary. Granary. Warehouse. Unassigned. Again, looking at quarry, my friend. And 2 unassigned. You can go and work in the quarries as well. I assume you're also unassigned. You are. You can go and work there. And you can go and work there. And that's nearly the quarry's filled. Are we already moving into our new burgages? Yes, we are. So you can go and work at the local granary, which we will get upgraded. Let's also upgrade the storehouse. Do you want that path continuing like that? Maybe? Maybe we continue it along a little bit like this. And then we'll see if we can't get a few more burgages popped in here. Let's continue that all the way along there in one road. So what are our options here? Oh, looks a little too steep. We do it from the end. That's a shame. That would have made for a couple of nice burgages in there. We'll try a couple of combinations before we give up, though. It would be a shame to give up if it turns out we could indeed have got a couple of burgages out of the space. We can that way, so we should be able to this way. So maybe let's build a little road across here. Like that. We fill that out. Partially fill it out. So we can get 2 in. We squeeze that to 3. Oh, 2 doubles. Sure, it's fine. We're not going to fit one in there, are we? No. What about in here? We can, but not with an extension. What if we did this? And again, just a little bit odd in terms of how it's set up. Very nearly. I will just take some additional workers, I think, because they can go and help at the quarries. So, oh, that works. I'm sure they'll find a way to get to their house. It'll be fine. If they actually get stuck, we'll deal with it, but they should be able to go through the back garden. And anything here? No, it's fine. So maybe it's worth us getting some hitching posts or something else in here. Maybe another granary and storehouse. Can we do any burgaging out in this direction? Ooh, yeah. So we'll do our usual, go along a couple and then switch to some rear extensions. That is, if we can get it to play nice. So it looks like we can get 4. So put those there, nice and even. And then how far behind can we get that? It's too steep. That's fine. So that could be another nice orchard. And then we might as well fill this out with one last one here. Maybe not. Can you get anything in here? It's simply too steep to build. Again, you can get in that way. Do we have space to get a road in there? And still have a burgage? Rather have a road out the front. We can, but it wouldn't have a rear extension. What if we kind of go on the corner? Bizarre, 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 bizarre. Sometimes I wish there was a ignore terrain feature, because it doesn't look that steep there, does it? We came from this direction. No. Okay. Well, there's still a few extra burgages in there anyway, isn't it? I don't think we can get another one here, can we? No. Let's get another granary and storehouse in here, though. So we can get maybe the granary there. Storehouse here. And then we've got space for a market stall in between. So at least we're making some use of the space. Get another well in there as well. Good. And as these start to be occupied, so we've already sent the first worker to go and work at the granary. We'll send the next to go and work at the storehouse. And where is your market stall down there? That should be fine. Third worker, you can go and work at a mining pit. And we'll get you an expansion problem there as well. We'll do the same for the next one as well. Also go and work at a mining pit. And on some of the others, let's start to get some animal pens installed. You are, of course, going to be an orchard. And then animal pens around the outside. It's 84% approval, so we could definitely tolerate slightly higher taxation if we decided to do that. Let's assign you to mining pit. So we've got nearly 700 in the surface deposit. Good. So our next little area growing up nicely there. And we'll probably just get a few of these families as well. Next couple assigned to go and work at our stables down here. Let's make sure this has a permanent livestock assignment so they're nice and nearby. Lovely stuff. People are happy. People are well fed. Do people down here have garments yet? Oh, it looks like a few of them do. So turning off that control and where exactly we're allowing them to go does seem to have made a positive difference in terms of the work area restriction we had on them previously. How are we doing for dressed stone? We've got 58 rough. We've got 655 dressed. Might even go ahead and set our limits even higher. So let's export over 1,500. Be nice to get lots stocked up for when we want to do our manor construction. In the same ilk, more plank is more good. So let's also set a limit up here. It's a stable. Not going to be doing much there, am I? Let's go over to the saw pit and set us up a limit of 800 planks there as well. So we'll keep that being produced. Still looking mighty fine on fuel and on food. How are we doing down here in Shornville? Just cracking on. Looks like we're still on top of yarn and wool, so that's good to see. Resources are looking pretty well balanced. We're filling up the sheep slowly. We could actually go and sell our honey, can't we? So let's go to the trading post. Some enemy units are spotted, and slam the spacebar there and pause the game while we go and set up our honey export. Hello, honey. Where are you? You're crafting material, aren't you? Yes, you are. So we're going to export everything over 50 honey. It's worth a fair bob, so we'll buy that trade route. And where are these brigands? Are they going to run away this time? All 4 units marching in parallel, and they're coming from the north. Oh, look at that. Really are starting to spread all over Devil's Hill, aren't we? Right, so I think we'll set up maybe down by the church, maybe just past the church, on this slope here by the road. Okay. Let us summon the troops down here. It should be an exercise in practicing battle tactics more than anything else, because we have a fair number of archers to our name now. I'm not too concerned about enemy numbers. It's just training for our men at this point. Has anyone else moved in that is currently unassigned? Doesn't look like it. Just quite keen to get ourselves some workers down at the newly relocated Woodcutters Lodge, which of course I don't mean Woodcutters Lodge, I mean logging camp, don't I? Get it right, difficult, come on. Pop an upgrade there, and then let's refocus over here as they march through. So we're going to want to get our spear set up in a nice long defensive line here. I don't know why they're spacing themselves differently. Oh, that's better. Okay, put them there, and then we'll get our 4 units of missile sat behind. And as usual, we will have our retinue here ready to move in and defend if necessary. Good stuff. Oh, we can shield wall them up. We shall do so. These guys are obviously a little bit too far into the woods. Now, it should be a simple case of delete enemy with our crossbow. Why can I only see 2 units? That is concerning. Where are the other 2? Have to keep our eyes peeled. Right, in the dense forest, I imagine soon we'll be opening fire with our crossbow. As they get closer, select our units. Open fire, men, as they come into range. The ambush in the forests, awaiting the brigands. There we are, we're loading our crossbows. And we're starting to loose. Oh, the sound of death and destruction there. You can see the enemy charging through towards our front line. I don't know if they'll survive another volley though. Unit coming in from the flank. They have been largely decimated. 2 units fire that way. That unit's broken. Okay, we can focus on that unit there. That should leave 1 unit unaccounted for. They've broken from the first couple of volleys as well. Any remaining troops? Yep, 1 unit coming in from over there. Open fire on them. Let's go and see their fate. Well, already they're losing men. They will never get anywhere near our lines with 4 units of crossbow firing on them. And that's why I love crossbow. We've not had to risk a single life to take on these raiders. We've just obliterated them before they got anywhere near. Now they are broken. And another victory for our homegrown troops. Let's bring everyone back into our own region. It's becoming quite a strong force, which is nice to see. Getting decent experience on all of our crossbow men as well. And then just as soon as everyone is back inside, we shall dispel them so they can go back to their jobs. Disband rather than dispel. Lovely. Was but a short distraction. Construction then, coming along nicely. As soon as that extension is up, we'll buy them some seeds to plant some fruits. And we'll maybe go for some more pears. At least we've got some decent fruit going into winter, actually. It's lasted us a reasonably long amount of time. Vegetables are still looking fine. Meats are here or there. Animal produce also here or there, but still seems to be enough for the time being. And let's get this storehouse upgraded. Granary as well. Let's check this new storehouse here isn't accidentally containing stone. It is. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that there at all. We should probably allow, actually, this storehouse next door to have clay and roof tiles, because they need to be stored somewhere as well. I'm going to do the same for this one here. Clay and roof tiles. Where am I looking? Hello, roof tiles? There you are. Expecting you to be more of a terracotta colour for some reason. Okay, so you're going to be pears, and we'll put an expansion on you as well. And you can be for a pig. Get a few more of those in. Grand, that's giving us plenty of space for people to be moving in as well, with all these double burgages that are going up. We'll just keep an eye for when people are moving in, so we can get them assigned down here. You live nearby, so you're fine. Anyone else over here not have a job? I guess we'll see later on, won't we? We'll upgrade that well to a stone one, so there's plenty of water supply nearby. Grand. Quarries are all steaming away. Got a fair bit of rough stone set aside. We've got 2 stonemason stations dressing it all, and I think probably that's going to be plenty enough throughput. Got loads of rubble stone now as well. We're not quite exporting that at the rate that we would need to be doing to get rid of all of it, but that doesn't seem to be causing an issue. Over 100 clothes, 5,000 in our town's treasury, 1,500 in our own. Why don't we go ahead to our retinue, and let's customize them. Let's buy in. How much can we afford? Can we get a full retinue now? Yes, full retinue. And then let's make sure we upgrade everyone's armor as well. We might not quite be able to afford everyone's armor, but we shall try our darndest. And we might need to start considering as well. So we've got lots of money. If we can up our iron import, we could potentially start to look at making some iron helmets for our lads, or even importing some flax to make linen, so we can make some gambesons. Let's go for gambesons first. Let's just make sure we're still making enough tools. We'll put it back to tool production. We're looking pretty well equipped, just recruits missing. 37 spare crossbows, 100 spare shields, and 41 spare spears. So let's go to trade, and we're going to set an import then for some flax. And let's say we want 50 flax at any given time. We'll go over to here. We'll set up our dedicated storehouse here to accept flax and to accept linen and gambesons. We will convert the final house here to a tailor's workshop. And what we want to do then is go to all of our other storehouses rather laboriously and take away their ability to have linen and flax, so that all ends up going to the correct place. I'm sure we'll end up missing one. We'll go around nonetheless and try and make that adjustment to everyone. They're right next to each other. I don't know why I'm struggling to see them. Doesn't matter if they have gambesons, because they'll need to be distributed out to the men anyway. One in here somewhere. There we are. One down here? No, it's down here, isn't it? Yes, there we are. And then the 1, 2 in the new area we've got set up over here. Here. Why have you got wool? And then this one over here as well, which is currently under construction, so we can't change that one for the minute, but we shall try and endeavour to remember to do so, though I don't suspect I will succeed in that regard. Got a few new pigs over here, so hopefully we'll see the population pick up in terms of our meat supply. We get second local family. Yep, looks fine. They're both local. Is there a third one to be had as well? There was. Good. 3 local families, so we're back producing even more timber. As we build up planks, we're definitely going to be lacking a little bit of timber, which we'll need later on for the manor build. All's fine down here. We might as well upgrade that to a stone well, though. And just as soon as that tailor shop is complete, what we'll do is we'll set them up to make some gambesons. 87% of the way there. Let's up the priority. Oh, it's done. Right. Yes, you're making gambesons. Perfect. Of course, we're going to need some linen. But we have workers at the weavers' workshops, and they're not terribly stretched, I don't think, turning our wool into yarn. There's starting to be a bit of a build-up, so it might be that we need to get another worker there. We don't have a bunch of additional accommodation over here. I don't think we can fit any more in because of the terrain. No, maybe get a couple here. Fantastic if we could. So I can't do it that way, but I can do it this way. That's irritating. Can I get a road in here and still do that? It'd be most useful if I could. Oh, I can. Lovely. Right. So we'll get in 3 burgages. Let's deal with rear extensions. And actually, yeah, we'll go for... Oh, can't quite do that, okay. In fact, 2 double like that would be fine. You know, there's a false sense of ability. As soon as I click, it's like, nope. Is it actually possible without the road? No, it was false hope from the beginning. How about just the one in here? That's possible. Is it possible from this direction? No. This direction? Nope. Right, let's move the logging camp here. In fact, let's do away with the logging camp here altogether. We don't necessarily need it, and we do need the space for some burgages. So, once we get the supplies here out the way, see if we can't basically use the space that was here with a road like so. And build a couple of burgages along here. Let's make use of this space. It should be fine once that's out of the way, I believe. Come on. Move the last little bits of goodies. Still too steep there. That should be fine though, shouldn't it? Yeah. Right, so we'll just wait for those supplies to move out of the way so we can build these couple of burgages. There we go. So let's get a couple tucked in here with rear extensions. Turn off snapping there so we can get that set in the right place. 2 there. And then how many can we fit in here before it gets too steep? 1.5? Yeah. Okay, so that'll give us 1, 2, 3, 4 additional families, which is certainly better than nothing. Hopefully that'll allow us to better staff the weavers' workshops. And hopefully we've had that flax come in. So with any luck, we'll start to see some gambesons appear on our lads in no time at all. Very exciting indeed. Even better equipping our lads is going to be very important, seeing as we don't have numbers on our sides. Though it looks like we might eventually be able to employ the wayward sons, more or less permanently, if we can produce enough domestic income, which we should be able to do, given we have our clay pits as well, although here we are showing why they're so much more annoying than quarries, because quarries don't collapse. For some reason, clay pits do, even when they're just on the surface. It's very irritating. Plus 2 monthly migration, but I don't feel like we're getting that many people moving in. Or is that just a feeling? You local? You are. It's fine. We get a second one. Will you be local? You will be. Good. We'll also get you because you're local. Good. Wonderful. Hopefully helping with the market stall issue. You're going to be for an orchard. We haven't had vegetables down in quite a long time. We might need to consider getting a few more. And let's get some... Okay, so I'll tell you what it is we've put quite a few double extensions here. And people move into double extensions, living expansions, before they move into an individual boundary plot, so it doesn't look like most people have moved in, but actually they've just been moving into the second spaces. It is but an illusion. Convert the first one of those to a deep mine in anticipation of the surface deposit running out at some point. And with expansion over here basically done, although we might be able to get a couple of things down here potentially, we're probably looking at getting onto the very top by the manor next, and after that we might be starting to look at manor walls. We're up to 1,000 dressed stone. which is looking rather mighty fine. Plenty of rough as well. We might get a second trade post at some point, actually, because I think we're starting to outstrip its capacity down here. Yeah, they've got lots of goods sat there. So where can we get down a second trading post? Ideally, we'd have it relatively close to where we have this one down here, because this is where all the stone's being produced. Can we get it anywhere on this road? Yes, we can. Is there a bit of flat spot here? There is. Anytime I find a little flat spot, I'm like, ooh, I could build houses on that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll go here then. I think that's as close as we're going to be able to get. Might even get 2. And get some stables opposite. It's right where the hunting camp is, actually. Forgotten that was there. Becoming ever more industrialised here. Splendid stuff. We might even be able to afford to buy in some alcohol at some point. It'd be exciting, wouldn't it? We've certainly got fairly good cash reserves. And not to mention the fact we've got an entire retinue now, which is very exciting indeed. Looks like we're nearly full in all our units as well. We won't have great depth in terms of being able to take losses and then re-recruit people, because we're using all of our people for the militias that we have. But at least we'll be going out at full strength to fight any foe. So before long, we're going to be pretty much as strong as we can be to take on the Baron. But of course, we'll want to get our little fort set up down here in the contested area, so that we'll be able to fight at an advantage at the very least. Of course, we have to get our troops there before the Baron arrives, which might be easier said than done. Bodies need burial. Let's get a couple of workers at the church, if nothing else, because we need to get maintenance done. And also because I suspect there's been a rubble collapse over here, and people have died. Yes, I think that's what's happened. We want this to be as maintained as possible, really. So we'll set the maintenance to 4 times a year to see if we can help at all with that. And hopefully got enough tools to cope with it. I might even go ahead to the blacksmiths. No, dear sir. You've done very well for us as an individual blacksmith. You've been able to cope with all of our military and domestic needs. We can up our tools to 100, because the more tools there are, the easier they are to get hold of, and the quicker maintenance is done, I find. You're still pretty local, get you working there. So we've got a second family working on stone storage, because this was nearly full. We really do is selling all those small stones as well. Let's pop on down to the livestock trading post, actually, and see if we can't get ourselves some horses ordered. So, livestock trading post, and we want to get in 12 horses total. And we'll head on over here and get these upgraded to stables, ready for said horses. And we will assign 4 horses to each of these. Is there any space here for any baggages at all? Ooh, there is. Just thinking that if we had baggages here, we could get a local workforce for our trading posts. Ah, too steep. You're taunting me again, aren't you, game? Yeah, it's a shame. It looks like it should be fine. There's definitely going to be a way to build some here, even if they don't have rear extensions. How far back do we need to come? Can we just cheese it? Looks like we're going to go rear extensionless unless we do go this way. Let's do that. So 2 baggages in there. And then maybe 2 on this side as well. Can we get 3 there? Just a little bit wider. Oh, we can get doubles, even better, because it's population density over here that we need. Okay. So, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 families. So 2 more to fully staff these here trading posts. It's all far too steep, isn't it? Get another one on here? Nope. I can get a couple more in here though. Perfect. Right. Get even 3. Maybe even 2 doubles. Ooh, where is it? There it is. Oh yeah. Right, get those there. Good, and that gives us even more of a reason to get more people working at this granary and storehouse. you're going to grow pears. You can have pigs and an upgrade. You can both have pigs as well. Whole bunch of upgrades to administer along the areas too, so we get those active. Maintenance required. Oh, not enough construction materials. It's quite different. Yes, a little bit short on timber. More timber farming may be required. We've certainly thinned out a lot of the forests that were here, and we're doing a little bit of replanting for our firewood needs. But deforestation is still occurring down here. We have now built some additional properties, so maybe we can afford to get one worker at the forester's hut. Let's buy some chickens in here. And we're a little short on timber, aren't we? As we were just saying. Any gambesons? Yeah, gambesons are starting to make their way out to the lads. The claim has come our way. Okay. Do we fight this one? I think we pay him off one more time, because we're not at full strength just yet. And then we will fight him just as soon as we have built our little fort down here. So we'll accept, and then we will go and negotiate. What did I do? 100 the first time, 150 the last time. This time I'll do 200. Hopefully stay his wrath. There we go. And we shall, hopefully by the next time he attacks, have ourselves a fortification from which we can finally stand up to the Baron and stop paying him our hard-earned cash and face him as the evil, dreaded man that he is. It sounds like a very personal attack on him, doesn't it? I don't personally know if he's evil, but his actions certainly betray that character within himself. Splendid. We might even end up settling down here, you never know. Given how far we've already come. Do we set this up as a permanent forestry area? I doubt we're going to move our any more accommodation this way, because it's not, there isn't a lot of space here. You do some houses, but not loads. So I think what we'll do is we'll go and get a whole bunch of logging camps down, and we'll also get some foresters' huts, and see if we can't use this as our permanent base for bringing in as much lumber and storing the lumber as well, as we might possibly end up needing. When people have moved in here, we'll move them into the trading posts. Okay. Progress. It's looking pretty sweet. Devil's Hell is almost unrecognizable. I'm going to grab myself a cup of tea. You do the same. Toodle pips. Mashing. So what I'm also thinking, I've just upped our limit of how much stone we can store, because we do want to build a pretty impressive castle. And for that we're going to need more storage, I think, of stone. So let's see if we can't squeeze in a couple of additional storehouses dedicated to the stuff. The dress stone, that is. Anywhere here? Hello? Anywhere? Anywho? Oh. Oh, maybe back here. Okay. Starting to think we couldn't do it. We put this way. Then we can get a road in behind. Perfect, one there as well. And then we can just simply come up here. Like so. Just as well. Tie that around to this side too. New families moving in, which is nice to see. Where are we moving into, sir? Down here. Excellent choice. Continue effecting a few upgrades while we're in the vicinity. And we should have enough people here now as well that we can probably assign a couple more to these logging camps. Indeed we can, and still have them live nearby. It might be worth getting ourselves a little saw pit local to where all the lumber is now being created. And of course we wanted to get ourselves a few... No? Get ourselves a few foresters' huts as well. Oh, is that too small to get a road through there? Last. Tried to leave enough space there. Not a problem, we'll just diddly-dally our way on down this way. And then maybe get another logging camp there as well. That can be our little forestry zone. Might need a few more hitching posts over here. So we shall go and pop a couple of those down. Which we can always obviously upgrade to stables later on. And most of that is going to be supplied a workforce from up here, which are doing both the clay pits and also over yonder doing all of the forestry gubbins. So we've still got a few surface deposits here, but we will maybe build our second deep mine. And up this little plateau here, we've got what is essentially becoming our trade sector. I'm going to hold off employing anyone at these trading posts until we have people assigned to live in these burgages. We've got 4 horses assigned there. We'll assign 4 to the other as well, so they can come and live in these stables here. As the rain starts to pour upon us, we're going to want quite a lot of families for construction as well later on. So we're going to have to, at some point, get a whole bunch of burgages set up top of the hill here. In anticipation of that, why don't we clear ourselves a little bit of land by putting down some farms and just clear away the trees that are in the way. What I might do is sheep pens. They don't leave the same scarring on the land that you get with the farms. Oh, maybe they do. Never mind. Right, and again. That there. So that's basically the rest of the space that we have left open to us as usable land. Is there anything down here? Not really. It is just up the top here, basically. After that, and the peninsula, potentially, we're basically into building on the valley floor, aren't we? I don't think there's any other little nooks and crannies in here we can build on. We've basically utilised everything. Maybe one down here, actually. But a very small one. So if anything, it'll be for forestry. Do you work locally, sir? You do, so that's fine. So we'll set you up a work area of reforesting that there. Nice and small, so you're nice and efficient at it. Do the same with this one here. And we'll set you to forest this little spot. And can we do the same with this one? Yep, you're still local. Good. And we'll set you up doing this spot here. And hopefully between the 3 of you, you'll be able to keep all of the logging camps here on track. It may also be worth getting a increase in the number of oxen we have. So let's go over to the livestock trading post. Where art thou? Here we are. And up the number of oxen to 30. I don't know that we need 2 families working there anymore, actually. So reduce that number by 1. Still got plenty of space down in the sheep fields. We're getting an excess of wool yet. Yes, we are. Okay, so whoever I just freed up can go and work at Reaver's workshop. We'll want to get the forester's hut here working at some point as well. The oxen plying their trade up and down the steep paths of the kingdom. Let's start to plan then the housing development that's going to go right on the very top here, albeit we don't have a lot of timber to plan it with. Whoop. More raiders. Down here, so we shall have to deploy ourselves to protect the mainstay of the settlement. And I think we shall defend from basically on the border. So let's get our troops, which is now a full army. And we shall rally on the slope here. And then we will set up our spear just outside of the region. And we'll set up a missile behind and our retinue to defend. There we are. They're coming across the plateau perfectly towards us. Good. You're going to hold your ground. I'm going to bother shield walling you up so you cover a wider area. We've our missile ready. And the retinue, I believe, is on their way as fast as they possibly can, which is not particularly fast. Good. Well, I don't see them standing a chance. The last time they came to us, we just simply flip-plopped them in the head with a couple of arrows and it was done. Just more training for the men in terms of aiming. Right. Let's focus fire on the first unit to pop their heads above ground, as it were. Good. I do love the forest battles. They're a little harder to see, but there's a feel of realism and authenticity to them, I think. There we are. Archers are forming up. Opening fire. 4 units of crossbow is probably basically enough to break an entire unit of brigands. Wow. The spear cheering them on as death deluges them from above. They are going to make it to the lines this time, but I don't think they're going to make it much further than that.
Here we go, boy.
A couple of them breaking through that. Not that mattered for long. The lines have held long enough. That's them broken. Just 1 unit left. Reform the line, men. Reform the line. There we go. Your job is to defend, not to attack. Right. Let's reform our lines here, but I think that is all of the enemy units dealt with. Once again, with little to no hand-to-hand combat, just left it to the good old archers. Lovely. Right. Let's pull back inside our own lands and get back to doing what we do best. Expansion. Good. Right. Everyone off home. Roads are going to be very busy, I know. What a lovely place you all live. I think it's one of my favourite Manor Lords kingdoms ever, actually. It's just pretty. And born out of necessity with where we've put our benches. We haven't exactly had a free hand, have we? So to use the space available to us. Upgrades to go on down there. Let's get someone working at the saw pit and check they're local. They are. So you can help with the creation of additional planks. And can we get someone working here that's local? Yep. Can we get a second one? Yeah, so that was Fritz, Anna, and Heinz. And so new ones. Yep. There as well. That's good. And then what about this camp here? Herman, Angus, and Hans. Yeah, I hope it's not Gruber. And we'll get 1 you local. Good, you're all local, right? So that's going to massively, hopefully, increase our production of timber. And hopefully our little foresters will be able to keep up without having a massive deforestation, but I think it's probably largely inevitable. And yes, we are definitely low on the old construction materials, although not on dressed stone, for which we have 1.5k. Where have you moved in, sir? Still moving in down here. Not a problem. Oh, no, moving in down here. Good. Right, so you were going to go and work at the forester's hut. You were going to go and work as a weaver, indeed you already are. And you were going to go and work as a weaver. And there's still another spot for someone to move in with you, I do believe. And they'll also become a weaver to help see if we can't get on top of the wool situation. How are we doing for gambesons? Yeah, a small number is starting to trickle through to our men. We'll need to set up an armour at some point, because we'll be able to afford to buy any iron to make helmets. Don't know if we're ever going to get as far as chainmail. I don't think we're going to get to level 4 bandages necessarily, because obviously we are fairly restricted in what we can and can't produce in this region, not having any physical farms for wheat and bread and also for barley. So anything like that we'll have to import, which obviously comes at an enormous cost. Once again, these are collapsing left, right, and centre. Let's get the last 2 converted over to deep mines. I imagine actually we've got a whole bunch of clay around, haven't we? 391, yes, we need a couple of additional families working at the clay furnace. So we'll assign 2 there, and my goodness, that leads us down to 4 unassigned families. Let's check you don't live somewhere ridiculous. No, you're fairly local actually. Just because, obviously we need more construction workers, and we're going to need to expand, I would imagine, our granary and storehouse supply chain at some point. I imagine we're looking pretty pressed. Not too bad in the granary actually, although the storehouse is looking a little bit stretched at the moment. Waiting for that next family to move in to here. Yep, you have done so. So we'll assign you to that weaver's workshop there. There we go. So there should be some forestation happening here now, which is good to see. In a small little area, we'll just go here. And actually, now we're not logging over here, it's just keeping up with the woodcutters. So that should be nice and easy to do. So I suppose the next area that people will be moving in is indeed over to here, where we have our new trading post. So let's get expansions popped on these where we can, which is going to give us a total of 8 burgages, which is enough to supply both trading posts with a full complement of 4 families each. upon which we shall be looking towards the very tip of the hill to building out here. So, what are we going to need? Well, obviously, we're always starting with our granaries and our storehouses. We're probably going to need 2 of each up here for the amount of burgages we're going to have. But let's make sure we're building them somewhere where we couldn't otherwise build a burgage. So this here is definitely too steep, so we'll get 1. Let's go a bit closer to the road. Turn off snapping. Go for 1 there. And 1 opposite them. And then what can we do in terms of our storehouses? 1 there. 1 there. And then we want to connect them across like that. Lovely, lovely little complex junction there, and it does take a lot of traffic from what is going to be the main area, the original settlement, and from the forestry and farming sector down here. The sheep, Shawnland, was it? Shawnville. Gosh, I've not even been playing it that long, and my memory is abysmal. I name things and I immediately forget about them. Never mind. Water. Typical likes to forget about it. This time I shall remember. Put it down just next to the castle, shall we? The manor itself. And then, do we want to have a central keep around the castle? I think we do. Should we just spin ourselves a little circle? Or should we have a little square? Yeah, we'll just make sure we leave enough space around it, shall we? Let's say that area is off limits, to make a proper little keep in the center, and then we shall burgage all around as far as we can. So, for starters, I expect we can go opposite these. Let's go in a couple of banks. So maybe 3 in here. Don't want to take up more space than we need to though, so 3 fit quite nicely there. And then we'll put a wraparound on this one. For a vegetable garden or some such. And then some smaller ones in here. Can we get 3 or just 2? Oh, is that too steep to build? Just tipping over that corner there is becoming an issue, is it? Okay, in which case it's going to be a double with a rear extension. Like so. And then can we get another larger one in? Looks like we can. We'll build that there. And then we'll take a road maybe about here, which will connect all the way around and down to there. Maybe that's not going to be too steep for us to build some burgages on, but it does look borderline, to be honest. Let's have a look though. No, we seem okay. So we'll build a bunch out on here. Apparently that's an issue now, is it? Right. Maybe as far as there then. Those there. And then... Ooh, that's a bit odd. So is that. It does fill the space up. And can we get one this way? Or this way? Nope. Okay, so then we're on in this direction. Start a little bit further over in between those 2 snap points. Up to about there. Okay, and then maybe bring a road across like that. And have a baggage filling up this space, or 2 baggages. Good. And we could have some coming back this way. Don't often have little cul-de-sacs, but I quite like that actually. Normally everything I do is a through road. Great stuff. We do of course need someone to have a market stall. So why don't we put a big old market stall in this little depression here. We can get it to follow the road nicely. If we do that all in one piece, might have better luck in drawing that one out. Yeah, nice big one there. Good shenanigans. A whole bunch of branches going up here. And can we fit any more on this section here? Yeah, it's a bit too steep. It does look like a rather steep little hollow there, doesn't it? I suppose we can get like an orchard in here or something. No, alas, I do fear it is indeed too steep. That's fine. We've still got a bit of space the other side of the manor here. So why don't we, again, basically take this from the same place. Come out this way. And fit a couple in here. Maybe let's take the road. Follow this out around the back. A little bit like this here. And then we'll kind of come back in along this line. Let's see if we can't form a couple of these burgages to that outside perimeter. So if we do 2 here, I think we might as well extend those to the rear. Can we get 3 in there? A bit close to where I want that wall. We just need to come over a smidgen further this way. Yeah, that should be fine. Ooh, not what I meant to press. And then just one more here. No, it's fine. We can probably do it, to be honest, with another granary and storehouse, given how many buildings we've just popped down. Put the granary just there. Storehouse just here. And then that leaves us a lovely little spot in here for a market stall. Grand stuff. Another well in there. Even though we have got one just here. And we're keeping up with timber. I mean, we've probably done a huge amount of deforestation here just now. Yep, it's definitely getting bleaker over there. Never mind. We shall compensate later if we have to. And then I feel like we should have a nice orchard up here somewhere. It's a terrible use of space, though. We have 3 small orchards. Sure. And then maybe an orchard going this way. I said this way. Nope, it is not. What about if I did this? That's quite interesting. It's awful, but it's interesting. Interestingly awful. Might give it a try. Build that there. And that has basically used up all the space on the very top of Devil's Hill. So 22, oh gosh, we have about 30 spaces people to be moving into, so plenty of space. I imagine we've all moved in here, or we have mostly moved in here. So let's start assigning these dear fellows to go and work at the trading posts. Okay. So that's the first, should be the first. Trading post fully activated. And then we'll start assigning people to the second one here, or I suppose the third one. Didn't quite assign that. I need to actually click on the building, I think, instead of just the plot of land it's on. Right, and we're just waiting for the last family to move in there. As for all these, what do we need most? We've got lots of pork, actually. So I think we'll go for chickens. And all of these burgages here, which are nice and low maintenance, hopefully, for the chaps inside to look after while they're busy trading. We won't put that one under construction until we get a family moving in, and already this trading post is active. So the new traders row, working quite nicely, got all their horses opposite. Quite a nice, efficient little setup there, in addition to our original trading post. As usual, there's 1 or 2 of these to repair. And let's make sure we set the maintenance to nice and high. And as I've always found, oversaturating with tools is usually the way to keep these things from collapsing any more often than they absolutely have to. So why don't we go ahead and up the number of tools to 200. Because we're at 78 presently. We could make something else to sell. Or we could indeed continue making shields to sell. But I think the planks are going to be more needed for construction. That's what we've been saving them up for. As those upgrades are complete, we will start upgrading these as we wait for this family here to move in. Okay, so hopefully they're going to be busy. There's certainly plenty of rubble stone to be exporting, as well as, I suspect, rough stone. Yeah, 500 of the stuff. And also clay roof tiles. 83. So, yeah, can be exporting those as well. No excuses for our traders to not be doing anything, that's for sure. Right. You moved in, so you're our fourth and final trader there. And then we'll get you a chicken coop to match all of your contemporaries. Splendid. And we've got a fair bit of migration to happen to take care of everything up here. And what we can start doing, though, is set up some limits, obviously, on our dear trading storehouses, on our storehouses, before we get them activated, and then of course we'll need to activate them to make sure we've got everything we need to supply the massive new town we've just built on the very top of Devil's Hill. I'm talking and not really thinking about what I'm clicking on. Classic. And then of course we do want these to be large granaries as well. Okay. Right, well 5 families do construction, and my goodness if they got their jobs cut out for them. There's lots to be doing. Lovely, we'll upgrade you already. Looks like our trading posts are starting to pay dividends in terms of trading away even more than we were previously. We've gone from 4 houses being able to transport all of our goods to having 12 out on the road. You can see all of the horses at that trading post are out and about, and the same at this one. So there's at least 8 horses worth of goods that are now being exported, potentially, that were not before. Where have you moved in? I see we've started moving in up at the top already, so in likeness to what we've just done, let's go for a combination of, I think, goats and chickens. So maybe let's go for animal pens along the bottom here. Probably do some vegetables in there. Do some vegetables at the very top, and we'll do some carrots. I was going to say carrots, I mean fruits in there and over there as well. You can have a chicken. You can be veggie plot because you're reasonably large. And then a few more chickens along here. In here, let's go for some more animal pens. Same with these 3. And as people move into these, obviously our population should grow nicely, so there'll be even more workers available to work on construction. And then we'll start assigning them to the granaries and storehouses, etc. over here. Once we've done that, and this is all built up nicely, I think we can probably start to think about building those walls we keep talking about. I'm starting to think we're not going to have this up in time for when the Baron attacks next. Although we're doing our best. We're doing our best. I would very much like to have walls we can place our archers on. So I think a stone wall building down here, even if it is a small one, surrounded by a wooden gated structure as well. So a stone square potentially in the center, and then a wider wooden structure. So then our spear can hold the inside of the wooden gate maybe. And then we would have our retinue there as well. And then in the inner wall, we would have all of our archers firing down on those coming in. So we wouldn't want it to be a particularly large area, but large enough. I think I've got an idea for what I want to do. Yes, I have plans. Such plans I have. I suppose, actually, while all this construction's going on, I could start to plan out those plans, couldn't I? That sounds a good idea. I do like a bit of castle planning. Righty then, you actually joined me a fairly eventful event later. So there I was, just started the game again. Went to grab myself a cup of tea, but I forgot. What did I forget? What did typical forget? Typical forgot to press pause. So I came back mid-raid, and buildings were on fire, people were dying, I had to deploy the retinue in the streets. They basically steamed out of the manor keep here, and were engaged in battle straight away, and the archers, the crossbowmen had to rally from their homes and just walk out their front door and ping! They were just shooting people left, right and centre. The spearmen rallied down here and they were immediately engaged in combat. It was a mess. And people died, buildings burned, but we survived. The chaos was dealt with. So here we are. Back where we were before, basically. So lots of people have been moving in, which means we probably ought to come along here and buy various goods for their rear guard hens. So it's a combination of vegetables and of fruits for those buildings there. And some of these others that have moved in, we can go ahead and furnish them with lovely things, such as pigs. So we'll get some pigs in there for them. And there's also upgrades to be done. So, you know, there's lots to do. We'll get some goats for you in here. And still, you rubble? You not rubble? I think you know what you are. There we go. Buy you a pig. Make you nice and happy. And then, okay, well, yeah, we'll get some level 2 upgrades on the way. And we probably ought to as well set out some rear gardens for you. So we'll get some more animal pens in here. And you can have some lovely pears. You can have some chickens. You can have a little orchard. You can also have a little orchard. Fine. Maybe that's what you should have had as well. Oh well. Right, and there's still 12 spaces for people to be moving in, and we'll get a couple of expansions popped on as well while we're at it, along with a few upgrades. We'll do these here as well. Resource build-up is going well. We're up to 1.4k planks and 2.6k dressed stone. We've also slightly increased the amount of mortar we're making. Gosh, it's busy down here, isn't it, with all the construction that's going on. You should have seen how busy it was when all of the logs were going back and forth to rebuild everything that burned down, and everywhere was touched. There was most of this area was burned down, and there was a little, lost a granary down here that was burned down, so it's empty still. And yeah, we lost a few buildings on the outskirts here. It was pretty bad. Town was untouched, which was nice. Speaking of Town, we'll get them some upgrades. Right, what we were meant to be doing is setting ourselves out down here, where we have the Circle o' Doom, which is where if the Baron decides to attack us, we will have to make our stand. So what we'll do is we'll open up the manor, and we'll go to the castle planner, and we'll ignore that for now, and we'll come all the way down here. Yes, this is fine, because we will build it at the same time as the manor, which is going to be quite the construction project. Because if we build this down here, then we do everything up here, will that be built again down there? I don't know, actually. That might be something to try. Maybe we'll build this down here first, and then we'll see if it gets rebuilt later on. So I suppose we ought to have a road to give us a gate. How many gates do we want? We probably want one gate at the front for our troops to enter when they're coming down the mountain from our home. And we probably want one gate at the front to take the enemies on from. And let's go for a gate going across here, like this. And then what we'll do is we will have this narrow in towards the road. Started to wish I had deleted these trees. Right, hang on. Before we do this, let's delete some trees. These are all rather in the way. Sorry, tree lovers and tree huggers. It's absolutely necessary that we delete these trees. Because if we don't delete these trees, we won't be able to see what we're doing. And I want to be able to see what I'm doing. Right, we'll take 2 great swathes out here. A little something like this. Good. That should give us enough of an area to work with. So we'll quickly go along and pop back into the castle planner. So what I'm thinking, hello game, is a little gate across the front here. This is where I want the enemy to come in. So they will come in through that gate there. I'm then going to narrow this road here, or this section here. Now, my thought here, and I might actually make this slightly wider, is that I want... I don't know if I do want that joined, actually. I might make that slightly larger. What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is I want lots of space for them to run into the gate and sort of fill out this area immediately behind it. And then I want to turn it into a bit of a shooting gallery. So we'll narrow this through so they have to get close together. We'll have a unit of spear, or our militia, blocking this entrance here, basically. So they'll be charging in, filling out this space here, and running into the steel wall that is our militia and our retinue. So we'll narrow that to there. Maybe we ought to have a couple of outer towers at this point. Actually, no, they might get in the way. Okay, we'll do that. And then what we'll do is we'll come back out again. So we'll have 2 little return walls like this here. And then we'll bring it back out like this. Okay, a little bit like that there. And what we'll do then is come out to the sides. A little bit like that there, fairly evenly. What I might start doing then is planning the inner castle as well. So then we'll have another gate set back a little bit further. So we've got space to have our spear, militia, and our lovely retinue holding the fort, as it were. So it's a little bit smaller. More like it. Even that up like that. Okay, you might do the same at the front here, actually. Just like that. Now, the reason I'm doing a double wall here is because what we're going to do, this is going to stay as a palisade wall. But then I want to be able to shoot over it. For that, we're going to have another wall on the inside here. And this will be a stone wall. So we will upgrade this. Like so. Same with this gate, which will remain closed. And what that'll do is it will protect our missile troops, which will be on the inside here. We need to join these walls properly because, oh dear, because there's going to be a walkway on the top. So go a little something like that there. Okay, so the idea then basically is the troops will run in through here to attack us. And they will fill out the space. We'll have troops down on the ground defending this point here. And shooting down from above on these here walkways will be all of our missile troops, firing directly down into a cauldron, which will hopefully be a boiling mass of the Baron's troops. So what we might do is reduce... do I want to reduce the length of those? Yes, I do. Just a little bit. Because I want to have some outer towers. We'll get down 2 of them, and then we will maneuver them into position. So, yep, a little something like that. Yeah, where's that grabbed onto? Oh dear. Oh dear. Let's delete that. Let's delete that. Let's try that again. Let's do that. And we need to upgrade the tower for it to fit properly. There we go. There we go. Right. And then we'll delete this little bit of wall. Then we'll drag the tower across like this. And angle it a little bit here. Oops. So that troops can still get in and out of it. Okay. And we'll do the same with this one. Rotate that round a bit. Bring it forwards. Like so. Okay, can you see where this is going? See where this is going? Might lengthen this a bit. The key here is we have an easily defendable point for us to basically stop the advance of the enemy. So we've got time to rain hell down upon them, basically. How's that? So funnel in here, trapped here, troops blocking the entrance. Pew pew! Pew pew! Yep, no, that looks good. And then we'll come back across here. This will also be stone wall, because we also may have some troops here shooting out as they approach as well. Extend that on both sides. And that's basically where all of our fighting is going to take place. So we don't need much more than that. So what we'll do then is we'll bring a couple of walls back here. A little bit like that. Let's upgrade those. Turn them around the right way. Oop. Yeah, corners here, we need to join them. Oh dear. It's a bit odd there, isn't it? Not sure that's going to work. Might actually have to delete these towers. Yeah, then have a curve here. Okay, I think that works. And actually that gives us even more space to have our missile troops firing from. So we'll curve it out like that. Then bring it back in over here. Let's quickly connect those up. And it's important that this is a stone gate, because we're going to need to be able to close this gate so we don't get the enemies rushing around the rear of us. Get that out of the way. I might get that thing here where we do need a tower somewhere to connect everything in. Let's put a tower then just here. Rotate it this way. We can join into that on both sides. And I suppose we should probably do that here as well. Oh, it didn't like that at all, did it? There we go. Might have to delete that section of wall, which would be unfortunate. Or I could do this. So we'll have that. Blah 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 blah. Oh dear, typical's having a terrible time. Let's plug that in there, and then even this out a little bit here. Okay. And then we'll put this in a similar position here. Connect the two. Upgrade that. Alright. And then we kind of need to mimic down here, so section of wall there, and then a section of wall down to there. Upgrade those. This isn't even our main castle. Join those properly. And yep, perfect. Hopefully that'll enable us to drag that around a bit. And just this point here. Good. That's essentially what I'm going for. So I don't want it to be any bigger than it needs to be, because like I say, this isn't even our main manor or castle. How does that look? So, essentially, plan is, enemy comes in here, we shoot them from above, they're contained here. We could contain them at this gate. I like the idea of being able to put our troops outside of here. So, then what we'll do is we will just literally finish our wooden gate, wooden wall, palisade, all the way around. That was from the right side. Like that. Yeah. Why aren't you happy? Yeah, you also want some outer towers, don't you? So fickle. Okay, we'll get a couple of outer towers here then. For some reason, the wall doesn't like being joined all the way around unless it's got an outer tower to go to. And we'll just drag those straight across there. And then we'll adjust those walls, connect them up here. Okay, drag them out like that then. And connect them across. Alrighty. That is the battle plan. Cost 36 logs, 306 planks, 268 stone. Yep. Easy peasy. Next to no materials at all to build what is going to be our little battle fort. I don't want this to look slightly different. Bring this in a little bit here. It's a bit wide otherwise, isn't it? We'll do that. And we'll just finish this wall here. Like this. So the idea is simple. Hopefully it works. At the very least, it'll give us a defensible position. Because at the worst, we can always retreat back inside of here, close one of the gates, and fight inside with our archers shooting down from the outside. All of our archers can get up onto the walls through these towers here, but I'm thinking actually maybe we should add a couple of extra outer towers. There and there. With the aim of our troops being able to get up those. The shape is rather different on both sides here. Let's maybe just add a bit of extra wall in here. Connect those on there. Yep, just so we can make that a little more even on both sides. Alrighty. I think it's time we got this built. It's going to be a double experiment. One, we're going to figure out if this stays here when we later do our manor. And two, we'll see if it actually works as a battle fortification away from our main settlement, where the Baron's actually going to be challenging us for our rule. Or is the game going to do really annoying things? Is it going to say, oh, you've got a building there, so we're not going to put the war zone there and move the war zone? I really hope not. It would really suck, given we've built a custom fort deliberately so that we could engage him here. Okay, it's not very even at all, is it? Wow, why is this side so much bigger? Let's try and bring this in a little bit. How's that? It's a little better. And then we'll also... the outer wall looks okay. Maybe we'll nip this one in here a little bit. Let's more closely match the other side. And there's no need for this to be quite so far out now, is there? So we'll bring that in a bit. Didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. Maybe it looks a bit better curved anyway, because actually it can match the curve, can't it, of the other wall. Maybe we'll do that at all these points if it lets us. Nope, not going to let us do it there. Never mind. As long as it does it over here, so that'll match. Go. Maybe we actually have to be touching the white column for it to work. Let's test that hypothesis for us. We're doing it here. Yes, right. So we'll connect that there, and we'll do the same with this one. Goody. I think that'll do us. He says, constantly making more adjustments. Why can't I commit? I'm blast. I'm one log short. Okay, we'll have to come back to it. Let's continue the road on there. And as for the road out of the back, yeah, we can just connect onto the King's Road here. That'll be a good thing to do. Okay, we'll just connect that onto there. And put a couple of switchbacks here. Love paths, as you'd like me to call them. Let's up the speed so we can get that last timber, which shouldn't take any time at all. And is that connected up to our main road? Let's take a road across here. Don't believe it is. And just connect that in like so. And a more direct route would be nice. We can just take a path literally up the side here. Like that. Put a switchback there. Yeah, so it leads all the way down to what will be essentially our battleground. I don't think that path is actually that steep. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Winding its way all the way down to where we will do war. Let's go back to the manor in the castle planet and commit to our new constructions and see how we get on. We've only got 8 families available for construction, which in hindsight may not be enough for us to get this construction done. Well, I'll just have to wait and see, I guess. We'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, how are we getting on up here? Well, we've got a couple more upgrades that we can action, but I might hold off on that while we're doing construction down at the bottom there. We've still got 12, coming 13 spaces for people to be moving in. So we will at least be getting more migration, 2 families a month, to come and help with construction across the realm. Our food reserves have somewhat recovered after quite a few of our, maybe 2 of our granaries burned down, which obviously took a main impact on the amount of food we had available, because it was, one of the granaries was our original granary. As you can imagine, it was stuffed to the belly, full of material. But it's repaired now, and it's starting to fill back up. So all is well that ends well. Look at that. We're full on our military, and actually, we've got a fair few gambesons as well. So our military is becoming better equipped all the time. What I am going to want to do, once we're full on gambesons, or maybe even before we're full, because we're doing very well for money, we've got 10,000 in the bank account. Our additional trade routes are helping us nicely. Is get someone set up as an armourer. In fact, maybe we'll go ahead and get that done sooner rather than later. So, you, chicken boy, I have decided you shall be an armourer. Your skills as a chicken farmer, I think, perfectly suit you for this role. I'm going to up the priority of that. I know everyone's off helping build the fort down at the bottom of the hill. But I am keen to see if we can get some helms made for our boys. We should have, was it 100 or 50 iron that I set as a imported? 100, yeah, we've got nearly 100 iron. Iron slabs, less so. Only 13 of them. We might need to get a second family working at the bloomery, so we will do that now. And you should be making helms. Yep, you're making helms. It's good to see. And once we're full of helms, maybe we can look at chainmail, depending on if we manage to get our burgages up another level. How are we doing then? 7% on the manor construction. Let's fly on down here. It's a long, long way from our main settlement here. I mean, look at the big map. This is where most of our population is. And this is where the fort is. It's quite a long way away. I'm hoping we'll be able to deploy our merchant, get them down this road or down here into the fort in time before the Baron's forces arrive. At least enough that we can hold it. It may be that we permanently station our retinue down here, because they take the longest to move anyway, and they could then hold a gate while the rest of our troops file in. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. I'm also very interested to see how this affects the later build of the castle and the manor itself, having the fort done first. Very tempting to click those green buttons where we could do upgrades, but I must hold off. I must let the manor take its course. Look at all the oxen moving with supplies around. It's glorious. I wonder if we could even do with a few more, you know. We've got 46. Let's go down to our livestock trader. Down here. And let's go for 50 oxen. Get even more imported. Rand stuff. What I might do is go and set a limit for gambeson creation, because there's no point us buying in flax once we're full on gambesons. So I'll set a limit of, say, 100 spare gambesons, and that way we won't be overproducing forever. I haven't made any reforestry effect over here. There's a couple of little spots where we were doing a bit of reforestation. We have got 6 or 5 families, I believe it is, working on reforestation, so there are trees being planted for those being cut down, but at the moment we're making so many planks to assist the war machine that we are definitely going through a few. We have 1.8k clay, despite the mines continually collapsing. We'll get this repaired. I have got another worker at the Folly Furnace. We may need to get even more though, so we can continue with our exports. How are we doing on exports? Right, so we've got a lot of money coming from Dressstone. A lot, though, has come in from our tiles. And the most, actually, is from our uncut stone, our rough stone, and a fair amount from rubble stone as well, and a lot from honey. No wonder we're filthy rich. Plenty of influence when it does come time to take on Mr. Hindlebolt himself. And provided we don't get attacked by any raiders, which I'm sure we will, what I might do is just settle back and wait for the manor to be further constructed. And we'll wait on down here, and once it starts to go up, I'll let you know. Toodle pips. Damn and blast! The region is being claimed. Our fort is barely under construction. I mean, we've got maybe a third of the stone walls and about just over half of the wooden walls. Dare we fight the Baron in this condition? Is there a chance it's completed before the claim is complete? Well, if there is any chance at all, we need to make sure that our military is here ready. So let's deploy our troops down to the field of combat. And we will wait as long as we can before challenging the claim to hopefully give us time to get here. Are there any mercenaries we can hire? Yes, we can hire the Wayward Sons. So we're going to hire them. And we're also going to run them here as well. And we will fight this claim only when we absolutely have to, hoping that our engineers can construct as much of the fort before the enemy arrive as possible. Even if only the wooden walls are completed, that's 2 points for us to defend with our infantry, our footmen, and then we can sequester our archers inside. So it is possible that we could fight them even without it being fully completed. I mean, what would be great is if we could deploy our military to help with construction. Build the wall fortifications. More of the wall going up there. The military is almost all here. I think we're just waiting for the Battle Brothers to arrive. Okay, let's line everyone up here ready, just off to the side of the road, to hopefully stream into the fortification should it become ready. If not, we may be fighting outside of the fortifications, which would be less than ideal. We may have to sue for peace if that ends up being the case, depending on how strong the Baron's forces are. I think I'll wait until we get to about here. I don't want to accidentally have the Baron take control. There's also the fact of fighting while the man is under construction is probably going to be a bit of a lag nightmare, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Come on, men. Throw that wall up. Get the work done. Second gatehouse is going up. It's a good sign. Oh, it's so laggy. So laggy. How far dare I wait? Especially given the lag. The more walls are up, the better the chances we stand. If it's completed, then we get to test out our fort for the first time, which is very exciting. One thing I did notice during construction is that all the resources were delivered to the manor, which of course is the top of Devil's Hill. But they do actually come here to physically construct it. Right. We shall engage the Baron. Hopefully that doesn't crash the game. There's a manor construction inside of the battle zone. And look, yes, the battle zone hasn't moved. So is that going for us? Slow down the game a little bit more. Check out his message. We can make it worth our while. That may be worth taking that deal. Where has he spawned in from? At the very top up here. Do we have time to complete the manor? I mean, it's coming along pretty well, isn't it? How many forces has he bought? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 5 units. That may be defeatable, even if we don't have our manor constructed. Okay, let's line up our infantry here. Let's line up our missile behind here. And we will just hope that the construction's done in time. We've got, realistically, until the Baron closes to, I guess, about here. It'll be our last chance to sue for peace once we actually engage. Once the battle commences, we can't stop it. So maybe even once he marches into the region. How close are we to being finished? I mean, most of the stone walls are up. Come on, people. Your lives depend on getting this fortification complete so you can shelter from within, because there is battle brewing. It does look ridiculous, doesn't it? Only having 3 units of foot and this many archers. Maybe I should have had 3 units of spear. But, you know, with the way we're planning on fighting, 2 should be enough. We may need more retinues for the final battle. And I don't really want to settle other regions, but I think we might have to, because not every battle is going to be fought from within our fort here. Once we get into other regions, and, you know, those battle zones aren't going to be in the same place, unfortunately. Where are the forces of the Baron? Still over there. Speed some up a bit, see if we can't get this manor constructed. Oh, doesn't like it with the lag. Let's try not to move the camera too much. Take a quick pause, see where the Baron's got to. No, they're still all the way over there. Come on, this is our finest hour. Just a little curve of wall to go, and a couple of towers, and we're done. It's 4 towers for the stone, and 2 for the timber construction. I think we might be able to do it, you know. It's going to be touch and go for sure. 85 days remaining. Hopefully it was just those 5 units, so we don't have militia coming in from elsewhere on the map. They're halfway through Humelek. It looks like they're going to come through our region to get down to us. Come on, get the walls up. Hopefully the towers don't take too long. Oh dear. Was times 8 speed a mistake? I think it might have been. Let's bring it down to times 4. It doesn't like it. Doesn't like it at all. They don't like it up 'em, sir, with the fast forward. They don't like it up 'em. Right. I am so tense with anticipation. Let me take a quick sip of tea. Calm the nerves before battle. Right, is that the last bit of wall? They have still got to build the walkways. That's what they're doing now. There is the Baron. Oh, I don't know. I can't see them. Where were they last spotted? Could be anywhere in here. Oh, there they are. Gosh, they're nearly upon us, aren't they? They're well over halfway. Do we sue for peace? Can we go inside the manor grounds yet? We can. Not sure it's advisable. Alright, I think we're going to have to respond to our correspondence here and say, Mr. Baron, I accept your claims. How do I reply to his correspondence? Hello? I would like to reply. Okay, do I have to contact him separately, do I? Mr. Baron. I believe it was 350. Please leave me alone. Kindly signed. Sir Typical. Okay. Lovely. He has accepted our negotiation. So let's send our own troops home. I think we're going to hang on to the Wayward Sons, because we have plenty in our treasury to afford them. They're not very much a month. Don't think we're going to be able to get our hands on any other mercenaries, so it'd be nice to have at least one unit under our control. And we can actually keep them down here in the fort as well. Because ultimately, when we do build the rest of the manor, there's going to be 2 battlegrounds. There's going to be the fort down here for defending against the Baron when he throws his relentless attacks against us. And there's going to be the castle up at the top and the walls surrounding our settlement, which will be for defending against raiders. Yeah, looking at how long this is taking, I do not think we would have had time to complete this construction before the manor was upon us. The manor? The Baron. Alas, a close run thing. Does appear to be completely still on screen. It's worrying. Let's try slowing down the game a little bit. There's not much left to go in terms of construction, so I'll let this construction complete, and then we'll rejoin after the lag has abated. See you shortly. Well, it looks like we are almost there. I've had to progress basically at regular speed because anything else was making the game, let's just say, unhappy, shall we? So hopefully once this construction is done, we'll be able to get back to business as usual, and we'll be able to move in our new garrison force, which is essentially just 2 units of archers from the Wayward Sons, who are just a measly pittance of 45 coinage per month. Last wooden tower going into place, and I think that'll mark the end of construction. Huzzah! Our fort has finished construction, and I don't think it really had any effect on the manor up here. No, it did not. Game is significantly smoother once more, which is lovely to see. And I'm quite happy with our little fort down here. It's not really sure what shape I'd call that. W for the win. There we go. Fantastic. Well, let's try moving in our garrison force. And what's more, I don't think anyone has been trapped within the walls. Ah, no, maybe there has been. Are you within the wall, ma'am? Katrina? Are you in the wall? I think you might be. At least we've only lost 1 person to the wall then. It's been significantly worse than that in the past. We haven't lost our entire construction force, for example. Provided there's no one on the outside of the walls either. Nope, looks fine. I mean, she may actually be killed in action. So let's see if we can't garrison our men on the walls here. Yeah, what's going on there? Hello? Walls? You there? Maybe we should pop a quick save and return. I think we'll just move the men outside just in case any shenanigans happen. We'll leave 1 unit inside just to see if there are any problems. Right. Quick save and we'll be back. Right, so we still appear to have 1 unit in the middle. They haven't died. And yes, we can now place people on the wall. So we'll put 1 unit there. And we'll put 1 unit there. Maybe even on the front end here. Let's see how they all stack up. Okay, looks like they're doing pretty well on entering, making their way out onto the causeways. We shouldn't be good. There's plenty of fuel available. What are you talking about? Bunch of rubbish. I mean, less than there was when we started construction, as is always the case. The manor does usually cause some bugs. Come on, spread yourselves out nicely. There's one unit out there. One unit there. Okay. Yeah, you look to have worked pretty well. So 2 units of archers now protecting the construction. Close the gates. Fantastic, and the fort is ready for battle. So the next time the Marin claims a region against us, we shall face him on the battlefield. Splendid. Right, well, we'll leave our garrison force down there at our fort, and we'll head on up here and see what all the fuss is about in terms of the cold. There's plenty of people working at storehouses, although I don't see any charcoal on you. Why don't you have any charcoal? What kind of storehouse are you? And you? No charcoal. You? No charcoal. How bizarre. I wonder why you're not getting charcoal. I suspect it's something to do with the manor being constructed, to be honest, so we'll just speed time along. Hope that the problem goes away, shall we? In the meantime, why don't we buy ourselves some goats? That always makes me feel better. Don't know about you. Ha ha ha. Typical's losing his marbles again. Very concerning for everyone involved, I must say. At least I'm not responsible for defending hundreds of people's lives or anything. 474 of them. No. Right, let's effect these upgrades in here, wherever we can. Now we've got our workforce, bar Barbara back. Because Barbara is now part of the wall. I can think of worse ways to die. Can I? Not sure. Does sound pretty awful, doesn't it? And I'm sure we can get an extra granary worker or 2. So let's go 2 in there. Another 1 in here. Maybe a couple of extra storehouse workers to help cope with that issue that's arisen. How's that looking then? Yeah, not too bad really, is it? And it'll even itself out now that we've got our people back as well. Deforestation still continues here at a bit of a pace, but we've got 1.5k planks now, 2.6k dress stone. Oh, we're running out of stable space. Do we need to get a few more hitching posts? I think we probably do. No problem at all. I'm sure we can find some space for those. Somewhere. Here, for example. So we'll get 2 hitching posts in there. And maybe some more down here. Yeah, we've got a bit of space in here, look. Get 3 in there. 1 in that little crossroad there. 1 there. Good. Right, I think that should give us plenty more stable space. And talking of stable space, I wonder how we're getting on in terms of sheep. Let's head on down here. Yeah, we're starting to fill that last pasture now. I wonder if it's worth us adding another one. And perhaps... I don't want to go any higher, just in case we do run into altitude problems. But we could go down here. Little space in here. Start there. Come down like that. So some pasture space there. And some pasture space here. Oh, it's too steep there. What about this bit here? Too steep too. Oh. What if we make it a little bit shallower? So like that. Yeah, that looks fine. So we'll start here. Come along like that. Come down. Sure. Okay, it gives us a little bit more sheep space. And we could always go around the outside of this as well, actually, couldn't we? Maybe in 2 sections. Some space there, and some space here. Lovely, so plenty of extra space for us to have some lovely sheeps. Actually, you know what? It's going to bug me. Let's delete that, and let's delete that. And let's get rid of these straight lines. Let's put a curved road up around here. And then we'll build our sheep pens within that curved road. I think it's going to look much, much nicer than what we had just now. Because I don't think you'd have a completely straight line next to the forest like that, would you? Yeah, that's much better. Much better. It's slightly higher, this one, so we'll have to keep an eye on if sheep start dying in it, to be honest. That'll be a telltale that we've gone too far. There's construction going on up here. Looks pretty good. Is there anywhere else up here where we can get additional living space? Because we're just about out of the stuff. Yes, right. that there. I think that's basically it. Good, so just another 4 burgers to fill up, and we're basically full. So we've got nearly 12,000 in our coffers. And how are we doing for helmet production? Not very far on. So we've only got a handful of helmets out on our lads, so we've got a lot further to go there. How are we doing for iron slabs? Does look like that's what's holding us up. So I wonder if it's worth us getting another bloomery. Anywhere down here we can get that? Yeah, we can get it down here by the looks. So we'll build the bloomery there. How efficient is our existing bloomery? Should probably rebuild these mines so we can get the corpses that are inevitably inside out. Bloomery. People. Only 51% effective. Looks like one of them perhaps works with a rear garden, so that would explain that. But just as soon as we have the new one constructed, see our archers deep inside the mountain there. What is this, Erebor? Don't be ridiculous, man. We've got a couple of families working here to hopefully get on top of the iron problem. And I wouldn't mind importing a bit of barley and see if we can't make some alcohol. Of course, we'll need some malt houses for that, so we'll need to find somewhere for those to go. Don't particularly want to expand our mountain home down onto the valley floor. So we are pretty much at our limits for how far we can expand. Let's get 2 families working there. And then let's see where we could get ourselves a malt house. Ooh! We can get one up here, this open spot. Perfect. Right, we'll put a malt house down just there. And then maybe one of the surrounding people can demolish that and make them into a brewer. Why aren't you plot level 2? You don't have foraged goods, vegetables, grains, or fruits. How? That's impressive. I mean, you've got plenty of granary access. Oh dear. Oh dear. Totally wrong menu. And plenty of types of foods around. And yet you have none of them. Supply even looks pretty good. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Hopefully that will be ready for upgrading sooner rather than later. So we'd very much like to turn that into a brewery. With the idea of brewing in mind, though, what we should go do is head on down to the trading post and set an import for barley. So we add crafting materials, I believe. Barley, import. I would like 300 barley, please. And then we have to go through the tedious process of disallowing barley to be stored anywhere else, which I think is probably easiest done. Whereas trying to visit every granary and disallowing them from having crafting materials. Which we probably should have done from the start, but I didn't think we were really going to get that far with this. It does look like that is going to disallow honey, but that can just all be stored at one central location. How are we doing for fullness here? Not terrible. Granary. Crafting materials off. Granary. We've never really recovered this granary after it got burned down. Maybe we do want to have that many people. Let's get a couple of stables here for those hitching posts we popped in. And did we do that one? We did, didn't we? So that's all the granaries down there. So we'll come up the hill. There's one on the edge here. Turn off crafting materials. We'll leave it on for both of these because they are right next to where we want to do our brewing. Brewing. And that should be the last one there. And that should be all of them, I think. Let's get a couple of families working at this malt house. Come on, get some foraged goods or vegetables. It's not difficult. Everyone else up here pretty much is up to level 2. There's a couple over here that aren't, actually. Do they have the same problem? They do. Very interesting. Is it just because these granaries are fairly new? Have very large stockpiles here? I mean, they've got plenty of vegetables. Obviously, the people here just aren't going and getting them. Because they're warehouse workers and they're always off doing lots of exciting things by the looks of things. Gathering materials, such as charcoal, I'd imagine. Which was previously lacking over here. There is some charcoal there now. Okay. Ooh. Down to 19 clothes. We're not really keeping up there, are we? I mean, we've got plenty of wool. Might need to get a few more weavers. How are we doing for gambesons? Yeah, we're 2/3 of the way there on our gambesons. Do we need to do any livestock trading now? Probably not. We'll unassign that family and we'll send them to work at that weaver's workshop. Once we stop making linen as well from the gambesons, then we'll be able to free people up to go and make clothes again. Again, it probably suffered as well from when we were building the manor. I do tend to find whenever you're building a large construction, things just don't get done. I don't know if that's because the game's struggling to do everything at once and it just drops tasks by the wayside, but I remember when we were building our massive latest rundling, that when I was building that, we basically almost ran out of food from having about 12 months of stockpiles. It went down to basically nothing. So something to watch out for sure. Really want to upgrade this baggage. I might have to pick someone else that is already level 2 to make the brewery instead, like here. Sure. It's a bit further away, but it's not that far. Whoop! Enemy units. Actually, you might make a good option. You're nice and close to everything. You are going to brew, sir. Right, where are these enemy units coming in from? Is it just 2 of them? Nope, it's 4, and they're coming in down on the plateau here. Okay, so the opposite side from where our fort is. That's fine. Do we delete this ridiculous outer road? We leave it there. We'll delete it. And then we'll just continue this road. No, I can't do it through the manor. I didn't worry that would be the case. So I guess maybe we won't connect it up to this section of the road. And we'll just keep that connection that we've got going straight up. Sure. That looks a bit nicer on the map, actually, anyway. Looks like a well-defended outpost there, doesn't it? With a couple of units there. It's like a tower defense almost. Right, so, getting distracted. Where are the enemy coming from? Over here. So it's going to be a fight on these slopes here. So let's rally our forces. And we will stand our ground and deploy you in the forest here. Oh gosh, they're nowhere near full strength. It's because they're still deploying, isn't it? Wait for them to deploy, then set them out, and do the same with our missile. That's better. Good. So they're charging in from there. Let's reorientate slightly to face them. Once again, we should basically be able to take them out before they are in any danger of causing us any threat. We'll rest up in those locations. Gosh, the poor infantry there from the retinue is a bit tired from all that running they just had to do. Whoa, 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 slow things down. No, don't move, just attack, please. Okay. Unit broken already. Oh, there we go. Is that all of them? Once again, somehow managing to run in behind. Let's run these 2 units away and attack them with these 2. There we go. No problem at all. Pull these men back. Enable all of our archers to open fire. And they should be disbanded pretty quickly after that. I think they're all running away. Yep, they're broken as well. Is that everyone? As we send another volley into their bottoms. I think that's everyone. Right, pull our forces back. Don't worry, nobody needs to run. Chill out, everyone. Battle is done after all. Good. Right, now that's dealt with. We were building a brewery, weren't we? Yes, you're there. So you're going to brew it all up. We want a surplus of, let's say, 150, 200? 200 ale. And we'll set our malt house to make a surplus of 50 malt. Maybe 60. And we will watch our regional wealth completely drain as we make that happen. But hopefully... What's going on here? Come on. Hopefully... Well, realistically, we're not going to have the taverns on the whole time. So, we'll upgrade that tavern there, and we'll do the same with the tavern that is down here. Food and fuel look okay for the minute, but I don't know how much of it is destabilized from the manor construction and the little ingress of enemies we had at one point as well. And how much is a systemic issue. Maybe let's get a couple of extra workers at that charcoal kiln. Maybe we ought to have a charcoal kiln over here as well. We only have a couple active, actually. Yes. Yes. We'll have to wait and see. Is that still some rubble? Get that reconstructed. Grand. Well, all is looking pretty oakley-dokely. Market stall supply and storehouses look absolutely fine. The kingdom is looking resplendent and quite large. I mean, what are we up to? Got a population of nearly 500 now. And how are we doing on stone? Got 3k. Is that the limit I set before we start selling it again? Or did I set it ridiculously high? Nope, got to get to 5,000 before we start selling any of it. So that's going to be a big cost. Oh, 600 just went out there to pay for some barley, I would imagine. Yep. So we've got 140 barley, we've got 59 malt, and hopefully that means we've got a little bit of ale coming onto the market, which we have. Clothing's still a bit of an issue. 78 wool. Hopefully that'll sort itself out over time. A couple of oxen there in the livestock trading post makes me think we ought to upgrade a couple more stables, but there's a couple in there. I think we should probably upgrade that well to a stone one since it's within the manor grounds. Seems proper, doesn't it? Yeah, I think we added stone well there, a couple of extra hitching posts here, didn't we? Yeah. So we'll get those upgraded to stables as well. Look at that. That is a proper mountaintop kingdom, if ever I saw one. Epic mountaintop kingdom. Man, dabby dozy. And we're ready for the Baron when he comes to us again with our little fort we've located down here in the battleground. Good. Well, I'm pretty tempted to start planning the manor proper up there, to be honest, but I want to make sure that our economy is stable first, and what I'm seeing here, we need a bit more fuel. Why don't we get ourselves... I mean, we're okay, actually, for firewood, aren't we? Yeah, we just need to turn that more into charcoal. I mean, we did get more workers at this charcoal kiln. That might sort us out, to be honest. We'll see if that does the trick. If not, then we need to get another one down, potentially. Which would not be hard to do. Might be space in here for a charcoal kiln, there or something, but I know the steepness here will be a bit of an issue. Still not ready for level 2, which I find baffling. Could we get a tavern up here somewhere? I know we've got one over here, but I'm thinking actually near where we have the manor proper. Is there space in here? It's too steep, I think. No, it doesn't look like we're going to have a tavern in this immediate vicinity. Probably get one out here somewhere. No, maybe not. May have to delete that back garden, but even then I'm not sure that's... No, that probably would be flat enough, actually. I've got trees in there, but I don't want to do that. Good gracious. Probably could fit one in there, actually. But again, it means leaving a rear extension, which I do not want to do. We'll just have to stay tavernless up here on the heights. At least it'll keep the retinue sober. Ah. Okay, well, how are we doing for our ale? We're up to 51. Why don't we activate it? Tavern up here. set ourselves an overstock and see if we can't do ourselves a little bit of level 3 upgrading to these here burgages, and we'll see how far that expands out into the main top of our castle area here as well. Ready? Upgrades are ready. Let's start getting those actioned with the nearest families. Only 6 unassigned families. Gosh. It's not many, is it? We definitely need a few more people to be moving in, and that is why the level 3 burgage upgrades are quite important, increasing our population density. 2 to 8 months. I really do hope that's going to go up. And we've got quite a few farms and orchards providing us with food, as well as lots of meat as well. So I'd like to not end up in a position where we've not got enough vegetable garden space, because we certainly haven't got any more space up here to put any more vegetable gardens in. We'd have to extend into the plateaus down there, which again, I've said before, I don't know what to do. Right, we'll focus on the upgrades for the time being. Ooh, there's a couple of upgrades over here. Actually slow the game down to make sure we get all of these done. Make good use of what is now half of our riches that we have spent on buying in barley. In fact, that is so much that I might, once I've done these upgrades, look at the situation. So we've got 51 ale, we've got 59 malt and 275 barley. We are going to cease buying in barley, because my goodness, we're not made of money. So we'll go for no trade. Thank you kindly. We've got more than enough to do what we wanted to do. We just get a handful of burgages up to level 3 to give us additional living space. Look at that. 20 available spaces for people to be moving into. So it's certainly done the job in that regard. We'll wait to see if anyone else gets an advantage from this tavern. If not, we'll go and open up the one down here. Yep, okay, another one ready there. We don't have any access to grains or breads at all, so we're not going to be upgrading to level 4 anytime soon, if at all. One of you down there is actually in range, so we'll get you. Get those there, but we don't necessarily need to have level 4 burgages. They're not necessary for us to win the game. In this playthrough, we're doing a camped kingdom. We just need to take out the Baron. Look at that, large village. And I think we suit the bill, don't we, for a large village? Mountain village. I do prefer epic mountain kingdom, though. People starting to move in, which is oh so positive. Ooh, small town. Yes. Splitting through the upgrades. Unfortunately, there won't be any level 4s. Alright, do we switch to ailing up the lower region? Yeah, I think we do. So we'll reduce those workers to nothing and come down here. We'll work down here instead, again, with a nice overstock to compensate for all those families that are going to start drinking it up as soon as we get down here. Repair those rubbles. We should probably start selling clay, because by Jove, we've got a lot of it. We'll go to export clay. We don't need more than 800. We'll open a trade route of that. And let's start getting some of these upgrades. As the royal tax goes up as well. Still got plenty in the account though, and should be able to keep the Wayward Sons payroll topped off for a good time to come as well. This is going to give our working population size a nice boost, and hopefully that means we'll get the manor and the walls down here constructed that much faster. I'm thinking stone walls around this section here, and then probably wooden walls around this section here. I don't know if we will include that or not. I have to wait and see. We could go all the way around here, I suppose, with wooden walls. Could get everyone in with wooden walls. There's no point actually having this sector inside the walls, though. I'm not sure how it will react as well to us planting inside of the manor, using the foresters too. Bit of an unknown. What are you having a little attack about over here? Probably the amount of clay causing you to go between 3,000 and 4,000, and the font size changing. Classic. Absolutely classic. Ooh. Actually, a couple of upgrades to do up here still. Oh, it's up to level 2. Finally. You finally got some vegetables, and so did you up here by the looks. Food, yeah, we're back up to 11 months of food. So I think it was just building the manor and the little raid we had that set us back on our food. We are definitely making enough for our population, plus some, which is good to see, given that the population is really going to get quite a lot larger soon. There's a fair mix of agricultural and meat farming going on. Grand, well what I think we'll do is I'll pop a couple more upgrades, pop a save as well, and then we'll wait for the Baron to make his next move, so we might test our fort, and then it might be time for us to go on the offensive, provided we don't get any raiders in the meantime. Right, I'll see you shortly. Make yourselves a nice hot drink, and we'll get on to a bit of war chat. Alrighty, while we're waiting for a few people to move in, because we've got 28 available living spots, I've been doing a little bit of maintenance of charcoal kilns and woodcutters' lodges, found a space for a few more of those, to see if we can't get our fuel situation solved. Hopefully the food's okay. It's bouncing up and around between sort of 8 and 10 months depending on the time of year. If it does become an issue, we'll have to find a way to buy in some cheap food basically. We may have to go down to the plateau, but I want to avoid that. It might be better off settling in another region and sending food back over here in exchange for, you know, dressed stone or something. But what we can do in the meantime is go to the castle planner and see about setting ourselves up a kingdom up here. So, castle. We'll upgrade the manor, obviously, itself. And I wanted to put down, have a little manor itself. Oh, why isn't it like that? No, it's fine. It's just being a little bit funny. So we'll have that in here. Two short little walls either side. Sure, and then we'll do the same over here. Actually, we could do outside of this, couldn't we? We delete that and move that to this side. And fix whatever's going on here. Okay. And then we'll follow this around. Don't particularly need any extra towers. I quite like the idea of these being square walls, and these are just, again, going to be plain stone walls. We don't need any ramparts on this. It's just an extension of our manor, essentially. Our own private garden, if you will. Do that just to make sure it's on the right side. Good. Yep, all looks lovely. So I think that'll be our little manor grounds. Just make sure we get rid of that granulation on the top. Good. Yeah, so that's the manor proper. It's a bit strange where the guard houses are, but I don't think it's too bad. Maybe we'll just add in one additional outer tower. We'll put it in here or something. Just for a bit of decoration. Nope, that looks weird. We'll get rid of that. Right, so we've got that there. Now, what I'm thinking is, bring a wall all the way around the outside here. So, if we start on the left and we bring this around, and I'm thinking we surround the central area. Move that across here, come up on this side, and follow around across the top of the cliff. Along the road here. It's a bit tight there. Let's come out the castle planner quickly, and we're going to have to demolish this market stall and move it a little closer to the road. We just extend this one here. Actually, we just put one here, can't we? Oh gosh, it's a bit strange. Right, start from there, sorry. Do that. Good. Right, hopefully those supplies aren't in the way. Let's open up the castle planner again. And it was our wall. Good, yep, we can come around that now. Surround this here. Stone pits on the outside. Come to there. Then we'll cross over with a gate on this section. And, okay, what I think we'll do is we'll come across this way then. Cross over here with another gate. Make our way back up the hill. Around here. Until we eventually join up with where we started. Fantastic, and that is what I'm planning on for our central kind of keep area. So let's upgrade all of that to be walls with crenellations. Where's my upgrade button? Here it is. One long wall there. I have to make sure this obviously joins correctly too. So in places like this here, probably should just do that by straightening this out a little bit. Yeah, that's probably fine. We could try joining those. Yeah. Always a bit worried that it's going to break when we do things like that. It's fine, because we've got a couple of these gatehouses, which are sort of separating things at the moment. Wow, look at that. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? Pretty cool. Looks very, Austrian, doesn't it? You can imagine this in the Alps. Right, let's connect that in properly here. And we'll want to get down a couple of towers, I think, as well. That all looks fine where that joins in. Yep, little staircase down there as well. And we've got actually plenty enough resources to make this happen as well, which is nice to see. Let's go ahead and get some outer towers here as well then. Upgrade those, of course, just because they look pretty awesome. So we'll put them wherever we can find space for them. Right thing clicked. Now, I can't imagine building this is going to be much fun. I imagine the game is going to protest in all sorts of lovely and new and exciting ways. We might starve during building it as well, but I think that's worth it for something that's going to look pretty cool come the end. I hope it looks a bit more than pretty cool, gotta be honest. Ooh, wall's broken a bit there. Let's just connect that back in. That's fine. Yep. Carries on into there nicely. And just tower there. Another one there. Oh, blast. There was always going to be one, wasn't there, that completely broke everything. So we can't reconnect that. And it's a bit too close to the cliff, perhaps. Let's just get rid of it. Let's just get rid of it. And we'll reconnect that there. Okay. Wall's a bit wibbly. I think that's fine. So then maybe next to that tower I can go here. But okay. I think that's basically it. Is that enough outer towers? How awesome does that look? Wow. Now, if that wasn't enough, I was thinking of then surrounding the rest with a wooden palisade. So let's take a wall down here. And guide that along here. Okay. Follow this along the road. To there. And across. Yeah, what's wrong with that there? Oh, let me build that. It's outside of our region. Is that the problem? Unless you build it the wrong way around. I wonder if it just is a bit close to the outside. Ah, perfect. Found a jank way to do it, but jank way is better than no way. And then we'll follow this around here. How far do we want to take this? Then we'll cut back across here. And surround this area. Which is going to be a ridiculously massive size. Don't know if this is going to be feasible. By gosh though, we're going to try it. And then we'll follow that round, basically back up to here. So we can't extract that. Wait, that's gone wrong. That's it. Okay, now what do we need? Why can't we commit? Oh dear, something's colliding. Gosh, I wonder where. There's so much. There's nothing down here again, is it? No, that still seems fine down there. Right, let's look for something colliding, flashing red. I don't think it was anything on our stone walls. It's probably something we've just done with our wooden wall. Is it not like where this joins in here? No, that seemed fine. Okay, let's follow this down here. And this wall looks like it's fine. Ah, here we go. What are you colliding with? There we go. This looks like the problem. Just where this gate is sat. Is that with the edge of the map? Is that the problem? Probably. Squeeze that in as far as we can. Might have to delete that section of wall. Whoa, big zoom. Right. Let's delete that. Let's do that in sections instead, because it's definitely the gates that are giving us slight problems. So we'll bring this along here. Okay, this. And then at some point we'll arrive at a gate, which is here, I guess. So we'll build that to there. Let's see if we can't get this gate set nicely. Okay, that looks like it's worked this time. And then how did we have this? Came up around here, didn't we, basically? Yep, and where's that wall snap on? Just here. Ooh, we actually have all the materials to do it. Right, we're going to hold off for a minute, but that's kind of the plan. So, have a gorgeous little, not cliff top, I suppose it's cliff top, but a gorgeous mountain home here, mountainous castle. Dropping down to a palisade wall, which you can barely see, but protecting the rest of the populated zones, apart from, obviously, down here. But, you know, can't protect everyone. Oh, it's a hole in the wall. It's no good, is it? That would have been rather disappointing to find at the end. Maybe we should do one last little check here. Check the wall is indeed continuous. Yeah, it looks fine elsewhere. Or does it? Another broken section. Always double check, everyone. Always double check. Okay. And that carries on there. Another one here. Didn't we just fix this? Right. Check the whole thing again. Okay. Good. 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 Yep. 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 Okay, right, now it's fixed. And we're fine to start construction, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to close that. Speed time along, because we're going to need more than 5 unassigned families to undertake this construction work. I suspect also the Baron will make a play on us during the time when we're waiting to build up manpower, and also hopefully some food as well, food and fuel. And also a little bit of money, on the off chance that we do need to buy in some additional resources. We may even spend the money in anticipation of needing it. And buy in a whole bunch of beets or some other cheap food, or a combination of things off the market to help us get through that construction period, which, let's be honest, is probably not going to be a fast construction. I'll go back into hibernation, and I'll rejoin you when the Baron makes his next move, I suspect. Fiddlepips. Here we have it then, the Baron is making his move once more. Let's go ahead and rally our forces down to the fort. Lovely stuff. Get everyone assembled inside. Speed time along. We'll get everyone as far down as we possibly can before we go to fight the claim. We've had a number of people move in as well. Got 10 unassigned families now, so a fair few more for construction. We're pretty much on top of the fuel situation. Food is still here or there, but there seems to be plenty around. We've got lots of vegetables. We've got a lot of pork, etc. So I think we're doing okay, really. We may need to import some food later on, but we'll see how we go. Right, so let's see about getting a few more of our troops onto the walls. So we'll get some crossbows here. And then we'll get our... There's 2 units of our crossbow. Another one sat just here. And the final one just here. The retinue we're going to plug this gap with here, and then we'll set a unit of spear behind them. Maybe we'll let the retinue go through first, and we'll hold 1 unit in reserve. Whoa! Buggy. Unit in reserve just here, and then just as soon as everyone's inside, we'll close that gate up. Retinue going through, we want them to be standing their ground, so doubling our defense. But attack rings against halved, but that's okay, because all of the damage is going to be done, hopefully, from the walls here, where everyone is nicely assembled on top. I'm going to set these chaps to balanced, so that they don't run away or anything silly while they're on the walls. Okay. Fantastic. So, we have our retinue blocking that hole. We'll deploy then our spear, maybe just behind them, in here. We'll shield wall them up, so a nice plug there. This unit in reserve. That does appear to be everyone, so let's close up this gate. We're going to fight the Baron. Here we are. We're in the zone. We're currently winning. Look at this. Alright, we're going to ignore you this time, Baron. We've got your number now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Easily 5 units coming in from up here again. I think they're going to have to come around to the front to get to us in the gate here. And even if they do line up on this side, we can just redeploy our archers to take care of them. This gate is closed. I don't think they've got a way of breaking... I mean, there's a big hole underneath it. I'm sure that won't be a problem. I don't think they've got a way of breaking through gates, but maybe as a precaution, we will deploy our reserve unit of spear in front of that gate on the off chance the Baron does find a way to attack through it, just to make sure that we're safe. And look at this. I don't see how they could possibly make their way behind us all here with 2 units plugging the gap here. They should funnel into here, and we should be able to absolutely obliterate them into smithereens using our troops. Okay. Good stuff. Don't know why we can't make those little white circles go away, so we're just going to have to live with those. The game is still not perfect, let's be honest. Right, the retinue is pretty tired, but I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. Bring it on! Let's wait for the Baron to get his troops down here. Speed time along. There they are, up the top there. I don't think he's brought in any additional forces, so what have we got? Just 1 unit of missile, I think, to contend with. Shouldn't be a problem, given we've got a ridiculous number ourselves. 4 of our own units, 2 of hired. Look at this, this is pretty cool. If this is successful, I'll definitely be thinking about doing it in the future. The fort ready to defend itself from those who attack our own region. I suppose I could close that gate, couldn't I? No reason to have it open. Close the gates! Prepare for attack! Load your crossbows. Men, this is your finest hour. There's no beaches to fight them on, so we'll settle for the walls. Here they are, Baron's forces emerging. Let's see how we get on. I'm hoping our missile will start to engage fairly early on. And from there it should be a dawdle. The battle for Teutoburg begins. The Baron's forces march over the top of the hill to find... what's this? They've fortified themselves within a border fort. Not something the Baron's had to fight against before. I'm sure his men will do their darndest to get to us. But our walls are filled with missile troops, and look at that, already opening fire from the walls. Missiles raining in on the enemy units. Yes, from both sides of the walls. This unit isn't even going to get anywhere close to battle. I'm just watching the entire thing in cinematic. This is fantastic. Absolutely tearing them into pincushions. Hopefully our men are holding their positions on the wall nicely. I'm moving around a little bit. I guess that's to get a good position to fire. Some have gone down below the wall. No ideal, don't see why they'd do that. They're running away. Let's just check what's going on here. Stay on the wall, please. Don't know why they're running away. Let's see if we can't break that white circle. So far so good. First enemy unit broken. missiles are firing in upon more. They've lost another one. Their own missile troops are returning fire. Let's set our men to engage their missile, taking a few hits from them as they come in. Okay, well, missiles seem to be doing their job. Definitely taking a few hits from them. So we're not completely invulnerable in the fort, but they've yet to close to a distance where they can engage. Yet another unit is routed, just leaving their retinue. Will they even get past the first gate? They're taking heavy fire. Really, I do want our missile targeting there. We've taken significant damage, actually. One of our crossbow units is down to 2/3 strength. And they've yet to take any casualties out here. I didn't expect one unit of missile to do so much damage. I kind of guessed that we'd be able to hide a little bit behind the wall. It's running back what's left of that unit. Good grief. We are now at least opening fire with some of our missile. Oh, it looks like the missile can fire through walls. That's not ideal. That doesn't seem fair. Right, well, victory is ours nonetheless. It was a bloody battle. Fort held its own. Did its job in terms of funneling the enemy troops towards us. I mean, they never even got as far as the little trap we had in here. Unfortunately, one unit of enemy archers was able to absolutely decimate our crossbowmen, which is a shame. But it's what it is. Right. Let's take our own forces back home, and hopefully we've got enough spare crossbows and gambesons to make up for our losses. I think we probably should. Movement blocked. You're going to tell me you can't get out of here? Oh yes, I should probably open the gates, shouldn't I? That'd be why. Right, let's open the gates. And send everyone home. Well done, chaps. It was a brutal combat. We still can't leave. You don't know the gate's open? Oh dear. Problems. Right, let's see if we can't pop a quick reload to solve this problem. Right, hopefully that's solved the problem. Ah, wonderful. Bit worried there for a moment that all of our forces were going to be stuck inside the fort forevermore. Right. Good. Right, they're all deploying up there. Splendid, and we can get back to preparing to build the next stage of our settlement. Oh, what happened there? What's going on? That is weird. All these enemy troops are just spawning and dying. Oh my days. That is so buggy. I've never seen anything like that before. But they're all spawning in and then immediately ragdolling. It's like some sort of mass dance or something. You see where they all got to before they were shot down by our archers. How strange. Well, that's making its way into the intro. If you were wondering when this was going to happen, here it is. The real buggy soldier dance die thing. Never seen anything like that before. What a weird bug. Are they just going to keep doing that forevermore now? I guess the Baron never gets those troops back. Let's redeploy our own forces to the wall proper. And maybe let's put them on this side here. If that's always where the Baron's going to attack from. So that it's the hirelings that get destroyed next time rather than our own troops. Let's disband all these chaps so they can go back to their jobs. And hopefully, yep, reform that unit. So you took significant casualties there. Lots of bodies to be buried, but to be honest, I don't think they're properly dead yet. How are we going to bury them? Very strange. Right, we'll leave them to their whatever that is. And we'll head on up here. Wait for a few more people to move in so that we can get on with the construction of the next phase of our kingdom. The walls of the mountaintop home. Here we go then. The Manor has been completed, and my goodness, doesn't it look absolutely fantastic? The walls have just worked out perfectly. I love the kind of two-tier split where you've got the very top of Devil's Hill there, at the top of our mountain kingdom, and you've got this kind of lower Bailey section here. I think the only thing we could have done possibly to improve it is put a second wall in that somehow separated this top section from the lower one. But realistically, we've densely packed this in here far too much. We'd never get a wall across here. But I don't know that we need it. The wall across the outside here, where you've got the edge of the cliff face, just looks magnificent. All the way around, I think what we might do is clear away some of these trees. And I know. You all absolutely love trees, and I understand. But I think realistically, you wouldn't have trees right up against the fortifications of a castle, because it just gives people another way to get in or to hide. So we will get on and delete some of those. And look at the views, man. This is without a doubt the most beautiful castle I've ever built. Didn't actually take that long to build either. Compared to previous iterations of the beta and of the game as well, it would take sometimes 3 to 4 hours real time for me to build a castle like this. And in game time it would take years and years and years. Whereas this time it probably only took, I don't know, 2 in-game years to complete, and didn't get that laggy until the end. What I haven't checked is, did we trap any of our construction workers in the process? Let's do a little scan along the inside of the walls, see if we can find any poor souls who have become part of the fabric of the place. On the whole, I think it looks a little bit better. So, obviously that latest beta patch they did just a couple of days ago seems to have solved, for the most part, the problem of people becoming stuck in walls when constructing them. I assume it was a pathing issue. We've also, this time, not trapped anyone inside of any enclave areas, like we did with our previous build with the Mott and Bailey. So I am very, very happy. It doesn't look like there's anyone stuck that I can see. We know the issue isn't completely fixed, because down in our fort we built, we did get one constructor worker stuck. I'll go and check in a second that they are still there. But I can't see anything on the walls here. I mean, look at this view. Looking out from the main keep down towards the rest of our village, which itself is surrounded by a palisade, which I think we're going to have to go down and clear away some foliage from as well, because it's quite hard to see at the moment. Right, I don't see anyone stuck in that area of the castle. Let's go and check if that person is still in the fort. And are people still dying here constantly? No. Okay. That little bug has fixed itself at the very least. Looks like some of them have spawned themselves down underneath the walls, but as we know, walls don't really exist, so it doesn't actually matter. And are you still stuck in the wall? You're not. She's free. Wow. A reload of the game and a restart of the PC has freed that worker. Very exciting indeed. Now, what I did start doing just before we started construction, you'll see I added a windmill here. It was not here previously. And I started buying in some grain. Well, I didn't buy in grain. I bought in some wheat sheaves, and we would turn that into grain, and in turn into wheat, and into flour, and in turn into bread, and it massively boosted our food. You can see we've got 1.3k wheat bread as a result of doing that. It didn't even cost that much, because just buying in the wheat, then turning it into grain, and then turning it into flour, and then bread, you get multiplications at each stage. That's why we got so much bread. And then, of course, we have the palisade wall. You can barely see it coming down here, but if we go from the inside, you can see it does surround the entirety of the lower part of the kingdom as well. So what I think we're going to do now is we're going to clear away some of the trees as much as we can, because obviously not all of it is even in our region. Maybe as we claim the other regions, we will be able to clear the tree line back just a little bit. Let's take the sheeping tool, or the farming tool, and see if we can't clear the foliage back just a smidge. We are right on the edge here, aren't we? We might have to wait primarily until we claim these other regions to fix the issue of nearby trees. Too steep to build? Didn't know you could have fields that were too steep. It's going to prevent us from clearing here. I suppose if we settle in these regions, we could get some foresters to do the work, couldn't we? Okay. Anywhere else that we can actually clear away some trees to have a look at our wall? Should we clear away this area inside of the walls? Why not even click there? What? Am I in the wrong region? Hang on. Let's reset this down. No. Oh, I can't put a field down inside of the manor area. Interesting. What I might do, let's grab one of these work zones, and I'm going to move it to inside the castle area. In fact, I might do that with all of these, at least temporarily. Not going to be terribly efficient, I know, but hopefully it'll help to start clear out all those trees that are currently inside of the keep area. Now, I don't mind trees, as I've said, but I don't think it makes sense having them right next to, or within the walls of a castle. So we'll try and clear some of those out, because I probably should have done that beforehand, shouldn't I? Because I now can't get in there. But we can still access all our buildings. As we said, with the most recent patch, it does allow you to get inside and do building and stuff and things inside of your manor area. Now, we can probably do with a little bit more money, and approval is fine. We've actually filled up our space anyway. So I think we will slightly increase taxation. So taxes will go back up to 2%, because we can now afford that drop, just to make sure we can keep those mercenaries we've hired. Any more mercenaries available? No, so we are going to have to do it with our own men. Now, we do have everyone now has a helmet, which is fantastic. How many spare helmets do we have? 136, fantastic. What we'll start doing then is we'll make our way on over to our helmet boy. Where are you? Down here somewhere? Oh, helmet boy. Where's our armourer? Anyone remember where we built the armourer? Because I certainly don't. I mean, I'm sure I put him down here because this is where all the bloomeries are. There you are. Start making us some chainmail, dear sir. Because now we've got this much bread. Nisa thinking. Do we have what it takes to get people up to level 4? Maybe not. We're a bit shy on garments, which surprises me because we have... What is it? We have wool coming in, which is all going into yarn, which is immediately being turned into clothing. But obviously it's just not enough. We're not quite managing to get what we need in terms of clothing. We can start making some boots though. Let's take one of these level 3 burgages. And where is it that we're tanning? Are we tanning down here? I'm trying to remember where we set up our tannery as well. It's down here. Okay. Let's get a second worker in there, because there are lots of hides to be turned. And then let's take a level 3 burgage down here. Ooh, not a honey boy. A goat boy, you'll do. And we're going to make you into a cobbler, so we can start to get some shoes out on the market. Hopefully help with the clothing allowance, because obviously we need footwear as well to get up to level 4. I just don't know if we have the supply to get up to any level 4 burgages, but we'll start making the chainmail in any case, just on the off chance that we can, because it may be if we do settle another region, which I'm skeptical of doing, but we may need another retinue, so we might have to do it to beat the Baron. If we do indeed end up doing that, then we will need to have the chainmail ready to arm our troops as best we can. Now, some of these trees obviously are outside of the walls. We can see down here, indeed they are. So, let's see if we can't clear out some of them along the edge of our walls. A little bit like that there. And hopefully we'll fell some of the trees inside. Obviously we can't do that in the hunting grounds, but I quite like the idea if we've got some private hunting grounds, even if it is quite steep in there. And we're actually not going to be able to get into there either, because that's all part of going down to our fort. Our manor area is quite strange. If we click on that, you can see it goes all the way over there. What we can do, though, is go again to these logging camps. Anywhere we haven't already set up a working zone. Did we give you a working zone? Did you have one as well? You do. What about you? Let me give it to all 3. Do I only have 3 camps here? Am I missing one? Or did I set up an all 4? Right, we'll just take one of them. And we'll set them to deforest this area here. They can take swathes out of that. And then when it comes to reforestry, let's try and reforest kind of these bold patches down here. Actually, it makes sense for you to do this area. And then we'll take our next hut. And we will do this area. And finally, this hut. And do here. And then we'll focus our deforestation on all of these trees that are currently inside of the keep, and also on some of these to expose the walls a little bit more as well. What we could do is expose some of the trees, cut them down on our little land bridge here. So we'll get rid of those. Good. Which will expose some of the traffic on top of here as well. And again, just to see if we can't clear some of the stuff up against the walls, what we could do actually is get down... Can we get down a camp here? Is it too steep? I'm sure there's somewhere on this land bridge you can get buildings. Let's see it snap white there for a second, or am I imagining things? Might be imagining things. Well, can we get a woodcutter's lodge? It's a bit smaller, isn't it? Yeah, we can get a couple of those down, and we'll set those to deforest these trees around here to expose the gates, see if we can't do a little bit of work on those. I'm starting to think that I should have perhaps cut down some of these trees before we built the keep. Oh well. What's done is done and all that. We might need to start importing more wool. I was starting to wonder whether the issue is not the number of sheep we have, because we have a jolly good number of sheep, 400 of stuff. I wonder if the issue is not having enough workers at the sheep farm. Might be a possibility that is an issue. So I wonder if we need to get a couple of extra sheep farms. Maybe we can put these down here, okay. Because I don't think we get them up here anywhere. Nope. Okay, so let's get down 2 sheep farms. And is there any possibility of having an extra house here? I'd imagine it's all far too steep for that. Obviously it does gradually soften out as you go that way, but we don't really want to do that if we can help it. And what we can't do, obviously, is build inside of the manor area. So everything inside the manor area we can still edit, but we can't do any more building in there. So we need to keep that in mind as well. Obviously, we've done pretty much all our building now with our dressed stone. So we can set our reserve limits with the trading posts way down. We don't need anything more than, say, 200. I'm not going to do any further building. So we can sell most of that. Ooh, actually, maybe let's keep that at 1,000. Just because it might be that we decide to trade it with other regions if and when we settle them. Grand stuff. So let's get some employees at these here woodcutters lodges, because we have the populace. Now we're not doing construction. I'm going to set their work areas to basically clear out this space here. So one of them can work there. And where should we set the other to work? Can we clear out this space at all? Yeah, let's just set this a general work area. Whoop. Off here to try and clear out the surroundings as much as we can. And have we built these sheep farms? They're on the way. Where are these enemies coming from? Aha! We might be able to face them in our keep down here, in the fort. Right, let's close the gate. Let's make sure our men at least start on the wall, because I think it looks better when they start on the wall. And we'll close the rear gate for the time being as well. And let's see if we can't deploy our forces. Here's the other issue. You can't deploy them inside of the manor grounds, so it might be an issue with deploying our troops now that most of our region is within the manor grounds. We'll deploy them down here to the outside. They can make their way down there. And we'll speed time along as they start to deploy. And at the very least, we'll be able to start engaging the brigands as they most likely approach our fort. That's going to be the nearest thing for them to come towards, although they might try and go that way. Hopefully they get aggroed onto us here. Right, so looks like we're going to be able to get our troops inside of the fort. So we'll deploy them in there. I mean, movement is blocked. Gate is opened, sir. Okay, maybe we're not going to be able to get them inside. A bit concerned these brigands are bypassing us. Let's deploy our men here. Don't really want to run any further than we already have. But we certainly don't want the brigands getting up past us towards our settlement. Okay, so 2 units there. Hopefully none have gotten past us. That would be bad. There would be raiding going on in Shaun the Sheepville. And let's get some workers at these here sheep farms to see if we can't up the production. Actually, it'd be interesting to see if we go over to this sheep farm and we look at 79%. What have they produced? So they've made 362 wool in the last year. So we'll see if that drops, basically a wool a day, and then we'll see what these 2 new sheep farms yield. Right, so we'll deploy our crossbow here and our spears in a protective formation. So that's at least 3 of the enemy brigand units. So we're just missing 1. Hopefully they're not far away or going this way. Maybe what we should do is deploy the retinue out here, just in case they have managed to bypass us. They'll stream out of the manor, through the gate into there. And we're already engaging. Fantastic. We'll try and wipe out a unit at a time and give our lovely spear a chance to recuperate a bit because they're very tired from all their running. Look at that. Whoa! Our bolts absolutely flying across the top of the enemy there. Fort working perfectly. And that'll be a unit disbanded basically straight away. Arrows coming in at them from the fort. Arrows coming at them from behind our spears on the line. Surely that'll break them. Nearly. They're taking fire. Looks like they might get within closing range. But we've gambesons, we've helmets, and we've got crossbows. There we go, that's 1 unit broken. There's another unit trying to charge around the outside. Let's quickly redeploy our spears to make sure they don't get around us. Okay, and oh look, the brigands tried to get inside this little gap here and were absolutely butchered. And I think those are all the enemy troops dealt with. Splendid stuff. The fort once again has worked wonders. We fought outside of it and within it. It's definitely not as effective if the enemy have archers, but this time they didn't because they're just brigands. And yes, running into this little gully was not a smart move for their survival. I do feel it would make sense for brigands to have some archers. Right. Oh, just expand our men there. They're still in our region. And how did the retinue get so tired running from there to here? I mean, they are very heavily armed, aren't they? Right, I think we will just move them back into the keep for the time being. Because I'm not convinced we took on all of the enemies there. I think we did, but we'll keep them deployed just in case. There's no need to have them undeployed. They don't, act as workers the rest of the time, so that's not an issue. Grand. So, we've got a ridiculous amount of bread. We don't need that much bread. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the windmill. And we don't need any more wheat flour than, say, 100 at a time. And we'll go over to our farmhouse, which is positioned over here. And we'll say we don't need any more... No, we can't set a limit on that, actually. What we'll do, then, is we'll set a limit on the trade posts. We don't need more than... It's crafting materials, isn't it? We have it set to 150, I think. 200, right. We'll set that to maybe 20. Any more than 20 of that at a time, and then that'll give it time to be processed and hopefully produced, so we don't end up with any more than we need. We've got plenty of pork, so on the meat front we look okay. We could import some salt, I suppose, and that would give us 2 types of meats. We're still strong. From there, we look like we've got plenty of fruits as well, actually. We should have fairly good food variety, looking at all those stats. It might be that since we've done the construction on the manor, it's still taking a little while for food variety to sort of balance itself back out again, because obviously we do get production damaged during construction of the manor, etc. That's something we have noticed. Anything produced down here? Yeah, they made 9, so it might be, as long as we're not seeing a decrease over here. I don't think so. It might be that the additional sheep farms was the way to go. And if we can start producing more wool, we might be able to start producing more yarn. We might need to get another weaver's workshop, actually. Where can we fit one of those? Ideally it'd be down here somewhere. Too steep to build there. Maybe we can get one there. Good. One behind it again. In case we need it. Lovely. Okay, we have got a few workers bees to get assigned to those. So that at the very least gives us an opportunity to produce more yarn, and hopefully we can get on top of the clothing situation, which we have definitely fallen behind on over time. But we're starting to get some boots out there. Right. All that aside, and trees have been cut down inside of here, let's start to focus on our next move, which is going to be to make a move on the Baron. Now, which region do we want to claim for our own? From a defense point of view, this one up here potentially would be quite good, because getting our troops across the land bridge here wouldn't take too long, but it would be quite vulnerable to raids which do come in from here. But we could station our retinue over here permanently to help deal with that issue, and possibly even our mercenary archers. The fort's going to be less well used once we're moving out from the Baron. It helps us defend against the Baron while we're just in that region there. And we have seen him off recently. In terms of resources, what do we have available to us here? Strong stone deposit, we don't need that. So it's not going to give us much in terms of export. It's just some berries, so that's not great. Down here, we have salt, and I suppose we have the advantage of it's right next to our fort, so we could station troops down here all the time to help defend. Strong clay is not going to help us. Food, just got some wild animals. Some mushrooms all the way over there. Fertility-wise, not fertile there. It's not fertile up here either. And then we come around this way, and fertile region, strong shoal of fish, but it's right near the edge. Much harder to defend because it's quite a long way from our nearest settlement. But again, we could station retinues out here to help defend it. So that's definitely an option. And the fish would be nice. We could maybe even export some of those to our main region. Over here, not fertile, strong use of mushrooms. I guess if there's a plateau up here, potentially it would be quite close to our main settlement, but actually it looks very hilly. So it would be settled down in the valley. Although actually, it might just be that this is not my region. It's not actually saying any of that's too steep. That's saying too steep, but it is my region. Let's find something that would obviously be too steep, or is it all pretty good in here? It just says cannot build in this region, just regardless of how steep it is, I think. So we don't know that yet. Potentially we could settle in here. Doesn't look too bad, does it, in places? Fertility-wise, not fertile though. This, again, not fertile. Though we do have a strong source of iron and of wild animals, so potentially you could farm the animals for some food, and then you've got the iron for production. It's reasonably easy to defend because we can just stream our troops out of the gates here and down here. And you've got this region, which is quite small, but it is fertile. It's got a strong source of berries, so we could do some farming down here potentially, and in which case we could send up wheat to here at a discounted rate. That might be a good option. These two regions here, I think, are speaking to me because we've got the strong iron deposit here, and we've got the fertility here. I also do like this region here, which is fertile and fish, but it's a bit more vulnerable, isn't it? Right. I think we'll start by claiming Ingraben then. So it's nice and close, easy to defend, and we can get a bit of farming set up, potentially depending on how large we get before we actually manage to break free of the Baron's chains. So let's start moving our troops over to this area. Don't know where the battleground is going to appear here, but if we start on maybe at the bottom of the slope down here, and we'll also rally our own troops, and we'll have to do that onto the plateau out here. There's no point in anyone running because we are not going to press that claim until we actually arrive and are rested. So we'll make sure everyone is walking. Good. So I'm obviously going to take these chaps a while. We need to let them out as well. That would help, wouldn't it? Movement blocked. That does require a reload of the save, so we'll just see if that fixes the problem. Alrighty. Good, we can move them out now, so we will set them moving this way, and we'll need to tell all our troops to move again. So I don't think they necessarily remember where they've been told to go. Deploy our troops from up here, from the work camps, just outside of the castle walls. My goodness, I just can't get over how pretty everything is here. Let me know in the comments below. Do you think this is pretty? I think it is. I'm really proud of what we've done. I mean, we probably could have done a nicer construction of the manor build here, but I was so focused on getting the outside walls here done. Love the way it pours across the cliffs here. I mean, I'm getting silly big with these castles, aren't I? I mean, that is ridiculous. It's almost more Motte and Bailey than the Motte and Bailey build, isn't it? it's actually properly atop a mound there, but it's on a very different scale, isn't it? So, not too shabby. Right. We're all now moving away. It's good. Streaming out of the walls of the fort. I also like we did a fort here. We've done lots of firsts here, haven't we? Completely surrounding our kingdom pretty much with 2 types of wall and then having a fort somewhere separate. Hopefully a sign of things to come in this game, because if we can do things like this properly without having to cheese it a little bit, like we have with the way the manors work at the moment, that's going to be really, really cool. Fantastical. Right, let's get our troops down here, and then we can start to think about going to war with the Baron. I'm sure we are going to take losses in this first conflict. We've got some spare spears, crossbows, helmets, etc., gambesons, but not masses of depth in terms of resources. So there's a chance if we lose too many men, we're going to have to spend a little time rebuilding. It might even be worth getting a second armourer, because we do at the moment have this chap down here who's just been making tools for the longest time, and we do have a reasonable number of them. But I think what we want to do is come into this pig boy, and we're going to make you into a blacksmith and get you making some spears. And then we could probably do with another blacksmith, this goat boy, and you can make us some metal parts so that we can get back on producing some crossbows, because we do have a bower here who is meant to be making crossbows but can't. We want this to maybe be more like 90 spare crossbows, or maybe even 150. Sounds like a good number. To have a little bit more depth. We stopped buying in flax, so we're not going to have many gambesons, but I'm hoping if we can get some properties up to level 4 burgaging, we shouldn't be terribly far off once we get the garment situation sorted, which looks like it's repairing itself. Then we're going to be able to produce some level 4 burgages, which in turn will wear the chainmail. Right, so iron parts and spears being made. Let's go and check in with wool production. It looks like it's picked up. Yeah, we've got 380 wool. So the issue was the number of farms, sheep farms. I've not had that before. We might even need to add some more pasture space soon, or indeed, once we fill this up, we could start using them as a meat source. That sounds like a good idea as well. Are we all well rested, everyone? We are indeed. I think we should push a claim. Huzzah! Baron won't know what's hit him. Men are lined up and ready. Right, where is the battleground? Already in it. How handy. I imagine he's going to come up from the top here. It's been his precedence so far. Oh, they're literally right there. Okay. Looks like it's his usual formation of units. We are very, very light on infantry. It's definitely something with a few extra retinues would massively help us. So we'll have a front line of retinue here. And then we'll have to put out our spear on the flanks, stretching them out as far as we absolutely can. Okay, like so. And then we'll put our missile behind. And we'll put our mercenary archers on the flanks in the hopes that if we do get attacked from the sides, we're basically going to sacrifice them before we sacrifice our own troops. Right, let's get everyone moving into positions. To your places, men. You know where you're going. Form up, form up. As the snows fall, we too, our wrath shall fall upon our enemies. Infantry pushing out to the front to form a defensive line to protect the missile, who are our damage dealers. The enemy will have their own missile troops, so we're going to have to make sure we take care of them nice and quickly as well, lest we suffer unnecessary damages. I do love a bit of war. We spent a lot of time building up our kingdom here, and it looks fantastic, and now it's time to use our troops and take the fight to the Baron. Here we go then. We're in position. The shield walls are assembled, even if they are only 1 thick. Defensive lines set, missiles ready to take them on. Where are they? Come at me. Hopefully from this direction, because that's where I've set up. Yep, there they are. So, what do we have? The usual array of 5 units, I believe. Definitely no additional troops available. So 2 units of sword coming at us straight up. They're definitely going to outnumber us in terms of infantry. So we just need to make sure our archers make up the difference. What else are you fielding? You've got your retinue there. Okay. And 1 unit of missile there. Right, starting to come into range. I want all of you to open fire on that unit as they approach. We need to decimate them before they get too close. Those archers and brigands are potentially going to be an issue. But hopefully, our missile troops will be able to basically eviscerate at least one of these units before they get to our lines. Come on, men. Use your bows. Okay, it's slowing them down. Will it be enough to destroy them before they get to our ranks? I'm not sure it will. Well, maybe half their number down. Right. Let's refocus on the next rank. Come on, retinue, you need to hold. We've got these archers making their way around the side. I'm going to peel off 2 of our units to focus on them. And we're going to set up our remaining 4 are going to fire on the enemy retinue as they come in. Let's reform our line here. And we're going to leave the brigands to face our spear, I think. The more of the retinue we can take out here before they close, the better, because there are lots of them and they are very hardened troops. So I don't really want to take too many of our missile away to shoot at the enemy archers. Let's get all of our crossbowmen firing here. Okay. Oh, and they're broken. Fantastic. In that case, what we'll do is we're going to have all of our missile focus on the enemies. Enemy missile. We'll bring our spear out of shield wall here. And we'll also set these troops to aggressively push into the brigands here. We should have the upper hand against some brigands. So I think we can just commit all of our infantry to deal with them. And looks like we have now dealt with the enemy archers as well. So far, we don't appear to have suffered any losses. Let's pull back a second. And let's let our missile finish these off. Should take a mere seconds once they get a couple of volleys in. Perfect. Victory is ours. We have claimed our first region from the Marin. Excellent. Well, that was a perfect military deployment. Well done, men. You all served us well. Still shooting the brigands in the bottoms as they run away. We're going to leave our retinue and 2 units of mercenary archers down here. But we are going to send the rest of our men home. So they can make their way up here. Good job, men. Back to your jobs and your homes. And we'll leave the defense of this new region to these chaps here. And then come March, we will settle into that region. Hopefully get a retinue of them done in no time, which is why it's important we keep fattening our treasury. Because we're going to need that to buy ourselves some new retinues. We'll keep an eye out for mercenaries, but I don't think any more are going to be made available to us. Clothes are well on their way to being sorted. Boots are being distributed. So it looks like the meats issue is actually the other thing apart from beer, obviously, that is holding us back. We're looking okay on fruit at the moment, although I think it depends on the time of year. So I don't think those fruits are going to last us all the way into next year, potentially. Right, you can all go back to your jobs as you stream along the road. Some of you going left, some of you going right. Most of you going right. How are you all going to get through the gates? Okay? Yes, it's fine. Traffic jam on the roads. All the warriors coming home. The first combat I think we've had where we've not lost a single man. Very impressive stuff. The kingdom even looks beautiful in winter. Wow. I could literally spend the next couple of hours just staring at the keep here, but I don't think you'd find that terribly interesting content. So we'll do our best to keep moving on out. Lovely. Anyway, distractions aside, trying to figure out what the thumbnail's going to be there. Let's speed time along and get on to settling that new region. We've got stacks of fuel, we've got stacks of food, everything we need. It's ticking along nicely. We've got lots of wool, haven't we now? So let's get a couple of families in these weavers' workshops. In fact, what we might do is take 2 workers from these woodcutters' lodges and assign them down here. Thusly, market stalls are looking pretty good in terms of supply, aren't they? Rebuild that quickly. Go and take a look. And we've still got plenty of clay. Ooh, actually got a bit lower on clay, so we could do maybe a few people working back at the mines again, because we've taken a bit of a break from those. Markets. Yeah, neither here nor there. Always do with more granaries, I suppose. It is tempting to push straight for another region after a perfect combat, but I think we'll start with one. Or we could develop 2 simultaneously, actually, couldn't we? That's tempting. Because they're right next to each other, so they'll be easy to defend. Let's do that. We should have done that, shouldn't we? We should have done that. Okay. Redeploy our forces. And we will send these chaps this way. Because then come March, which isn't too far away, we might be able to settle 2 regions simultaneously, which would be a lot to do, but very exciting. Come on, you're meant to be deploying. I know you just got home, but there's work to be done. Okay. Everyone please make your way down here. And we're going to take on the Baron once again. We had a lossless battle. I'm expecting you to provide me with the same kind of victory again, please. We're so nonchalant about it, we're just deploying ourselves piecemeal. Hopefully we don't get any raiders in the meantime, because the kingdom is completely undefended at present. Inside of this area would be absolutely fine, because we could just literally close the gates, but anyone left out in the majority of the settlement would be at risk. We'd get raided and pillaged for sure. We'd have to deploy some troops back. But it was fairly recently we had a raid, so I'm hopeful that we don't get one straight away, and we get back in time to defend. Right, while they're doing that, let's press the claim. And once again, we're already basically in the battlefield. Okay, right. Whatever. So, where are you deploying your troops from, dear Baron? Don't know yet. Sure, we'll find out. So let's set ourselves up defensively as usual then. We will have our retinue at the center there. Let's bring these back. We'll put a unit. Oh dear. What do I do? Unit out to each side here. And keep these guys in the rear. Okay. Still no sign of enemy troops. I wonder if it's too close to when he recently hired mercenaries, so it might be a minute until he gets them back. So I'm not sure exactly where they're going to come from first. We'll shield wall up and take our... Oh, there they are. Where have they come in from? Same place as last time? No. From across the way. Right. Redeploy slightly. So we'll put our retinue front and center. And we'll have our spears on the flanks. Okay. Once again, archers in 2 blocks either side. And crossbowmen center and rear. Right. Let's deploy out that way. And we'll basically try and do a carbon copy of the last conflict to make sure that we don't have any losses again. This time, the only slight difference is I've slightly fattened up the retinue to be a double line, because they are, from what we've seen, very likely, because they attract enemy troops, to take the first charge. So a double rank and file hopefully means that they're less likely to be shoved aside. We do want to spread these guys out as far as we can get them into one single line, because that gives us better coverage for our missile behind. Okay. Hopefully these guys are slightly... Yeah, we've got trained slightly better as well, so we should have a shot over the heads of our chaps as well. Let's set all of our troops to stand their ground here. Good. We're Get ready to receive the enemy charge. Okay. This time, we're going to see if we can't punch that retinue out of existence pretty much straight away. There we go then. We shall be loosing our arrows shortly. They're running as well, slightly uphill. Unfortunately, they are more coming as a unit this time, so we're definitely going to be engaged in combat for longer. I don't know why we haven't loosed our arrows yet. Come on then. Yes, this is going to be a tougher combat. We may lose men in this one, because their infantry has all basically attacked as one. There we are. A wall of enemy troops has hit our lines. Hopefully our retinue does us proud. Fortunately, we've mostly extinguished their retinue from existence before they've got here. And now they're broken. And then we will split up our missile between the other two. Let's deploy these troops to defend here. Send you to fight them. Okay. Retinue is holding strong. Let's redeploy. Ah, perfect. And they are broken. Wonderful. Well, job basically done. Let's deploy all of our crossbows to attack those there archers. We should be able to take care of them in no time. Should all have shots, hopefully. Come on, deploy to somewhere you can see them. They're all firing, aren't they? Yep, they are. You're firing. Oh, and victory is ours. We've broken them. So we lost 2 archers this time. But still, on the whole, a successful combat. At least we didn't lose any of our own troops. So let's hastily send our troops back home, as I fear an enemy raid. So we'll send them back up there. We'll keep these 3 units down here. We've only lost 2 archers, so I'm not going to bother with rehiring them immediately. We can, however, fire them and hire them, and we would recoup their losses. Grand and all done. Before we hit March, I want to settle our new regions. Oh, simply fantastical. Money's going up in both our own treasury and in the regional wealth. Food is looking mighty dandy. And upgrades might even be looking a little bit possible. Fantastical. In fact, what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to celebrate by making myself a lovely cup of Yorkshire tea. So I'll go and do that, and we will come back and decide where exactly we're going to settle these 2 simultaneous starting hubs, which again is something I've never done before. Goodness, so many firsts. Right, time for a cuppa. See you in a mo. Alrighty then, good stuff. So I also did a little bit of shrining, and I moved the wild animal deposit a bit further down the hill here. And over here we have wild animals and berries. So what I'm thinking is of settling basically in this little space here, as close to the foot of the hills as we can, basically, with this region. And over here we'll settle probably somewhere around here. Again, we don't want to be too close to the edge, relatively close to this one. But we need to be close enough to get these berries, so we might end up settling it sort of around this river here. Now, what I'm thinking is we'll get these 2 regions up and running as quickly as we can, and then what we'll probably do is we'll wait for the next raid, and then we'll probably look to claim another 2 regions from His Highness the Baron, to see if we can't get a few more retinue set up as well. So, let's go ahead, pause the game, and we'll go to Administration, get a Settlers Camp. So, like we say, the first one, we're going to literally plop down right here. Flip. We'll go for Plentiful, because we can afford it. And then we're going to do the same in this region over here. So we've got the iron, we've got the wild berries. We're going to settle. I kind of want to be between them. I suppose we could move the wild animal deposit here as well, couldn't we, actually? Why didn't I do that at the same time as the other one? If we can get it any closer to where we currently have the berries, that would be good. Where have you gone? Leo? Further away. That's no good. Come on, let's chase you out of this forest. Oop. Not terrible. I kind of want you over the berries, I guess would be ideal. I don't know if that's even possible. How's that? Yeah, we can do better. It's not far off. I suppose here's where... Oh, yeah, that's where I want it. That'll do. Right, let's quickly delete all of these shrines. Then we'll get down a starting camp here. We might need to build some more... plant some more trees, actually, around those wild animals. Although, it's the berries that are the important deposit here. So, the wild animals are almost an aside, really. Unlike the other region, where they are the primary source of food. At least for the time being, until we get some our own burgers up and running. Now, I don't think either of these regions has salt, which is one of the downsides, because I would like to be able to send salt up to our capital, because that would enable us to make some sausages, and sausages would give us a second meat type. Never really used to make sausages, and then one of you lovely commenters was like, why do you never make sausages? And then I made sausages, and it was awesome, and I was like, oh my gosh, why have I never made sausages? I just didn't realise it counted as 2 different meat types, which of course makes sense. It's both pig, isn't it? But if I was eating a bit of pork, I would think that is different to eating a bit of sausage. So, you know, it kind of makes sense, really, doesn't it? Don't know why I felt the need to explain that to you all, but you're very welcome nonetheless. Righto then, so we're thinking, let's get our settlers camp, and we'll put it down here. I think we'll basically go on this side of the river, so we're nice and close to berries. And we'll go for plentiful setup. Fan-dabbly doozlies. So, 2 regions. Let's get our troops saddled between the 2 of them. And as per usual, we'll go ahead and... What the heck? Oh dear. That's going to hurt morale, isn't it? Play momentarily, and then we'll quickly save and reload to hopefully get rid of these poor souls. Toodle pips. Well, as you can see, they've not disappeared, so I'm just going to ignore them, and hopefully they'll sort themselves out eventually. As long as they don't get in the way, it's not really an issue. So, let's... They're annoying, that's for sure. Let's take a continuation of this road across here. Okay, and we'll just start, nice and simply, with a little granary and a little storehouse, just right opposite where we have these berries. We might even take a little spare... We could do some circular settlements, couldn't we, down here? That might look quite nice. Do we do that? What do we think? Nah, we'll try and follow the terrain a bit. So if we take another road coming off here, and we'll curve this round to kind of match the terrain, come back in here, and we'll put a little love path in there, get down a granary first, and then a storehouse. So, turn off snapping. We'll put granary literally across here. And then we'll turn this road to be more like that. And we'll get a storehouse in behind. Just there. Market store location then can go in this triangle. We get a couple of shops in there. Looks like 4 is probably the most we can get, so we'll put those down. Nearest water source is here. Lovely. And then we need, of course, to have another hitching post. We'll probably, let's set the priority, obviously, for the granary and storehouse to nice and high. So they get built first. Yes, I've done that. Storehouse. And we need to get a logging camp. Yeah, we're probably logging in this general direction, aren't we? So we'll get a logging camp set up just here for the time being. And then we'll also use that as a place to have a road heading off this way, which will, of course, lead us to the wild animals. But we'll have a tributary of this road, which we will send up the hill, connecting onto the King's Road here, as connection to our main kingdom. I think hopefully that meanders off nicely up the hill there. It's quite good. We'll, of course, need a woodcutter's lodge, so we'll get one of those down. Maybe just... actually, see what, we'll put down a charcoal kiln first, because I think the slope's going to have problems with that later on. And the smaller buildings, like the woodcutter's lodges, seem to be able to get away with it a little bit better. So we'll pop that just here. And we'll need a hunting camp, because we've got the very strong source of wild animals here. So we'll get that one down just there. It isn't too far away from where we have a granary, and let's figure out exactly where these bushes are. It's kind of all in there, so we can set ourselves a little protected area. Where exactly was that? So up to about there. Okay. I think that'll be all of them inside of that area. Yep, quite comfortably. So then what we might try and do is draw a bit of a nicer circle around them. That's far too small, isn't it? Let's see if we can't start from here. Wasn't where that road intersected, that would probably be okay. So what we might do is come this way a bit, delete this road, and start here again, straight from there, and spin our way around with a bit of a nicer circle. It's a bit more like it. And that should nicely encompass all the berry bushes, plus some. Good stuff. Put a little switch back in there, and then I was thinking also get possibly another route between hunting camp and the granary. We're putting a road in across here. Just like so. Also we want a berry hut, which we'll get down. I think probably inside this little area here would make sense, because it's right next to the berries, without actually destroying any of the bushes, of course. Put that there, and connect it up to the road. Like that. So that should give them plenty to be getting on with, and of course we need to go over here and do something very similar for the starting settlement on this side. We'll put a protecting ring, as we like to do, around our wild animals. Let's do some planting in here as well, because it's looking a little bare of trees in there. We've just sort of ended up on the edge of a forest where we've forced them to relocate a few times. Forced resettling. There we go, so circle around that. Berries right here as well, so what we might do then is work out where they are, do something similar to what we've just done in terms of protecting them. So a little circle around here should do us. Probably about perfect, actually, I'd imagine. Okay. Fantastic. That's looking good. We'll get a connection between these two here. And then we'll put another circle around the starting camp here. Then we'll connect all three together, and that will form the basic framework. Oh, we can't do that, actually, because we don't have any timber yet. Maybe we won't do that then. Never mind. We'll bring in a road straight down towards the settlers' tents here then. Like that, and we'll use that for the basis of our camp. And then we'll come across like this. Okay. And then we'll get in our granary and storehouse along this road. So, put a granary there. Storehouse there. Berry boy in here. Lovely. Logging camp. Where are we going to do our logging? I kind of want to do it up here, but I guess we're close to over here in this area at the moment, so we'll start with it just in here. And we'll do the same for our woodcutter and for our charcoal kiln. We need to get some hunting going as well. So we've got a hunter's camp just there. Need another hitching post, which we didn't do in the other region actually, so we need to do that as well. And order in the other ox. Relocate this one to there. They need to be the highest priority. And then that will be followed by the granary and storehouse. Let's go and do the same over here. So we need another hitching post, which we'll put out on this road here. We'll order in another oxen. People drop dead all around us. Where is the starting hitching post in here? There it is. Surrounded by dead people. We'll relocate this. Next to this one. Change the priority on these. Grand, and I think then we're ready to kickstart these settlements. So we'll press play, and we'll try and juggle two brand new regions at the same time. We will need to connect this up to the road network as well. There is a King's Road in here, isn't there? There is. time being, we'll just connect this road here to the King's Road. And then we can worry about connecting that up to our own network of roads once we can actually get across the river properly. Although actually that road does link back over this way. Comes up and through here and connecting down to this one. Ooh, I like that sweeping connection up there. It's almost like a railway line, isn't it? Very exciting stuff. Right, come on. Construction to be done. Ignore the people who are just dying all around you. It's a minor bug. Don't worry about it. The other ones have disappeared eventually, so I'm sure these will as well. Right, hitching posts are done. 4 of them. Take a sip of tea while they do that. There, yes. Right, granary. Let's get a family working there to put the stores away. And we'll do the same over here. Ooh, they're not done yet. Storehouses, though. So we'll get a family in there, putting those aside. So much to be doing. You guys over here are taking much longer. I suppose you are a bit further away from where we had the granary and storehouse positioned. Okay, you've managed your storehouse first. That's fine. Granary. Good, so we get all these resources nicely stored safely away. Oh, taxation is an absolute pain in the backside. Get some foraging going over here, maybe. We've got some berries growing, so it wouldn't hurt to do so. And we've got a fair amount of timber, so we had the plentiful start. Groups are also still showing up as there, even though they've moved on, which is a bit weird. Wouldn't be a bad idea to get some logging going, though. And then we ought really to set up a few mortgages. And I think maybe we'll fill out a bit of this space here. So let's get a road along here. And that'll leave space for either some additional hitching posts or other buildings. Yeah, something like that. Sure. And then we'll get down a couple of smaller burgages. Like that. And then we'll try and fill out the rest of it. Too steep. Yeah. Didn't see that coming. Yeah, but that's fine. Where's the dotted line? I think you're tricking me. You're one of these ones that isn't actually going to work, aren't you? If I put a little road across here. Is that going to fix how you path your building, sir? It is. I think that's probably fine, so we'll get that constructed there. Let's do that a little bit. And then it's a couple of burgages, but obviously we're going to want a few more. Maybe we can do those on this side. So we'll get, again, a couple of small ones. Don't need to come quite that far. So about there or something. Yeah, please ignore all the people dying in the background. They are paid actors. No one was harmed in the making of this kingdom. Much. Sort of. Spurious claim there, I know. Okay. And maybe we'll set a road coming this way. Maybe we'll give that a slight curve. Sure, something a little bit different. We'll take a road in here. Lovely stuff. Right, so that's some initial burgages being popped in over here. Ignore the 97 corpses that need burying, please. Over here, we'll get someone working at a logging camp. And someone working at the hunting camp. Actually, we'll save you for the berries over here, shall we? Need to get that constructed, please. Hopefully all the goods have been moved inside. Most of them at the very least. And then burgaging over here. We might kind of go around the wild animals. We could go that way a little bit, I suppose. Yeah, we'll start in this direction. So, got a couple of burgages here. Oh, it's very nearly the right size for 2, so we'll just do it manually. Come on, there you want to. Maximize your space. We'll road up this way and give that something to snap to. And maybe we'll come across the top here as well. Okay, put that up here. Turn off snapping as we get a straight road. Oh, it's a double spot as well. That's nice. We'll get 2 more down here. And then go around them once again. Lovely jubbly. So some initial housing going down there. Let's get a family working at that forager hut. So we've got food coming into both of them. And it's going to be some time before people move in over here. Oh, look, the undead have left us. Fantastic news. Did we put a well over here? I don't know that we did. I think we should probably do that. Where can I fit them in? Just here. Put that down there. And let's speed time along so we can get some of these burgages constructed. Get some food coming in as well. And then, of course, we want to do fuel, etc. And we want to then start expanding the living spaces as well. So far, so dandy. Let's take ourselves up here and just check on the main kingdom. Oh, we never sent our boys home. That would have been affecting productivity. 55 clothes, nearly 190 shoes. Building requires maintenance, yes. I suspect it's because everyone was still standing on the cliff full of shields and swords and spears and crossbows and the like. Are we any closer to being on top of the wool? Are we yarn limited? We're not on top of the wool, but neither are we on top of the yarn. So, I don't think it's too much of an issue. We could potentially get another family making clothes. We have 4 at the moment. It's hesitant to do any more though. We've only got 5 families available for construction or the like, guiding oxes, etc. Until we get any burgers up to level 4, it's going to stay that way as well. There is still a bit of a garment shortage depending on where in the kingdom you look. Where there's not a garment shortage, there is a meat shortage. If it's not one, it's the other, isn't it? Never mind, never mind. How are we all getting on down here? Shall we free up workers from the storehouses? I think we shall. Because all the goods should have been moved inside long since. And they can help with construction, so we can make sure we can get everyone neatly stuck away inside their homes. 47 berries there. Whoa, who beat them? Who got there first? Il Machu, well done. Small village first. Congratulations. Oh, perks. Yes, we're going to have to select perks, aren't we? Completely forgot. So, a strong wild animal source here, and it's not fertile. I'm going to say that. There's a little bit of fertility. So I'm guessing, realistically, in this region, we want to go for of the Vogtland. So it gives us a better hunting hand upgrade, increased export price for minor trades, and forage good deposits are bigger. So that's excellent, because that's going to feed directly into our wild animals and into our berries here. So it's going to help food enormously. Let's get a family actually working at the woodcutter's lodge there. What am I talking about? Not the woodcutter's lodge. The hunting camp. And we'll also buy ourselves the hunting camp upgrade there. Over on this side, we do have fertile land. We also have the strong wild berries. So that is an option. We might even want to go for the Vogtland again, to be honest, because we've got, again, hunting hound upgrade would be good, and the berries would be good as well. I mean, what's the alternative? Hinterlands, if you're farming at elevation, we're not going to farm at elevation. Cheap animal imports, don't need that. Increase mining labour speed, we're not doing any mining. We could go for smallholders, but what's the point, really? I suppose we could get a bunch of pigs or goats and export some meats to our neighbours. But if we have a better source of food from our hunting hounds and from our berries, then likewise, we can just use that to feed ourselves and export our farmed goods. I think we're going to go over the Vogtland again. And the only difference between these two regions is that one's strong berries and regular animals, and the other one's strong animals and regular berries, and that's going to give us 264 berries there. Fantastic stuff. We had a family move in over here, quite possibly. Let's get someone working at the hunting camp. We'll give you the upgrade there as well. And let's get some expansions popped on those properties. Wouldn't hurt, I don't think, to let you have a market stall, and we will also allow you to have a storehouse worker pretty much straight away as well. Let's do something similar over here, so we can start to have some market stalls, and mainly as well, having storehouse workers and granary workers will allow us to empty the hunting camp, generic storage and pantry, so it doesn't fill up and stop us from using it. We're very much on top of the berries as they grow, but they will hopefully increase in number as the year goes on. And I would like to get the woodcutters and charcoal kilns active here at some point as well. But we need to get a few more burgages built, I think, don't we? Let's get an expansion on that one there. And then we'll go a little bit further over here as well. So we'll take... Here we go, 3 burgages here. And then we'll get a... Whoop. Uh-oh, raiders. And behind this then we'll get our first orchard, potentially. So we'll come all the way up to here. And across. Lovely stuff. And then we might as well fill out the last of the space here with 1, 2. And we'll just make this a regular farming plot, I reckon, even though it is quite long. Right, where are our foes? Apparently they're exactly here. Hope not. Right. We'll deploy these troops in this direction. And are they coming in from the side here, are they? Yes, they are. Okay. Will we be able to deploy our forces in time? We will rally our troops. And we have to rally them here. And then we can select them all once they are fully rallied and tell them to come down the hill. And at the site of a very recent battlefield and slaughter, there's going to be more combat once again. Okay, just waiting for one more troop to rally fully. Come on. Come on. I'm going to have to run them to position. One of these chaps doesn't want to rally, does he? I think this is going to be up to our retinue and our archers. Really don't like running the retinue though. Right, I think we'll take you up to there. And then we'll flank you with our archers. Again, we'll stop you from running. We'll just have to do the best we can. We might lose some troops here. You never really fully rallied, but we'll send you down here anyway. Obviously someone's on the potty. It's currently unavailable. Bit of saving going on. Got some space for people to move in over here. We do. Let's just quickly put another couple of little burgages down, shall we? Not like there's anything important going on. Right. It's up to you, retinue. We'll open fire as soon as we can. In fact, let's focus all our fire on one unit, because if we can take one unit out, then that's one less our retinue has to defend our archers from. Our own forces are on the way. Do not think they're going to get here in time. It's a good thing we had our troops stationed down here already. Come on, no one's even died over there yet. We'll set them to give ground. Good, looks like they are focusing on our retinue. Come on, catch this unit too. Good stuff. Right, so the retinue just has to hold on while our archers do the damage now. I'm not even going to bother deploying these guys. I know I've had you run halfway down the hill. Spears, you've done well. Good job. But I'm going to send you home and disband you, because the battle will be done by the time you arrive. Hopefully we don't lose any men of the retinue. Let's pull you back. Reform a line here. Stop trying to run over there. It's not safe. Siege of balanced in case that's the issue. What are they trying to do? They're just desperate to run in the wrong direction, aren't they? Weird. The heavily armed retinue doing their job, keeping back the brigands, allowing our hired archers to do their work. And I think it's just a matter of time now. Retinue is still looking good. Splendid. An excellent defense. Now, do we... I know we just sent all these guys back. let's turn off their running, but let's deploy them to this region here, because I think we will continue to push the Baron. Do we want to take this region up here? What do you have? No, we don't need you. You're just stone. If we get this region over here, what do you have for us? Mushrooms. I'd rather have the iron over here, but we'll just keep sequentially working our way around. How are we getting on? Nearly done. Still not lost any man, which is good. I think the retinue is just too heavily armoured for the brigands to really make any difference. If they're on their own, they may have eventually worn their way through. But looking fine. Let's come around here to give our archers space to open fire. And they're broken. Good stuff. We'll form up our units there. Actually, no, we won't. We're going to deploy them in this direction. Please don't run. You can take your time. The rest of our forces are. And while they're doing that, we'll keep focusing on getting these initial regions set up nicely. Let's get a road that kind of comes along here on the river's edge. Got something like that there. I don't know if we're getting a burgage that's going to fill that. There we are. That's nice. What I was hoping for. So we'll build that there. Food is looking good. We've had another family move in. Let's have them work at the Woodcutter's Lodge. And similar story over here. So again, let's send them to work at the Woodcutter's Lodge. The forager looks like they're basically wasting their time. But they are gathering lots of berries though. I think it's just because they're so close and efficient. They're just making sure they're getting every last berry or that bushy grows and they're like, ah, got you. They grab it off. Very excitable, these berry harvests. We should also look to build ourselves a couple of saw pits so that we can turn our lovely logs into planks, which we can then use to get some real extensions so we can purchase things like vegetables. Another source of food. I know, wonderful. Okay. Let's form up and let's claim another region. Go on, Baron. Okay, battleground is over here. Where has the enemy come in from? As usual, we'll ignore his message. And they're right here. Okay. So, usual formation then. We know the drill by now. We're going to deploy our retinue in the center in a double line. And we're going to deploy our spear on the flanks in a shield wall. Might take them out of a shield wall while they get there, actually, because otherwise they're going to be very slow. And then crossbow here. Archers here. Good, and hopefully we can take our positions with enough time to rest before the enemy are upon us, because they're literally coming out of the forest now. But we want to make sure we are fighting inside of the zone. It's going to be close. Yeah, we're not even going to be able to start firing in time. Right, so you're going to attack them. And you can fire on them. All for crossbow, focus on the enemy retinue. Let's shield wall up. Okay, and hopefully we can do some decent damage to their retinue as they come in. Yep, got rid of a decent amount of their number, and now some of our spear are taking the other retinue brunt actually, but the retinue's broken already. We'll split up our crossbow between those two units. Keep focusing there. You can fire on them. Ooh, a few of them have broken through there. That's not ideal. One retinue, hold strong. The retinue is taking 2 units of enemy's foot directly to them. Going to pull back our spear here to make sure we're protecting ourselves from this unit. Our retinue has taken some losses. Let's try and pull them back. One of their units is broken. And another. Okay, now we can refocus all of our missile fire onto the enemy archers, hopefully before they do too much damage to us. There's no way you can't not see them. Come on. Let's take out the remainder here. Fantastic, they broke immediately. Which just leaves these brigands. Pull back our troops. And we'll let our archers pick off the last couple of brigands. Lovely, so we lost one retinueman, which isn't surprising given they took the full force of the charge of both the retinue and 2 units of sword. Right, I think we move straight on to the next region, which is going to be this one over here. It's the last battle against the Baron, where you face a lot of troops. So that's the one we'll have to keep an eye out for. We won't settle this region this year, if we do at all. I do think we're going to need the retinues, but we'll get these 2 regions here. We'll settle them in the following year. Hopefully by the time we've got some retinues and manors in each of these regions to help defend them against raiders. 1 retinue against 4 units of brigands is going to be tricky, but should at least give us enough time to get some reinforcements to the area under attack. Another family's moved in, so we can assign them to work at the charcoal kiln, and I presume the same is true over here. No, not quite yet. Hopefully soon, though. An expansion popped on there. And let's set up some limits here. So we want, usually go for 30 planks to start with, and a reserve of, let's go for 6 timbers. We seem to be able to afford that here. We'll do the same at this saw pit. So 30 planks and a reserve of 6 timbers. Well, where's my additional chap moving in? Might need to get a second family to make full use of those berries, but look at this. No, food and fuel is just not a problem with these starting settlements, which is really nice. Really nice indeed. Right, while we wait for someone to move in, we'll just check on how they're getting on. They're moving across nicely. There we go, there's our next family. And we're going to send you to work at the charcoal kiln. Let's get a trading post built in both regions. So, trading post, put it nice and near where we have our charcoal. Oh, the storehouse is here, so maybe we'll put it just there. And then we'll do the same in this region. Makes sense to put this one in here somewhere on the King's Road. So we'll just get that one down there. Much better connected, this region. Oh, another family's moved in. Lovely. Well, let's send you to work at the saw pit then, so we can start making some of those lovely planks we've been talking about. Are our military in position? We are indeed. Claim this region for our own as well. And we'll get to setting ourselves up. No need to talk you through the arrangement at this stage, is there? Okay. And where are they coming from? Oh, he probably has to wait, doesn't he? So we can hire in more fiends to fight for himself. You have to pay me a lot more than that, my friend. I taste blood in the water. My armies are doing well at crushing you. We have our formation. Unfortunately, we lost Gregory from the retinue. It's a bit like the old Larry's Lads situation again, isn't it? Or Larry. Never forget Larry, the first chap to die in this playthrough. And now we've had Gregory. Gregory Dave has passed away, defending against a mega charge of enemies. They say he went down screaming with rage at the machine. Anyway. How are we doing over here? We've got accommodation space in both. We've got a spare family over here. Where are we going to send you? Why don't we start doing some trading? Let's buy ourselves a horse. For which, of course, we need to get a hitching post. So we'll get a couple of those on the way. And we'll set up an initial trade on, you guessed it, it's charcoal. Surplus of 100. Anything over that, you can trade. Let's go and do the same over here. So, when you've got someone available to work, that is, you're a little bit behind your neighbour. You're not too far behind, don't worry. I still love you just as much as the other region. Maybe not quite as much, but enough. There you go. There's your sawpit worker. Just arriving now. You're quite far behind, actually. Because I could just get a trading post worker in the other region. No enemy forces seen just yet. So I think we're okay. Oh, we should probably check. Yeah, we're in the fight zone. We're nowhere near it. Blast. Could have been using all this time to move over there, couldn't we? Okay, let's come out of shield wall. And let's deploy our men in this general direction. Just come from over there. Goodness sakes. Who could have guessed that's where it would have been? Is there a map online, anyone? Let me know in the comments below. Is there a map somewhere I can see where all the combat zones for each of the regions are? That'd be really useful. Maybe I should make one. Oh, that sounds like a lot of work. Not that I don't mind work, it's just I'd rather not do it. So let's get in a combination of orchards and veggie spots. Oh, that's terrible. Feel that gap there. We'll replace that with an orchard, I think. And then we'll get some... Oh, of course you're behind. Sorry, I'll leave you to it. I'll leave you to it. Sheep farm is full. Good gracious. Nothing's okay in the home region. We should probably check in. How are we all doing? I know all of your men are at war. It's probably hampering your ability to get stuff done. But you're still making lots of money. And have we started to thin out the trees in here at all? Doesn't really look like we have. Well, please get on with it. Please and thank you. Maybe we should set up the woodcutters' lodges with the same restrict of chopping everything down in here. There's that you. Same with this one. Oh, we already did it with you. Julio. Are we back in the right place? We are. So let's at least get ourselves set up and ready. Heavy infantry. Reminds me of I used to play a lot of Rome Total War back in the day. There you go. Astarte! General! Ah, nostalgic sounds indeed. Did love that game. Played far too much of it growing up. I think I probably had my first ever like full gaming day playing Rome Total War. It was a good 8-hour day. So it was just left to it. They came back and they were like, "Still playing that game?" I was like, "Maybe." Right. Here they come. Basically where we were earlier. Could have fought them there in the end. Right, and again, we're going to have to set ourselves up. Okay. My liege. General. Okay, you there. You there. You there. You lot there. You there. And you there. Good, you know the drill. I wish you could save formations and just redeploy them in that formation. That'd be cool. Add that to the feature list that we're recommending to the devies. Thank you, devies. Much appreciated. Love you lots. Smiley face. Quickly check on these regions while we're doing all that. Okay. Yeah, we've got the stables there. Let's do the same over here. Get a couple more hitching posts for our totally love it the same as the other region. Yeah, we've got them just in there as well. Don't have that additional family yet though. But we could order the horse at the very least. And we can start to put these extensions on because we do now have some planks. Good. Yes, we should probably make sure that they build the hitching post as a matter of priority so we don't lose that horse. We unassigned families. Goodness, what are we going to do with you all? Well, I suppose we could probably send you to work at the Charcoal Hill. Let's upgrade the storehouse because it's rather full. And do the same for the granary. Keep the process over here. Could do with like a mirror tool for these segments, couldn't I? Okay. Back over here. Okay, so we're to engaging in military action. Just coming through the forest now. Check everyone is set up correctly. Okay, as usual. We will try to take out their retinue on the approach. Wait for them to reappear. Battle begins. We'll open up fire on them this time. See if we can. The more damage we can do to the infantry on their way in, the better, really. Come on, let's get a first volley off on the troops there then, and then we'll focus on the retinue after that. You can start firing over there. First volley's loosed. Focus on the retinue. Here comes the charge. Hold steady, men. We may take further casualties in our retinue here, I think. Yeah. Ah, good one. We've broken their retinue. We can focus up our fire. Let's take out the enemy archers. You can open fire on the brigands. Let's redeploy our spear to see if we can help our retinue out. Pull them back a little bit. Alright. And they are broken. Let's reform the men back here. Alright. Let's obliterate them. And then we can focus up, back up down here. The retinue is really taking a pounding here. Let's pull them back out of combat. And leave it to our spears for a second. There we go, one unit broken. Refocus fire on them. Pull our retinue out of combat. Alright, and now we should be able to eviscerate the remaining unit. Last run! Oh, that's close. And there we go, they're broken. Victory ours? Question mark. Smiley face. Victory indeed. So, we will deploy our archers to... Where are we going to deploy them to? Because now there's a lot of land to protect. I think back over here for the time being, because that's where we've actually settled. I'm going to send the retinue home with the rest of the lads, so they can be re-equipped from their wartime losses. And there we have, the map is finally looking more red than yellow. Very exciting indeed. So, we should hopefully have some money coming in before too long, because we have an livestock, and it's carrying a rider, so we should be making some decent sales. Upgrading the storehouse and granary in here. Do we have materials to do the storehouse now? We do, which is the more important of the two. And resources in both look absolutely fine. So, really, we want to get the manors as soon as possible. Where are we going to put these? I think, again, just basically right next to everything else. And then we'll probably... or do we build it as a defensive structure? Where are we likely to be attacked from here? In from the side there or there? We build a manor... This manor here, this region. And this manor here, for this one. To protect from anyone coming down from here. Does leave us open to here, but I don't... Do they spawn in from there? They might do. Maybe we just go out here on the King's Road. Let's go here. And we'll connect it up to the road there and the road there. Can't afford the garrison tower yet, but we'll get the manor under construction nonetheless. And then we'll do the same over here, except this one was going to be put out this way. Looks like a good spot. And the road out there. And we'll have a road then going out this way as well. So I took that back at the end? No, it's okay. And that basically gives us a gate on the side of the manor where we're going to be doing combat, potentially. Can we afford the tower here? No, we can't. That's right. Right, well, we'll get both of them under construction as we head on into winter. We've not got any planting done, which I normally would have had done, especially given how many people we had here. But I was focusing on getting some buildings done, and foragers' huts and the wild animals on these two settlements was more than enough to get us food to survive through the winter. And with the plentiful resource start, we didn't really need to get planting done. Anyway, so there was one over here, wasn't there, that we thought we were going to redo as a orchard, so we're going to do that now before we forget. The troops, are they home? They are. Let's disband them, and let's pay some attention to our retinue. A couple of new lads to replace Gregory, David, and his buddies. Good. And hopefully 2 new retinues are well on the way to being created. I don't know if the Baron, if you just fought him attacking, I don't know if he strikes back quickly, or whether it resets, how long it takes for him to press a claim towards you, I don't know. But he could claim any region now, so we would have to go and fight him anywhere other than where our fort was. But the fort was a good experiment, I think. It worked. You know, the shape worked, although it's a little bit vulnerable to archers, we did discover. The infantry trying to get in are just get eviscerated. And it works so long as that's the only place being attacked. Again, I think the claim area on a region where the battle's going to happen should be where your manor is, because then they would have to assault this here. I guess maybe the reason that isn't the case at the moment is because they don't want you to just... The enemy at the moment with no siege equipment can't get into the manor grounds, so it might be they're trying to avoid you cheesing it. Which is indeed what I've done with the fort. Yeah, well. Cheese must. Let's deploy our retinue back down here, actually. Because we want them able to defend in case of a raid. Because indeed we don't have the retinues down here up and functioning just yet. Let's get a family working at the trading post in here. And then another worker at the charcoal kiln, and we'll leave the remainder to work on the manor construction itself. And it would be good as well to get some more timber. Now we're at the planks for each of them. 30 limit we set. They should start to stock up a few more logs, which in turn we can use to build the garrison towers as well. Because the only thing holding us back down here is the garrison tower. Because we've got plenty of money, we can afford to hire the retinues. In fact, we could probably do with a bit more money. Approval in here is 87%. Grand. Well, we can definitely afford to raise taxes. Not that we're even looking for migration at the moment, and that, again, will help us fund those retinues that we want to establish elsewhere. Because we're going to need more than our current forces to take on Baron's final conflict, because that usually involves 2 waves of a lot more troops than you face just claiming a single region. He really sends his whole military out to deal with you at that stage. Let's form them up. Thank you, lads, for coming down to protect us while we gather our own retinue strength. Do we then want to settle 2 more next year? Again, they only really need to be self-sufficient, just to provide us with some retinues. How are we doing? I mean, that's got strong wild animals, that's good. This region isn't... it's all the way over here, the strong shoal of fish. It's very vulnerable. I think we will settle between these bridges here, and we'll just have to station a retinue here most of the time, and be careful about when we go to war with von Baron, so we don't get raided. Because that village could quite easily be lost to raiders. But once each region has its own retinue, they'll be defendable. We just have to make sure we don't go to war right when we haven't had raid for a while. Okay, enough of my ramblings. How are we getting on here? Well, construction is going to take a little while with just 1 family available. What I was wondering is how we're doing up here in terms of clothes. Yeah, clothes are looking great. So is it just that second meat? Is that all that's really holding us back from level 4 burgers? It is down here. Do we want to do some level 4 burgaging? We've got enough money, we could buy in some barley. Staff a couple of the pubs. We will obviously increase our resource drain, but with the amount of bread we have available, I don't think it's going to be an issue, really. Maybe we do up the amount of wheat we're buying in slightly, because we did set it much lower than it was previously, because we were getting too much, but now it looks like the bread level has dropped significantly. So crafting materials, and we will aim to import, let's say, up that to 50. Let's see how we get on with that. Very well. Right, we'll also import some barley. I want to get some level 4 burgages. It'd be nice to get this to a large town, wouldn't it, before we finish the playthrough. I'm sure that's what you all want to see. You've been yelling at the screen. Well, I've heard you. I'm doing it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Right, we'll import back up to 300 and spend all of our hard-earned money. Oh dear. Needs must. Oh look, money's coming in here. That's great. We can use that to plant some of our own vegetables and saplings. Do the same over here. I'm sure you've had money as well. You have indeed. Get some apples in there, shall we? Some beetroots in there. Good stuff. And getting up towards the number of timber we need as well to get those towers on. We're not going to have them built this year because we've only got one family working on construction for each, although we could probably free up the berry workers, couldn't we, since those deposits are empty. We'll just have to remember to get them back in next year. Do we have anyone working at the pubs? Where is the pub up here? It's down here, isn't it? No one working at that pub. And no one working at that pub. So we need to find some pub workers. Up here, meats, I think, is an issue. So there's no point in having this pub distributing goods. As much as this is the area that I would like to get up to level 3 and level 4 the most, they also lack the most stuff. So we'll stand a better chance of level 4ing everything down here. But actually, maybe the level 3s inside them will look a bit better than level 4s. It doesn't eclipse the mana quite so much. We'll say that's the reason, shall we? Okay. Rebuild that. Can we free up some workers from the Woodcutter's Lodge, maybe? Maybe one from the quarry. And we'll get 3 working down at that pub. And hopefully, before too long, we'll see some ale being produced again. Obviously, first the barley has to arrive. Once the barley arrives, we need to make some malt out of it, and that's going to be brewed, and then it can finally make its way onto the market after that. So it's not going to be a sort of 30-second jobbing. It'll take a minute for that to happen. How are we doing with the mana? Aha! It's built. We've got enough timber as well that we can go in here and get ourselves a garrison tower popped on the outside. We'll commit to that there. And can we do the same in my totally not preferred region? If we can't, then my favourites might be swapping. No, we're okay. Good. Right, let's commit those, and then that'll be 2 full new units of retinue. Very exciting stuff. Finally, the heavy infantry that we've been struggling for, we will have access to. Which should make us that little bit more resilient. We'll let those constructions take their course before we do any further upgrades. Having said that, we might even get a few more burgages as opposed to upgrades, because it is space for people to live in that we have run out of. I suppose in this one here, I mean, what we can do actually is just set the priority for the mana to be nice and high. And we'll come down into here. And how are the granaries and storehouses getting on? The supply chains. Where did I put your market store? Did I not give you a market store? No wonder people out here aren't as happy as in the other region. It took longer for everyone to settle in. Oh dear. Sorry everyone, I completely missed that. I'm sure you've all been shouting at the screen, "You haven't built a market store, typical. No wonder no one's happy." Well, you know what? Founding 2 regions at once, it's a lot of brain power, alright? Leave me alone. Okay. Let's calm down. It's okay. We've found a solution. We've got some market stalls going in. And let's think about then some more burgages. So let's go for the little curve around here. And we'll get down. It's not quite large enough, is it? Just a smidge larger, not larger. So we can get those rear extensions in. Let's keep that road there. 2 there. And then it will be 2 here as well. Whoop. There's our answer to the Baron striking back. And then let's delete this road. We'll just have one that follows the riverbank, I think. Out and around into the next region. We're connecting in here. And we'll build this one out. Fill that space, and that can be a great big massive orchard. And we'll do something similar with this one. So maybe we'll curve this round at the top a little bit. Doesn't need to be perfect. I'm not going to be doing masses down in these regions. I know we did say about doing some farming here, but to be honest, we've got the retinue. That's what we needed. I don't know if we need to bother. Okay. Where are you claiming? Oh, you are coming for Teufelsberg again. Oh, fantastic. Well, we get to use our fort again, don't we? So let us deploy our troops down to here. I might leave the retinue and our other archers over here for the sole reason that we haven't had a raid in a while. And if we do get raided, we need to make sure we've got defense for our new settlements over there. If we're all the way over here fighting the Baron and they get in over here, then we're a little bit stuffed, aren't we? Because the retinues aren't at full strength just yet. So we'll speed that along, and we'll just fight back that claim as late as we can to give ourselves a chance to get down to the field of battle, as it were. We have had problems before with being peppered when we're inside of the walls. I might not even bother putting our snipers, putting our crossbows on the walls, because we can shoot through walls at this point, which is not, we'd expect from the game design. You're playing a bit of old Total War, and you'd get a little bit of a sheltering on the walls at least, but not in this game, not yet anyway. Right, let's check if we can actually deploy inside. Hello? Yep, we can, so we'll deploy, doesn't like it, does it? We'll deploy 2 units in here, 2 units there, and then we will deploy our shield wall in here, this gap. And we'll deploy these chaps as a rear guard. Okay. All up to the militia this time. We'll wait for everyone to get inside. And we'll close up the rear gate. Well done, chaps. And that is our stopping force. You're all facing the wrong way, but I'm sure once the enemy arrives, you will face the right way. So, the fort sees one more action. Hopefully we can make slightly better use of it this time. We'll have to focus down the enemy archers straight away, and then we'll have to deal with the... Oops. We'll have to deal with the forces trying to get in our gate afterwards. But I think we should be okay, given we can just use our shield wall in a defensive stance to minimize the damage they can do to us. They have a very high defense ability with the shields. Where have they come in from? Oh, they're ages away. Got loads of time. How are we getting on then with construction of the manors in the interim? Yeah, we look good. Right, in that case, while we wait for the Baron's forces to arrive, we might as well go ahead and raise ourselves a couple of extra retinues. So, let's go here, and buy in a whole bunch of boys. And then give them a whole bunch of armor as well. Ready for the next conflict. I suspect their first action is quite likely to be fighting bandits, but after that it'll be on to clobbering good old Baron von Baronface on his face. Sounds like a plan to me, ladies and gentlemen. I wish there was a button to upgrade everyone at the same time, but that's one of the quality of life features that I'm sure is coming one day. All I know is that it's not this day. Do these chaps as well then. Right. Guys, let me know down below, what do you guys tend to do with your militaries? Because I've always gone, pretty much, with a couple of units of spear boys, because they're high defense, and their missile troops. I've never really used, I used to a little bit, but I've never really used the short weapons, the sworded weapons, or the pike, which I believe are used for charging, charge bonus. Do you guys ever use any other units, or do you stick mostly to what I do as well? Am I unusual, or am I the norm? I'd love to know. Because you often find lots of people play these games in lots of different ways. And that's the spice and variety of life, I suppose, isn't it? Right, enough of that disgustingly lovely, nice chat. How are we doing? So, right, those units are ready to be rallied as and when we can use them. We have only got this portion of our force here for the coming conflict and defense of Teufelsberg. But next time we shall have more. Here they are then, coming in. And we are ready to receive their charge from within Fort Teufelsberg. Just had an idea. Could I just take these guys inside and close the gate? Would they be able to get to us? Should we try that? I think we should try that. Because that worked against the raiders. It'd be very cheesy if it does work, but you know what? I'd like to try it. Right, men, back inside. There's no need to risk your lives if we don't have to. We get the one inside and close the gate. We can always open it up and fight again if we need to. Push back out. Right, we'll close that gate. And there we should have two perfectly protected units. We're going to reposition another one of our units over here. Missile units. And maybe put you here. And actually we should put you to spread out if you're standing down here in the bailey. Because that'll make you less susceptible to enemy missile fire. There we go, no point in clumping up together. Here they are then. So, we'll want to be engaging their missile as we can. You know what I love as well? One thing they have fixed is it used to be if you attack an enemy unit with your archers and they were out of range, they would just try and run towards them until they got in range. I just want to select a target for them to fire at when they're in range. Right, so any second now, hopefully we'll see some crossbow bolts flying through the walls of the fort. Don't think we need to be on top. Maybe I was wrong. No, I think that was a crossbow then, wasn't it? Yeah, see, look at that. Flying through the wall. The disadvantage is, of course, that they can shoot back through the wall. And I'm sure we're going to take some losses, despite our gambesons and our helmets. What are the rest of the forces doing? Just sort of waiting. Is that because they can't get to us? Ah, perfect, right. We've destroyed their archers. Now, if I open this gate, are they going to start coming this way again? Can they repath? Or are they stuck there? Battle's in progress. I don't know where they're going. I think we might have confused the game. Let's bring our unit back out. Ah, movement blocked. Oh, we win. Okay, because they couldn't get to us, we win. Fair enough. I think when you close the doors and reopen them, for some reason the game thinks you can't get out anymore. So, okay, well, I'll take victory. Let's pop a little save and see if we can't rescue our lads from inside of there. Lovely, so let's get all our lads out and we'll send them home. So they can be disbanded. Good stuff, so everyone should file out of there nicely. Oh, that looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Troops returning out of the fort to go home. Marching along the road. Very cool. Very cool indeed. Right, well the fort has definitely paid its dues, hasn't it? In terms of its worth. That's for sure. Let's rally some retinues. In Graben, where are you? Hello, mouse. Okay. Right, so that's this one here. So we'll rally the Graben unit. So that they are ready for combat action as and when. And we'll do the same with this unit here. Fantastic. And then can we take our chaps back home? No, we'll keep them down here. These are still the two regions that need protecting. Although, actually, can we redeploy these chaps to here to protect the two new regions we're settling in? That sounds like a good idea. Now that these two settlements are able to protect themselves, we need to send the mobile troops to go and protect those settlements that are about to be settled and are unprotected. And disband those troops there. And how are we doing down here? We've got a little bit of money that's come in. Plenty of charcoal. Let's build some animal pens. In these here. And you're going to be in the orchard, as are you. We need to get family back working at the forager's hut here. And the same over here as well. Buy you some herbs. And we've got some money to buy some quinces and vegetables. Get ourselves a couple of chickens. Build something like that there. Do we need more living space? Really? We'll put an expansion on there because we can, but other than that, they've done their job. They've enabled us to have a retinue. Thank you, dear sirs. Thank you. So we just need to make sure they look after themselves now, really. With sufficient food, which should be fine, because we've got berries and wild animals. We'll probably get a second family, or even a third family, working at a hunting camp, actually. We'll build that there. And with February looking like it's turning on March soon, let's head on over and think about our next two settlements. Very exciting. Right, so we're getting a few upgrades over in here as well. Some alcohol is starting to make its way out to a couple of the burgages, so we'll get them up to level 4 as and when we're able to. And do you know what? We've settled quite a few little regions here, and all we're doing is getting up to the manors. So what I'll do is I'll quickly get these set up, get us a couple of retinues, and you'll rejoin me at the next sense, or the next time there's a little bit of action. You'll rejoin us, and hopefully, with what by that stage will be 5 retinues, we'll be able to finally take on the Baron in the final battles. We shall see. I'll see you there. Toodle pips. Here we are then. So, I've been a busy little typical tea, and we are up to 5 retinues, 5 units of heavy infantry, and we're prepared here in the next region, ready to take the war once again to the Baron. We've seen off quite a few raids since you last left me, and I've also done a bit of upgrading, so there's some more level 3 burgages up here, and down here we've even got a whole bunch of level 4s, and we are indeed up to the large town settlement level here at the mighty kingdom. We've cleared out a fair few of the trees that are inside of the region here, and we'll go through and clear out some of the ones around the outside as well. In fact, oh, go on then. We'll do that now. We'll get ourselves a lovely farming tool, and we'll just literally go as close to the edge of the map as we can get away with, and just try and chop away a couple of swathes of trees, just so we can better show where the edge of our walls are, because at the moment they're very hidden, and I'd like to have them a little bit more visible. There's still going to be some trees we can't quite get, and that's just the way it is. We'll leave those there, just so we've got a little line, the trees to the rest of the map. Okay, how's that look? So obviously we've got quite a few annoying trees left over here in the centre. We start demolishing these fields. Is there a better way to get rid of trees? You can use roads, can't you? And actually we can road between regions, so that might be a good way of doing it. So we've used the fields to get rid of the lion's share of them, and then let's see if we can take out a few of these with some roads. Yeah, So we'll just weave a couple of rows through here and try and take out a few more trees. These ones that we couldn't quite get. Where are you? Come on. Sorry, Bean. You've got to go. You're rather in the way of our beautiful external wall. Great, now we have to go through and delete a whole load of roads. We could go actually into the manor tool as well and delete the trees inside of the manor area. That's something we can do, but I'm not sure if there's much point in doing it. Just needs to be good enough, really. And fortunately, roads are also nice and quick to destroy, so we can get rid of these little round smears we've left all over the kingdom. Which isn't very nice, is it? And then we'll just assess, see if that's done what we want it to do. This is definitely tedious. Okay, last couple there. How's that look? I think it is nice to be able to see the edge of the wall. So I think we will continue our little tree catastrophe that we've got going on here. And see if we can't delete a couple at a time. Just about reached those, actually. Fantastic. Right, I'll work on this, and then you'll rejoin me when it's finally time to go to war. Alright? Fiddle-dips. Alrighty then, here we are, ready to poke the bear. So, we're going to claim this region with influence, and we'll see what the Baron can do against our new elite military. I wonder if we even have a few chainmail. We might do. We might do. So far, no reaction from good old Baron. There it is. Okay, that's where we're going to have the conflict. So let's go and occupy that zone. Where is the enemy come in from? Ooh, right next to us. Do we go and fight them first? We really want to be in the zone. Tell you what we'll do. We'll literally set up right on the edge here. So we will have our retinues taking up the center. Let's set them all to defensive. Good. And we'll set you up on the tree line. We will then keep our spear in 2 ranks on the flanks, and they'll be able to act as our protection for our missile. We'll then have 2 units of archers either side, and our precious crossbow boys will go in the center. Grand, right. Let's let everyone get into position as we march, ready to receive the Baron. Yes, he doesn't stand a chance. Look at our glorious boys, well armored, armed to the teeth. I don't think I've ever had, correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I don't believe I've ever had 5 retinues before. That is probably a first for me. Right, here they come. Committing their forces. They're measly men. Let's try and blend all these units together a little bit. Create a more coherent line. There we go. And look at this. For the first time, we have a double rank and file of retinuemen. Heavy infantry. Exciting, exciting stuff. Very excited to see how well they do. Hopefully we don't take too many losses, because it's a bit of a pain to get them back and increase their numbers. The battle begins. Alright, so we might need to keep an eye on those brigands there. And on this side here as well. Right. We have 5 retinues, they have 1 larger. And we shall open up our fire with our crossbows with the aim of decimating those retinue men before they even get to our front lines. The good old crossbow treatment. Punching through heavy armor. So then just emerging through the tree line, getting absolutely smashed in the face holes. One unit broken already. Goodness, we've taken 2 units and a single charge there. Little to no effect on us. We're going to deploy our spear against that unit there. Deploy these archers against them. shield wall up there. Let's open up a hole for our archers to fire through. And we'll deploy an additional retinue to help. They're broken, so we can deploy these forces ready as well. We're going to redeploy these archers over here so we can get a good shot on them. Let's make sure that we can shoot these chaps in the back. And they are broken. Good stuff. So we'll just mop up the remaining archers. Did we lose any men? We have not lost a single retinueman. If we take care of these archers quickly enough, we shouldn't lose anyone at all. Victory is ours. Right, we're going to take our men. We're going to make sure that nobody is running. And we will march our forces directly over to the final region for a final combat. Lovely. Right. Ah, and what a wonderful place to have a final battle upon the plains of Himelech, with the glorious empire, the mountaintop castle in the background. They'll almost certainly come straight off the edge of the map here, and we shall be ready for them. Speed along time and get up here nice and quickly so we don't have to worry about any brigands coming in and burning down one of our villages, which is quite possible. We may lose a village somewhere. We're down to 3 months of food here as well. I've not really been paying that much attention to these, I must admit. But we should have some veggies coming up next year, which should help, and we can get a small holding there, sure. Help you out a little bit. Oh, no one works at your storehouse. It's no good, is it? Oh, you do have someone working at your storehouse. Oh, small holding. Yes. How are we doing over here? 5 months of food there, and then I was a bit more assiduous with the ones we set up over here. They're fine. Okay. Marching up the hill into Himelech then is our army, assembling for the final conquest. The sun glints on breastplate, armored helm, and steel weapon. We've got the Baron's number, we've got his name, it's time we knocked on his door. Having said that, you will have a little rest, because I'm sure you're a little bit tired. We want you back to full strength before we go on Baron bashing. We love a bit of Baron bashing. May even get a victory out in the spring. What a lovely time of year as well. We'll get some glorious shots of the manor. Of course, we'll do our little walkthrough of the kingdom. Probably just this region here. We don't need to look at the others, but just walking through this region alone might take us a little while, especially with all the uphill sections we've got to go through. And it looks like we might be struggling for money as well before too long. We have been spending a lot on importing barley, etc. in here, in Teufelsberg, but all of that is about to be the past, because soon we shall decimate the Baron. Let's claim the final region, and let's see where he puts up a fight. I think it's more or less the centre of this region here that he comes out on. We'll find out shortly, I'm sure. That is, if he decides to even fight back. Be very surprised if he doesn't. Be quite the glorious final battle, wouldn't it? Yes, fine, you can have it. No. Gauntlet has been thrown. Lots and lots of enemy troops have been spotted. And it's just here. Okay. They're coming in from there. I would like to move into position first. Is there a slight hill here? There is. Right, we are going to take advantage of that. We're going to array our retinues here at the base of said slight slope. Not quite the right direction. Okay, it'll have to be across like this. And we'll have our crossbow on the hill. Our archers to one side here. And a protective unit of spear on this side. The same on this side, just in case we get a little bit outflanked. Right, men. To your positions. As the Baron brings on his deadliest fielded force yet. Lots of units. I shouldn't be nervous, but I am a little bit. Hopefully everything works out well. Gosh, they're really closing very quickly. Our heavy infantry should make the difference. I think we're going to have to slightly adjust our battle plan here. Right. We're going to lay out here. Should still have a slight hill advantage. Get you out to the side here. You out to the side here. Archers here. Okay, to make sure we're ready to receive the charge of that infantry. A spear, so their charge shouldn't be too deadly. I'm going to run these chaps to their positions quickly because I want to open fire with them sooner rather than later. Okay, target this unit coming in. I suppose actually we should probably target retinue here. And what else have they got to commit to the fight? There are units making their way out around this side, so we'll get ready with a shield wall over here. And we might commit one unit of retinue over here as well. So that leaves 4 to take the charge from these. Come on, men, sort yourselves out. You're needed. You can open fire on those archers there, ideally. What's going on? Oh, you're one of my crossbows. Right, you should be shooting in there. You should be shooting over this way. Okay. Looks like we're going to have to deploy this retinue this way. I think we'll just go and get the job done, as it were. We'll have these guys continue to protect our archers. We'll commit our spear forward here to help this retinue with that unit. And, oops, don't need moving. Let's try and get you shooting at a target you can actually see. Failing that, we'll get everyone shooting over at these units here. Taking heavy losses here in the center. Looks like a gap might be opening up here. Let's deploy our spear. This retinue. And we need to get the job done here. Right, we have routed one unit. Let's focus fire on the rear of those. And we'll stand these chaps out of the way. Spread them out. Those retinues are ready. We'll charge them in this direction. Right, let's keep our archers firing on that. That was messy. We've lost quite a few troops, especially from some of the retinues. And that's because we had to... We've taken a lot of missiles in the bottom, basically, because we weren't able to get our archers in position quickly enough. Right, we should be able to wipe out these chaps in a couple of volleys. There we go. Leaving just one unit of sword, I believe. And hopefully we can get a few shots onto them. Let's pull our conventional forces out of the way. And we'll get them on defensive. You can go and do yourself, sir. There we go. And when opened up to the archers, they took significant casualties. Oh, victory! Didn't even have to fight a second battle. Fantastic. Guess there was no mercenaries available. Well, what a lovely road. Well, there we have it. A rather epic playthrough. And look at that. You just see our manor poking up over the top of the trees there. Not the best glory shots at the end of the playthrough, but it was a fun one to be sure. And there we have victory. 5,500 days passed. Over 1,000 constructions. Nearly that in endgame population. 8 challenges won. Killed nearly 1,500 enemies and only lost 49 soldiers. Had 60 villages at some point as well. Right, well. Peace declared. The map is ours. And our army is victorious. Cheer, men, cheer. Victory is ours. Look at them. That chap's stoic, isn't he? Chap in the pink and white. It's like, you're all cheering, but I lost my friend Frederick. I'm happy, but I'm not going to cheer. It's a stoic fellow, stoic fellow. We have our archers as well. Our hired mercenaries that did us proud many a time. And of course, the real backbone of our military, our crossbows. Without whom, we wouldn't be able to deal the damage disproportionate to our army's size. And let's not forget the good old spearmen as well. Well, the field is full of dead, but at relatively low cost, victory is ours. So, I don't know about you, but I think it's time to go for a little wander through the mountain home. Where to start? Right, so here we are, and what I thought we'd do is we'll start over in the forestry sector, because that will bring us up into the walled section of the kingdom from here. And this was a fairly late addition, wasn't it, to our kingdom, producing some timber from outside of our original starting area. It's done us reasonably proud. It wasn't the most efficient place to start with, but it's done the job of getting us enough firewood and charcoal to fund the main kingdom, the Mountain Kingdom. Coming up already then to the palisade wall, which looks actually much more impressive from this scale, doesn't it? I mean, it looks very minuscule when you're looking down on it from above, and you're looking at the stone walls it compares to, but it does give the proper feel of a well-protected kingdom, especially as it's at the top of the hill here. Right, already we're going to have to warp through a door here, so after you, Angus, and then we'll pop on inside. Splendid. And what way shall we go from here? Let's go around the outside this way. What do we have on sale here? Bags and a wonderful blue tunic. I've been looking for a new one of those. Pair of boots. How are mine doing? And they're not as stylish as mine, but they look comfy. Apples or pears. Red pears and bread. Do some lunch, actually. I'm rather hungry. That's making me rather too hungry looking at that. Let's carry on around then. You've got wonderful views from your homes here, haven't you? Over the forestry sector and out beyond. Past the protection of the palisade wall. Wonderful stuff. A few flowers outside your house. Really good. We don't have any HOA over here to make sure you're doing things right, but it looks like you're doing a reasonably good job. I'll let you off. Now we have part of what is the remaining forest within our kingdom here, within the castle grounds. And actually it's quite nice, isn't it? A nice, cool, wooded area for those hotter days that the people can flock to, knowing that they still reside within the safety of our kingdom. You can see our church down there. Feels like a long time ago we first built that church. Let's go down and take a look. And it still, to this day, remains the only church within the Mountain Kingdom. We never built a second, just because there is so little flat ground here. And so far, I've not walked any ridiculous roads, so I'm pretty happy with how we've roaded so far. Oh, and look at that. What a view to walk out across here. You're coming out of the little forest here, and look, up there. The main castle perched atop the mountain. What just broke? I'm guessing that right now there is a raid going on the plateau, and our army is apparently doing a decent job of managing things without us. Okay. Down here, the original church on this tiny little plateau. And just outside this, you can see the wooden palisade continues around the outside of our kingdom. Here we have the first real showcase of why sometimes terrain doesn't work. At least the ox is on the field. Even if it is supported by skyhooks largely. You alright in there praying? Except for the people that just died when your leader was off admiring his handiwork instead of leading the military. Quite possibly. I do apologise. Your friend may not be coming home. Palisade continues around here, then we've got a couple of orchards, and that just looks so cool. It's so high up, you get a real good sense for scale when you're down here, walking the streets with your citizens, and you look up and say, wow, that castle's a long way up. Those roads there look a little less magnificent, I must say, but, you know, needs must. And we have a lovely collection here of level 3 burgers. We'll walk up that street in a moment, looks good. And there we have the Clifftop Kingdom, looking magnificent. And just a couple of level 3 burgers back here. So what we'll do is we'll head back up and we'll go up level 4 street, where we have some of our higher level burgers, which is just through here. Which is pretty cool actually, because this is near basically the original burgers we put in. And a lot of accommodation down here. Gorgeous level 4 houses, but they're completely overshadowed, aren't they, by the kingdom up there. Can't wait to go and see the views. But I've got to say, walking out through here, it feels a bit like Tintagel, which is down in Cornwall in the UK, if you've ever been here. Lovely place, and I'm getting Tintagel vibes, except this is obviously significantly intact. Up the hill we go then. Now I did remove a couple of the quarries earlier on, because I thought, you know what, the quarries right under the walls wouldn't make much sense, sort of undermining the wall. So I got rid of them for our tool here, and for the glory shots. This up. Uphill we go. Okay, so far this path isn't unreasonable. Bethany, are you? Guiding your ox as always, I see. A couple of abandoned carts up there. I shall have to have words with the councilman about leaving carts unattended. Now this is a little bit steep, and this is where I was talking much earlier in the playthrough. Where it'd be really cool if we could have some like log stairs or something, just like set in or chiseled out into the hill to make it look a little more realistic. This is Very steep, but I'm not sure there was much other way of doing it, to be honest. Okay, round the corner. And here we are, at the first of the gates. I think we'll go over through that one there, though. It does look grand. Again, these walls don't look massive when you're playing the game, but when you come down here and look at them in person, they're quite impressive. Impregnable, I would say. And there we have the lower kingdom. You can view past the safe side. And you can really get a sense here for the different plateaus we had to build on. Different levels. The church is a long way down, isn't it? Right. Through the gates. Grand stuff. And why don't we... It's so much taller even within here, isn't it? Let's pass up this way. Matilda, how are we? Oh, look, it's your sister, Martilda. Matilda and Martilda. Now, their mother was not very inventive, so that's it. I'm always getting them confused. That's okay, because sometimes their husbands get them confused as well. That took a weird turn. Let's carry on and pretend I didn't say anything. I love the water pouring from the gutters. Very nice. Feeling a proper typical tea thought rambling here, aren't you? Ooh, look at this. You can see over the wall. Tavern backs onto it. I feel like I could leap across there if I had the ability to jump. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Maybe I should retire from Manor Lords. This is a pretty cool kingdom. Pretty cool. Let me know in the comments below what you thought. What's your favourite feature about this? Is the castle perched atop the mountaintop? Is it the plateaus, the different levels, the burgages, the way we set out the little farming community with our sheep? We'll go and visit that shortly, I imagine. Be remiss not to do that, wouldn't we? And here we have the wall on the other side. Somewhere in that direction, our military faced off some brigands who were trying to spoil our walkthrough. Oh, look, a lovely little path behind the orchards. You can see the manor there, resplendent on the top of the hill. Staircases. See, they do staircases with the walls. Why can't we do that with paths? This gatehouse has become a bit overgrown. I shall have to have words about letting towers become overgrown. But we're swinging around now, and we can see our way up to the castle proper. I won't go inside. I spend most of my time residing there, so there's not much point really. But I would like to be up high, from whence I can observe my kingdom. I often spend time up there in the tower, actually, just looking out across my peasants and thinking, gosh, I'm great. I think being a Manor Lord might have got into my head a little bit. Well, I hope you forgive me the indulgence. Oh, look! That's properly set on some stone blocks. That's really cool. I like how they've done that. And here we are then, at my home. I shall leave you here, and why don't we go and take a quick look down at our sheep area. Come on, let's go take a look. It does take a minute to get from A to B in this place, and a bit overgrown, but still, look at that, gorgeous. You can see my home just through the corner of the gap there. And then we'll take what is probably one of the steeper paths. We'll head down here, and there should be a right-hand turn at some point. Just down there, you can see where we've got people coming up and down. We'll head through this little forested section, and go and visit where we make all our clothes. And where recently a fair bit of mutton's been coming from as well. I'm afraid I had to repurpose some of our sheep so that we could get some level 4 burgages, if you catch my drift. I'm not sure I'm not surprised you didn't walk it. I know where that sheep's going. Goodbye, Dolly! Let's carry on down here through a very steep rocky path, and look at that! On the little sheep plateau. Very cool. Again, the rather floating stable enclosures. Gosh, I mean, it does make sense. I mean, when we're looking at it from above, we're thinking, why can't we build on that slope there? When you're down here, you can see that actually we've already built on some pretty extreme slopes where we've got to already. So if it's not letting us build anything more than this, quite understandable. Well, this has been absolutely fantastic fun. And that's where we'll leave our mountain journey for today, fellow travellers. I hope you've enjoyed settling into Devil's Hill with me as we slowly turned a handful of tents into our greatest Manor Lords kingdom yet, complete with walls, fortifications, and more than a few unexpected surprises along the way. If you've enjoyed this video, then a like, comment, or subscribe really does go a long way to helping the channel grow. And as always, I'd love to hear thoughts, suggestions, or simply where you've been watching from down in the comments below. A huge thank you as well to the channel members. Your support genuinely means a lot and helps me keep these long, relaxing journeys for everyone to enjoy. If you're still in the mood to unwind, there's another relaxing long play waiting for you, so feel free to grab another cup of tea and settle in for the next one. But enough of all that. I've been Typical T, and this has been Manor Lords. Cheerio!